The dignitaries taking their place. We can see External Affairs Minister S. Shankar. We can see other diplomats with him. Very soon we are going to see the rest of the senior cabinet members arriving. I could see Delhi Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena just a while back coming in and taking his place. There are Russians also there. Remember, as it happens, this is a ceremonial occasion. This is a very formal, protocol-driven occasion. So both sides, both leaders introduce each side to the other leader. And remember, this is, as I said, full ceremony rolls out, and you're going to see the horse, the presidential bodyguards carrying out the parade, and the president serenaded, the visiting dignitary serenaded there, along with the presidential bodyguards coming in through the into the forecourts of the Rashtrapati Bhawan from the Vijay Chowk area, through the Star of India, the Jaipur column, that is. We'll see those pictures. Hopefully, there are good arrangements in place. There are Tri-Services Guard of Honor already in place. That would be giving... Okay, we continue to have our guests with us, Mr. Sudhir Mishra, the former chief of DRDO and CEO of the Brahmos missile. Mr. Mishra, there has been this talk that Brahmos perhaps needs an upgrade and that Russia and India could be collaborating on that. It's the biggest bugbear of the Pakistanis in the backdrop of the success of Operation Sindoor. You think some talk could be happening on this aspect also during this summit? Mr. Mishra, if you are getting me, my question was that is there some dialogue happening on the issue of upgrade of Brahmos missile?
You see, I understand that earlier agreement was for 300 kilometers. So now if we have to increase the range, we certainly will have to talk, and a fresh agreement or amendment to the agreement has to be signed. So this is one thing. The second is we also have undertaken the design and development of Brahmos next generation. We call it Brahmos NG. So we have to make a formal agreement on that aspect also. So I think there would be some development on these two versions of Brahmos. And you see, earlier we have tested Brahmos for Army, but for the Navy, Air Force, and the longer range Army version also would need some kind of amendment to the contract. So I am optimistic that some development, something will certainly happen on these two things.
Okay, and from the talks to the actual operationalization of the weapon system, how much time does it take?
You see, I think we have already conducted the test. So the laboratories have already completed their work. It's just the legal framework which we have to agree and sign and move forward. So I think there should not be any technical problem, but only legal implications have to be corrected. That's it.
Right. Okay. So you mean to say the turnaround time might not be much after an agreement is reached?
It's just a formality. That's it.
Oh, it's just a formality. Fair enough. Let me go back to Ambassador Goyal. Ambassador Goyal, earlier we were having a conversation on how the world capitals are watching. You know, New Delhi has become a new theater of conflict, diplomatic conflict rather, with 3 ambassadors coming together of Germany, France and United Kingdom, writing an op-ed, the Russian ambassador hitting back. You think New Delhi is the new theater of a side theater is really panning out of the Europe war?
I don't think we should really go that far. But yes, what is happening is that the Putin's visit is actually a message to the world, to all that are watching, it is raising a lots of eyebrows in the USA and Europe because it's a clear indication of how we look at the emerging power metrics globally. And the Putin's visit proves that despite all the naysayers, despite all the doubts and everything, India-Russia relationship remains on track. It is getting stronger, and therefore, in terms of both the defense component, in terms of the energy component, in terms of manpower, trade, it's not going to really wither away as possibly USA or Europe might have thought under the pressure of the US sanctions. Therefore, it is actually raising concerns, but it's raising concerns to the visit by itself to New Delhi. But the conflict is going to remain in terms of that global. Europe, India Pacific. And clearly, India is a player in that conflict. But to say that it is becoming the theater of conflict is going a bit too far.
I think on that note, Ambassador, we have to take a quick break because after that we would be non-stop rolling on the pictures coming in from Vijay Chowk, Rashtrapati Bhawan, Hyderabad House, Rajghat. We're not going to leave those pictures for the next few hours. So, take a quick short break and coming back on the other side with our rolling coverage of President Putin's New Delhi visit.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी एमडीएच का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
And Europe, all of a sudden, wants to start a war. And if it does start a war, then very rapidly there might be a situation where we have no one to negotiate with.
When Russian President Vladimir Putin warned that if Europe starts a fight, it would soon escalate to a point where Russia has no one to negotiate with, the remark was not an abstract threat, but a calculated signal grounded in Russia's evolving nuclear posture. What gives him the confidence to make such a statement is the deployment of the RS-28 Sarmat, a fifth-generation intercontinental ballistic missile system that represents the centerpiece of Russia's nuclear triad. The Sarmat is designed to ensure that escalation dominance rests firmly with Moscow, leaving adversaries with no credible path to either defense or negotiation.
All right, welcome back. We are not losing sight of the fact that thousands of air passengers across the country are struggling and frustrated because the airlines have really mismanaged running of those flights. There is a major spike in airline fares because of the cancellations. Remember, 400 since morning today itself, 500 yesterday, over 1,000 in the last 2 days. And that, of course, means hundreds and thousands of passengers affected across the country. And, of course, major situation panning out at the IGI airport. That's why this meeting planned by the Minister of Civil Aviation between various security agencies, which includes the BCAS, Bureau of Civil Aviation Security, and, of course, the CISF, Central Industrial Security Force, which takes care of all security of all airports, essentially to manage the chaos at the airports. These are pictures from IGI, if Shambhavi is there, we can take a dip in and have her live about this meeting, which is all set to begin at around 11 a.m. to sort out the mess or whatever can be done. Because remember, there is a limited scope given the fact that the issue is actually crew availability, pilots availability, the flights not running, delayed flights, cancelled flights, and the CISF can only do that much to manage the chaos at the airports. We are going to get Shambhavi live. She's outside. We are getting, okay, now not Delhi, we are going to Thiruvananthapuram, where Shankar is going to join us live in a bit to give us a sense of how this has impacted airports nationwide across the country. Shankar is live with us, is what I'm told. Shankar, what's the situation like in Thiruvananthapuram? Over 400 flights cancelled since morning. How many in Thiruvananthapuram?
The struggling of passengers are continued unabated even on the third day of the major national aviation crisis in the nation. Today, according to the information provided by the airport officials and the Indigo staff, as many as 2 flights have been cancelled in Thiruvananthapuram airport and in all the other airports like Cochin International Airport and in Kannur airport. More than a dozen flights have been cancelled and over 3 dozens of flights are getting delayed as per the information given now. The worrying part is that none of the passengers received any information over their phone or through a phone call intimating them about the delays in the flights in which they were supposed to travel or about the cancellation. So due to this, there was a huge number of passengers reached the airport to travel to their respective destinations in the morning itself. But after reaching here, the airport authorities seated them without even telling them anything about the delays in the timing. But after hours of wait, they were told that the flights will even delayed further for around 12 or 13 hours. It annoyed the passengers, and there was a quarrel between the airport and Indigo staff and the passengers. And the passengers here complained that they were not even allowed to be seated inside the airport comfortably when there was a delay of over 12 hours for all the flights. And they had to be seated. They were asked to sit outside, and they quarreled with the airport staff, and it led to yes.
Yeah, okay. We can get that clear picture from Thiruvananthapuram also, Shankar. Thank you so much with those details. So these are pictures from inside. Passengers really waiting, whiling away time because they just cannot do anything else. They have checked in and they have to wait for the flights with whatever delay they come. And this is a scene, and these are pictures across the country, from Thiruvananthapuram to Hyderabad, from Hyderabad to Bengaluru, from Bengaluru to Chennai, from where Sharda is joining us live now. The mess is having an impact. Sharda, over to you. What's the scene like in Chennai?
Well, today 41 flights have been cancelled at the Chennai International Airport. 11 arrivals and the rest are all departures. As you can see, the crowd behind me is the crowd that's standing to take the refunds from the Indigo Airlines, as multiple flights were delayed and cancelled. One person who also spoke to us was telling that they were made to get their boarding pass, wait inside for almost 18 hours, telling that there was a delay, but they came out of the airport today morning finally realizing that their flight has been cancelled, and the Indigo has not given them a proper response, and the refunds are set to take place after 7 days. So the crowd that you see here is the one that's standing to get their cancellations and refunds, and also multiple delays in place. Whether they also don't know whether these delays would either the Indigo be providing them with an alternative flight after 2 days, and while Indigo staff continue to say that after 2 days they'll be able to book a different flight and their refund would be received in 7 days. As you see the crowd, the Chennai airport yesterday was empty, whereas today there have been multiple people coming back here as multiple flights have been cancelled. There's also CISF deployed here to make sure that there is no commotion outside the airport, and also airport authorities stated that if the flight is delayed for 2 days and the person who still has a flight ticket and it is only a delay, not a cancellation, they can use the airport terminal inside and they're allowed to go inside. But there are many people who talk about their flights being cancelled. There are also people traveling to foreign nations from here where they are to either go to Mumbai or Delhi and then take an international flight, whereas multiple people are missing their international flight and not just domestic travels here, Abhishek.
Right, absolutely. Okay, thank you so much, Sharda. Earlier we had Shankar from Tiruvananthapuram, Sharda from Chennai. Now we have pictures from Pune. And of course, this is the scene like across the country. These are pictures now we are getting. Pune airport has reported 32 Indigo flights cancellations. Of Indigo alone, we are going to show you pictures also of Pune. Okay, these are pictures from Pune. Remember, Pune is where it all began, where Air India Express accused Indigo of occupying those parking bays at the airport, blocking them because apparently Indigo did not have its crew to fly them out, the planes out, and so blocked the bays, because of which delays were caused to other airlines. This seems to be a problem more specific to Indigo, but then given the kind of duopoly we have of the private sector airlines, if Indigo goes into a mess, then obviously the whole thing gets disrupted. That's what's happening as in Pune, so in Jammu. The aviation regulator, in fact, the DGCA has reviewed Indigo's disruptions with cancellations far above normal. Authorities say stability is expected only by February 2026. That's Indigo's explanation, of course. But DGCA, of course, not liking it. Almost 170, 200 flights getting cancelled a day. And the Civil Aviation Minister and the Airports Authority of India have reviewed the situation. But I wonder if there is much that they can do, given the fact that ultimately it's the airlines who have to sort out the mess. Take a look.
The chaos over mass flight cancellations and stranded passengers nationwide has now drawn the DGCA's direct attention. On December 4th, the regulator reviewed Indigo's continued disruptions, ranging to about 200 so far, which had begun since late November, with the airline citing Phase 2 FDTL transition challenges and winter constraints for set spike in cancellations. The revised FDTL norms, which were implemented in July and again in November to strengthen fatigue management, was what was identified to be a major operational hurdle for the carrier. DGCA has told Indigo to stabilize operations urgently and ensure fares do not rise amid the disruption. Indigo justified its disruption by saying the crew planning pressures under Phase 2 FDTL rules have strained availability, leading to it seeking temporary exemptions for night duty provisions for A320 operations until 10th February 2026. The airline also assured DGCA that corrective steps are underway, but full normalcy will be restored only by that date, thereby admitting the disruption stemmed from its own misjudgment and planning gaps under the new FDTL norms. Indigo warned that more cancellations would continue for the next 2 to 3 days and that it will cut flight operations from 8th December onwards to minimize disruptions. DGCA additionally reviewed the airline's crew requirement data and noted additional pressure due to night slot limitations affecting operations. Regulators also ordered field inspections across major airports. At Delhi Terminal 1, DGCA found Indigo's passenger handling manpower inadequate and instructed an immediate increase. DGCA has also directed Indigo to submit a crew recruitment roadmap, updated training and roster restructuring plans, safety risk assessments, a disruption mitigation strategy, and fortnightly progress reports. All eyes are now on Indigo on how it implements the DGCA directions amidst plans of partial stability to begin after 8th December, juggled with restoring full normalcy by February 2026. The DGCA in the meantime would continue strict real-time monitoring until then.
All right, short break coming up on the other side. Vladimir Putin's annual summit with Prime Minister Modi. Just a while from now.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
MDH की देगी मिर्च
देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का
MDH की देगी मिर्च
सर थोड़ा सा पीछे आ जाएंगे सर सर इसके बैरिकेड के पीछे आ जाएगा
Upon the arrival of Russian President Vladimir Putin, Prime Minister Narendra Modi surprised everyone by
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
And Europe, all of a sudden, wants to start a war, and if it does start a war, then very rapidly there might be a situation where we have no one to negotiate with.
When Russian President Vladimir Putin warned that if Europe starts a
All right, pictures there of Prime Minister having arrived at the forecourts of the Rashtrapati Bhawan, the Russian delegation, the Indian delegation, all in place and waiting for the dignitary, the state guest, Russian President Vladimir Putin, who would be brought in, of course, in a ceremonial procession by the presidential bodyguards. You know, those horses and those tall soldiers who accompany the state guest, the visiting dignitary, through the Vijay Chowk area, right through the North Block and South Block, and then into the Rashtrapati Bhawan forecourts via the Jaipur column, the Star of India there. Everything would be there to be seen. I hope there are good arrangements for the pictures. As of now, in the frame, you are seeing the delegations of both the sides in place. Prime Minister arrived just a while back. There you've seen the Prime Minister getting up. I believe some dignitary there coming and saying hello to the Prime Minister from the Russian side. And everyone there, Piyush Goyal, Jai Shankar, other ministers, the Indian side, and from the Russian side, all the ministers there. They have, it's the biggest delegation in the recent memory that has come from the Russian side. And another VIP, it seems like the president is coming. Vice President, possibly. Vice President C.P. Radhakrishnan. Remember, this is a ceremonial occasion. And the trappings of a state visit there. Guard of honor the presidential bodyguards, everything there to make the occasion or make the VIP feel really special. It's a special and privileged strategic partnership. Okay, Prime Minister there, I believe, receiving the Vice President. Vice President arrives first, then arrives the President, then, of course, the guest. That's President, in fact, not Vice President. President herself has arrived, President Draupadi Murmu, Prime Minister receiving her. And remember, she's the host. So the presidential bodyguards today are for the special guest. Everything in place, which means it's now minute to minute. Even as the dignitaries are positioned, the ceremonial procession should be on its way, arriving anytime now. All right, more cars. Has the dignitary arrived? Ambassador Prabhu Dayal with us. Ambassador, the import of these pictures. This is a big diplomatic moment for New Delhi to be projecting its big power status.
Well, you're absolutely right. These pictures are very important. In fact, the pictures tell the story. This visit is very important both for India and for Russia. And the sort of welcome that has been given by India to the Russian president speaks volumes. You know, the Prime Minister broke protocol and went himself to receive President Putin. They traveled together in the same car, the kind of bonhomie that we saw. And now the welcome that has been given, and there will be a 21-gun salute. All this shows the high level of importance which India is attaching to this visit. And it should, because Russia is a time-tested friend. It's a major global player. Of course, there are pressures on us to scale down on the friendship, particularly from the United States. But we have to see what our strategic interests are. And we have always pursued strategic autonomy. And therefore, I'm not surprised that this sort of importance is being accorded to the visit of the Russian president, and the welcome which is being given is so warm and friendly. So I think that this visit will have a very significant outcome. We are seeing the optics, but it's also important that there will be very important contents for the visit. The visit will be rich in content, and a number of important issues will be discussed. Of course, these are very important for both sides, like economic cooperation. Trade is already very high, and the two countries want to push it up to $100 billion by 2030. There is concern in India about the huge trade imbalance, but the fact is that this imbalance is because of our large purchases of Russian oil, and we are getting the oil at discounted rates. So why worry? So the trade imbalance doesn't bother me. Of course, it's important that India should be able to increase its exports to Russia, and the discussions will be focusing on that. There is an important meeting of the India-Russia Business Forum which will be taking place, and that will perhaps chart the course for the future of the economic relationship. Then, of course, there is the military dimension. The military relationship is very important. Our Prime Minister is focusing on the Make in India campaign. You know, his idea is that weapons should not just be imported, but there should be transfer of technology, and there should be the increasing move towards making in India. And the Russians have been much more forthcoming than the Americans in this regard. And in fact, the Brahmos missile, which did so well during the recent India-Pakistan conflict, is a product of the joint venture. So the defense partnership is very important for us. And although, of course, we are diversifying our sources of defense equipment, but nonetheless, Russia remains the largest supplier of such equipment. Then, of course, there is this mobility agreement, the bilateral agreement on mobility, which will facilitate the movement of Indian skilled workers and skilled professionals to Russia. So these are important chapters in the ongoing relationship, along with, of course, the partnership in the oil and energy sector.
Right, right. Thank you so much for that deep dive, Ambassador Dayal. We also joined in by diplomat, former Ambassador Meera Shankar with us. Very good morning to you, ma'am. And, with your deep understanding of diplomacy and even the American, view of things that are panning out in front of our eyes, how do you see the Americans really responding to what happens in New Delhi today?
Well, they will be following the visit very closely and the outcomes from it. But for India, I think it's important that we convey that the signal that our choices in terms of great power relationships will be our own. We do not seek an adversarial relationship with the West or antagonism with the West, but at the same time, we will be masters of our own destiny. And I think that's the signal that we are conveying. The visit is very important because it takes place at a time when two or three things have been happening. One is that the Trump administration has overturned the Biden administration's acceptance of the fact that we do have a relationship with Russia, which is independent of what the US may want or not want us to do. And they had accepted this, even though they were not happy with it. But with the Trump administration, you're seeing renewed pressure for India to cut back on energy imports from Russia with the threat of secondary sanctions. Now, Indian companies will look at where their balance of interest lies in this situation, and it may lead to some reduction in oil imports from Russia. So what could be the new drivers of the relationship? What are the areas where the two countries can work together to see that the trade relationship continues to grow and that we can insulate it to some extent from external pressures? I think that is going to be one critical element in terms of the overall relationship. And there will be a roadmap for strengthening areas of strategic economic cooperation between India and Russia, over a 30-year period. So it's a long-term view of how we are going to develop and broaden the economic relationship between India and Russia. Then you have, of course, the strategic areas where Russia has been a reliable partner. Russia has been focusing on, nuclear, because they are the one country with which our nuclear cooperation projects had actually taken off. So we have the Kudankulam reactor, where 2 units have been operational for some time, which was built with Russian collaboration. 2 more units are under construction, the pre-commissioning phase of those units. And for 2 more units, because we have a total of 6 units which we are going to build at Kudankulam. Discussions are on for the remaining 2. Now, the new theme is small modular nuclear reactors, and Russia is the only country in the world which actually has an operational small modular nuclear reactor. It's a floating reactor off the coast. And they have offered that they could share this technology with India. And India will require nuclear to, in a sense, provide the base load and stabilizing power as it ramps up its renewable energy basket and hopes to move to net zero. Now, for artificial intelligence data centers also, you need huge amounts of power. They are energy guzzlers. And the question is whether this can be supplied through small modular nuclear reactors. I think it's a preliminary discussion on these possibilities that is taking place. And then you have defense, where, of course, we have had issues with delivery schedules, especially the S-400.
Ambassador
I
Meera
think
Shankar.
two more. Yes.
Ambassador, I'm sorry to interrupt you because there is some breaking news now coming in. We're just cutting away from what's happening at the Rashtrapati Bhawan. There is a massive aviation crisis that we are staring at right now. A short while back, Indigo has now basically made an announcement that all flights to and fro from New Delhi has been cancelled. This is till about 3 o'clock this afternoon. In fact, till 11 o'clock, I beg your pardon, it's still about 11 o'clock, which means all flights have been completely cancelled here. We'll try and take a live hit from the Delhi airport. Just a quick recap of what we know so far. There has been a massive crisis that has hit Indigo Airlines. Passengers have been stranded for hours put together. This is the fourth day when you're looking at a number of cancellations taking place. This morning, we're being told that over 200 flights that have already been cancelled so far. It's a cumulative figure that we're really looking at. Across India, Indigo flights have now been cancelled at a time when the airline has now been asked to immediately mitigate the crisis. Harsha is joining us on the phone line. Harsha, what's exactly happening? This at a time when the DGCA has categorically told Indigo that they need to sort out the issue. Is it about non-availability of crew members? Will that have a direct impact on other airlines too?
Yes, there will be collateral damage to other airlines as well, Shravan, because Indigo aircraft are occupying a lot of space in the bay, and that is the reason that major airplanes are not able to land at the Delhi and other terminals as well. But this decision has been taken keeping in mind that there's crew unavailability, and also many passengers are stranded at the airport. And to reduce the crisis right now, Indigo has cancelled all its flights from Delhi airport till midnight. That means till 11:59 p.m. in the night. All the flights from no flights from Delhi will depart from any other revenue sector of the Indigo flight. And that is the reason it has been stated today morning itself only. After the meeting today of the Indigo officials with the regulatory body, this decision has been taken. And finally, it has been released for all the passengers to not arrive at the airport and cancel. And in fact, the full refund is also being offered by the Indigo. The passengers can directly go on their website, put on their PNR and ticket. They will be initiated the full refund, and everything is cancelled right now. All the flights from Indigo or from Delhi terminal is completely cancelled right now, Shravan.
Right. We'll just try and see if we can get a quick live reporter coming in from the Delhi airport. Shambhavi is joining us from outside Delhi airport. Shambhavi, what's the situation like? Have other airlines also made similar announcements? Because it does appear that it's going to have a clear ripple effect, at least if you simply go by the airline fares. There is already a repercussion that can be felt.
Flights stands cancelled till
passengers were out.
Several aggrieved passengers who were out here talking to us, speaking about their experience, about how miserable the entire situation is inside the airport, how miserable is the condition of the elders. They don't get water, they're not getting water, they're not getting food. One bottle of water is costing them 90 rupees. They have been stranded for days now. Every time Indigo, instead of actually cancelling the flight, because this comes as a new update that Indigo at once has cancelled all the flights till 11 p.m. Till now,
Well, in fact, these are the latest images now coming in of President Putin's convoy reaching Rashtrapati Bhawan. There's going to be a ceremonial welcome that's going to take place. You have all the dignitaries who are already present there. In fact, immediately thereafter, remember, around 11:50 this morning is when the bilateral talks that are going to take place between President Putin and Prime Minister Modi. As far as on the agenda, on the table, the negotiating table, there are
a host of issues that are likely to be taken up. We're going to break it down in a short while from now with our experts who are joining us on this broadcast. But Abhishek, these images, the powerful imagery that we have seen yesterday, and that's been the biggest talking point. One, the surprise visit that was made by Prime Minister Modi receiving President Putin. In fact, Kremlin, which is quite uncharacteristic of Kremlin, actually putting out that message stating that even Kremlin was taken by surprise that the Prime Minister had come in. So it's a clear indication with all that we are going to see, the pageantry that we're going to see right now over the next couple of minutes from now. It's a clear reflection that no matter what, Ambassador Dayal, if I can bring you in, while many commentators have been talking about the fact that we have to do the tightrope walking right now, particularly given the fact on the one side you have the biggest trading partner and one of the biggest arms supplier, and the tightrope walking still happens. But it seems that there is a clear messaging really coming out from yesterday and today itself.
A very clear message which comes across, and that is that India reaffirms its strategic autonomy and that it will deepen relations with Russia to the extent it suits us, regardless of Western pressure, particularly US pressure and sanctions. So this aspect of strategic autonomy is one that cannot be overlooked. You know, President Putin's visit is frankly a continuation of regular high-level exchanges and is driven by mutual strategic interests. And this is a message also which goes across. And the fact that we are keen to foster a multipolar world order is something that we have always tried to emphasize. So this visit reinforces the special and privileged strategic partnership that has been a consistent factor of stability in international relations. And it has allowed India to pursue its national interests on the global stage. So ultimately, the visit, as you put it, is a test of India's diplomatic skill in balancing its historic friendship.
Sorry to be interjecting. I think President Putin has arrived at the forecourts of the Rashtrapati Bhawan, because I can see in the pictures President Murmu and Prime Minister Modi getting up from the chairs. The delegations have risen. They have risen from their chairs. I think, yes, so they are positioning themselves to receive President Putin arriving just in a bit. Exactly in a moment, which is 90 seconds, President Putin should be there, the car pulling in, the whole cavalcade we saw coming in from the Vijay Chowk up the Raisina Hill, and we can hear in the net sounds the 21 gun salute, booming guns. Yes, and the presidential bodyguards serenading the president of Russia, Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin.
Security.
главный стратегический союзник Моди, как говорит сами между странами, называется прошли на государственном уровне, здесь он подтвердит ранее достигнутые договоренности, вывести отношения на качественно. Главный стратегический союзник России, как заявил Нарендра Моди, в преддверии саммита на высшем уровне, между странами, называется фракции Владимира Путина на государственном уровне отношения качественно нового уровня.
श्रीमान अंतर सेना सम्मान गार्ड निरीक्षण के लिए हाजिर है।
President Putin there introducing his delegation to President Draupadi Murmu and Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Remember, this is the most high-powered delegation that's been coming from the Russian side in recent memory. And 9 cabinet ministers, including First Deputy Prime Minister Monterov, including the Finance Minister, including the Defense Minister, including the Health Minister, including the Home Minister or the Interior Minister of Russia. And they are all being introduced, including the chair of the Federal Bank there, and of course the corporate leadership, which is not present here. This is official delegation. President Putin explaining some bit of it and who's who there, and giving good explanation there, it seems, President Putin. Yeah, so Ms. Shankar, coming to you now. You're looking at these pictures and President Putin there having a very engaging conversation with President Murmu.
Yes, I think, it's quite clear that in terms of the messaging, it shows the warmth of the relationship between the two countries as well as the leaders. Prime Minister Modi's special gesture to go to the airport to receive President Putin riding back with him in the limousine to the dinner, private dinner. I think all these are very special gestures. And of course, this is the largest Russian delegation which has come, with all the cabinet ministers who might have something to do with the relationship included in the delegation, and a huge 70-member business delegation as well. So it is something which shows that the two countries attach importance to their relationship. Now, Russia has been a predictable and reliable partner of India over these years, particularly in defense and strategic sectors. The economic relationship was somewhat thin till India started buying energy from Russia, which actually became available because Europe began to cut back its energy imports from Russia. Now, today we are at a juncture because of US secondary sanctions. There may be a reduction in Russian oil imports into India, especially by our private sector companies, many of whom have larger exposure to the US market. So what can the two countries do together to ensure that the economic relationship can be given new direction and that there can be new areas of cooperation? For India particularly, I think it's important to increase our exports, because we were exporting only $5 billion to Russia, while they exported about $63 billion to us in largely energy. But obviously, at a time when we are under trade pressure from America, I think it would be particularly meaningful if we can find ways that Russia buys more from India, and they are looking at ways of increasing India's exports of agricultural products, shrimps, also electronics, and so on. So I think there is an opportunity here to give new direction, to broaden the economic relationship. The second aspect is, what do we do on the strategic side?
Yes, ma'am.
And here I think defense has always been an important area. Russia still accounts for 36% of our defense imports. And of course, there are a huge amount of legacy systems which our armed forces are still using of Russian origin. Now, with India's emphasis on Make in India, what is it that we can do together?
Right.
And here, Brahmos is a perfect example of a which was jointly funded by India and Russia, and jointly developed and produced. And it's become one of the most effective systems that India has.
So sorry to be interjecting. Actually, I have to just speak to the visuals because some ceremony seems to be happening there. I'm coming back to you just in a bit. So it seems that the formal introduction part is over now, and the leaders are moving again. There was a possibility of a soundbite. I think it has not happened, but these are pictures of the delegations, respective delegations being introduced to each side, to the other side. And these are pictures from the forecourts of the Rashtrapati Bhawan. Our panel continues to be with us. Very interesting panel. Former Ambassador to the United States, Meera Shankar, who was speaking a while back. Former Ambassador to Pakistan, Prabhu Dayal. And we also have former Ambassador to Russia, Ajay Malhotra. I'm going to go to him in a bit. But we are still staying with the pictures from forecourts of the Rashtrapati Bhawan. The President of Russia would be going to the Rajghat and pay his respects to the father of the nation, Mahatma Gandhi. On that note, okay, let me go to Mr. Malhotra. He's our former ambassador to Moscow. Mr. Malhotra, Meera Shankar was mentioning about the fact that till recently, okay, these are pictures of the Putin carcade coming down the Raisina Hill from in between the North Block and the South Block, heading to the Rajghat. We'll keep cutting back to those pictures even as we continue our conversation. Ambassador Malhotra, my question was that was the relationship till recently skewed just in favor of defense? Now it has diversified into energy, but still the fact remains that the balance of trade is so against India in the relationship. So the focus now should be on correcting that wrong.
Certainly. I won't say correcting the wrong. I think our businessmen have to be a little more entrepreneurial and going in, trying to take advantage of the possibilities which are there. If you see, earlier the Germans, all the time the Chinese, they have made big inroads. And now with the Europeans vacating much of the Russian market, there are opportunities for us to step in. And sectors like auto, textiles, leather, pharma, IT services, looking at areas where we've come under pressure due to the American secondary sanctions also. I think these are things, this is an opportunity we should exploit. And if you look at the delegation, you have up there, for example, the head of Sberbank, which is the biggest bank in Russia, in terms of number of people who have accounts with them. And they're also looking very actively at doing things that might be helpful. For example, looking at exporting gold, for example. Russia is a major producer of gold. And to have a mutual fund so that Russian investors can also invest on the Indian market and benefit from it. And also government securities. So it's not merely trade. There are opportunities out there in other fields also, which need to be exploited by the government and by private sector structures also. When you look at the relationship, some of the figures that are there don't show up. For example, arms purchases don't show up. For example, diamonds don't show up because those diamonds come via Brussels or Jerusalem to Surat. And otherwise, that would be another several $1 billion worth of imports that we get from Russia. And like that, there are several sectors, including oil and gas, for example. We have a very big investment in oil and gas in Russia, ONGC Videsh, for example, and some of our other companies, and have benefited a lot from those investments. Now, again, the oil that they get is as oil equity, and again, it doesn't therefore show up in trade that takes place between us. So it isn't that the relationship has been a stagnant one, but I think there are certainly opportunities to do more for our businessmen, and I would recommend them to take advantage, because when the situation opens up, if the Americans and the Russians reach agreement on the Ukraine issue, then they shouldn't be left lagging behind simply because they didn't get into position. Looking at Arctic and Arctic exploration and opportunities there, the Americans and Russians are already thinking of what to do together, including some of the American companies are trying to get back into the shares that they held in joint venture companies with the Russians. So there is a huge opportunity out there. I would suggest that they don't miss out on it. Instead, this is an opening that our businessmen should, very pragmatically take advantage of. get prepared with your situations of what you want to do, and then when things open up, then you can move again a lot faster.
Aspects which we'll continue to discuss all through the day as to why this has happened. Maybe some of the blame can be put on the sanctions regime, because of which the entrepreneurs on both the sides have issues, carrying on with the trade and investment. We are very soon going to get pictures from the Rajghat, because it doesn't take much of a time for a VVIP carcade to travel from Rashtrapati Bhawan to the Rajghat. It should be happening just a bit. But coming to you, Ambassador Dayal, the Pakistan dynamic, if there is one relationship which has never played the Pakistan card with us, I mean, the Chinese, all were the friends of Pakistan, Americans, of course, always, triangulating between India and Pakistan, so the West. The Russians have never done that. You think that's one very steady part of India-Russia relationship? Even as Ambassador Dayal speaks, these are pictures coming in live from Rajghat. Any moment now, President Putin arriving and would be paying his floral tribute and respects to the father of the nation. Ambassador Dayal.
First of all, let me clarify that I have not served as ambassador to Pakistan, though you introduced me as such. I served in Pakistan when I was in my 20s as a consul in Karachi. Having clarified that, let me say that the Russians have always been sensitive to our concerns as regards Pakistan. On the other hand, China and Pakistan have an all-weather friendship, and the United States has allowed Pakistan to cozy up to it, despite the fact that Pakistan is recognized internationally as the hub of global terrorism. The United States is fully aware that Pakistan promotes terrorism. In fact, they very well know the deep connection which Pakistan had with Osama bin Laden, who in fact was shot in Abbottabad, just a mile away from the military academy. So knowing all this, the Americans use Pakistan for their interests and allow Pakistan to come closer, as indeed Trump is doing. The recent overtures which Pakistan has made towards America and vice versa are baffling, because they underline the personal interests as regards business of President Trump. He has the interest in the cryptocurrency business, he has an interest in real estate, and that is making him overlook the most dangerous dimensions of Pakistan. So, Russia has not done that. Russia has always remained a good and consistent friend for us. Russia has been a steady partner. In fact, it has helped us in every way possible with regard to the transfer of defense technology. Of course, we have a close defense partnership with the Americans, but they are very tight when it comes to transfer of technology, whereas the Russians are much more forthcoming, and they suit our ambitions of making India defense projects. So the Russians, as I said, are maintaining a more steady and a closer relationship with us and are sensitive to our concerns as regards Pakistan. Whereas, on the other hand, both China and the United States use Pakistan for their own interests, which doesn't go very well with us.
Yeah.
Ambassador Veerashankar, if I can just quickly bring you in, because what we also witnessed just about a few hours ago was when French President Macron arrived in China, and this was largely a push that is also being made by the European countries to bring around President Putin. Do you think that would also be, feature majorly as far as the talks that are going to happen today in terms of what happens to the future of the peace talks?
I was trying to make, but I was cut off twice, that there are two aspects to the relationship. One is what is the new direction you can give to strengthening the strategic areas of economic cooperation between India and Russia, and there you'll have a roadmap. And the second, really, from the point of view of the two countries, would be what is happening in Ukraine and the prospects of peace there, because the US has accelerated its efforts to find a peaceful solution to the Ukraine conflict, bring about an end. It had put forward a 28-point roadmap, or a peace plan, which the Ukrainians and the Europeans have spurned. They didn't like it. They said it was too weighted in favor of Russia. It was amended, and the new plan has been discussed with the Russians, who have said that there are some areas where there is convergence, but the crucial question of territory remains open. So for India, I think it's important that there is progress in terms of peace in Ukraine, because at some level we are bearing the brunt of the fallout from the worsening of relations and the military conflict between the West, between NATO, the US and NATO, and Russia on the other hand, in Ukraine. And peace opens up the possibility of reintegration of Russia into the global economy, therefore making it easier for India and Russia to navigate their economic relationship. So I think these are the two crucial questions really on the table. As far as the peace plan is concerned, India is not a player. You know, we really are someone who wishes the peace process well. So we will hear President Putin out, and we will hear his concerns and how he sees it developing. Of course, we will also look at what we can do in strategic areas with Russia, in line with our desire to build our own defense capabilities. So the defense minister, Rajnath Singh, has said that because we are trying to promote production in India, there is scope for the two countries to work together on niche technologies. And here we have a concern which has arisen from Russia's extension in the military conflicts, that our deliveries have been delayed. So how can they be speeded up? 2 batteries of S-400s are still due to be delivered. And we would probably like to order 4 or 5 more batteries, but it's a question of when they would arrive and what the delivery schedule would be. The Russians have offered us Su-57 5th generation stealth fighters. There'll be some discussions on this. It's a bit premature for decisions. And as I mentioned, civil nuclear energy, especially small modular reactors, where Russia is the only country which has actually an operational SMR today, floating one. These are roughly going to be the areas which we focus on, but also a mobility pact which will allow Indian workers to go to Russia. And the Russians have just ratified, the Russian parliament has just ratified the reciprocal extension of logistic support between the two countries. And we will look at how we can activate more frequently the new, Vladivostok to Chennai maritime corridor and other connectivity projects which will enable more trade and
Ambassador Shankar, ma'am, very sorry to be interjecting again, but we have to keep in mind the fact that continuous pictures, live pictures are also coming as we continue to discuss this. Stay with us, and we have to tell the viewers what's really happening, because they would be interested in this bit also. President Putin has arrived at the Rajghat. There is going to be a wreath-laying ceremony, paying of floral tributes as it happens, and everything is ready. President Putin has gone inside, and he's coming out on the other side into the Rajghat area. Yes, there he is. Leslie.
रघुपति राघव राजा राम पतित पावन सीताराम।
रघुपति राघव राजा राम पतित पावन सीताराम।
रघुपति राघव राजा राम पतित पावन सीताराम।
सेकंड का हो गया ना तो हो गया अरे हट पीछे करके
आराम से कर लो नहीं तुम चार तो आदमी हो
ये जूम करके कर लेते तो सब हो गया एक सेकंड बोलो उस सेकंड को अंदर देख रहे हो सुनो भैया बीच में कौन दूसरा यार उससे ज़्यादा थोड़ा लो आराम एक मिनट रुको
All right, so those were pictures of President Putin paying his respects to the father of the nation, Mahatma Gandhi, at the Rajghat. He also signed a tributes book with his comments on the occasion, and now I believe he has left or already leaving, and that brings to end the ceremonial welcome part as it goes very protocol-driven in the morning. From here, he is heading straight to the Hyderabad house where the two leaders are going to have delegation level talks. That's for about a couple of hours, following which there would be a joint statement. And Shravan, we can in fact now let the leaders meet at Hyderabad house. Till then, focus on what's really happening across the country, particularly the chaos at the airports.
Well, we'll do that in a short while from now as we're getting in more news as far as the aviation crisis that's looming large right now. Just to quickly stay with these images that are coming in from Rajpath, and thereafter both the leaders head to Hyderabad house for the bilateral talks to take place. In terms of what are we to really expect on the agenda, in fact, there are also reports now coming in from the Russian side with regards to the nuclear push that is expected in the meeting that's going to take place. Some reports also suggesting, Abhishek, that perhaps from the Indian side, the peace talks are also something that may figure in the talks that are going to take place between both the leaders. Kremlin, on the other hand, has basically indicated that in terms of the agenda, following is what they're expecting them to talk about. One is the SMR pitch that Russia is essentially making with regards to the nuclear proliferation. And the second is with regards to energy. In fact, some talks are happening as far as the ruble-rupee trade is concerned. And there was stumbling block in the ruble-rupee trade is concerned. That we are being told is also going to be ironed out. So some headlines expected to really emerge in the next few hours. These are the images now coming in from Rajghat, and in a short while from now, both the leaders would be reaching Hyderabad house.
सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला
सर थोड़ा सा पीछे आ जाएंगे सर सर इसके बैरिकेड के पीछे आ जाएंगे
Upon the arrival of Russian President Vladimir Putin, Prime Minister Narendra Modi surprised everyone by personally receiving him at Delhi's Palam airport. This is a rare gesture that moves away from the standard diplomatic protocol, where normally a minister or senior official welcomes a visiting head of state. President Putin landed in Palam airport at 7 p.m., where a red carpet was rolled out as a welcoming gesture.
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
And Europe, all of a sudden, wants to start a war. And if it does start a war, then very rapidly there might be a situation where we have no one to negotiate with.
When Russian President Vladimir Putin warned that if Europe starts a fight,
This is Republic Jack Oliver's studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I am Tanisha Avasthi. Let's get started.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा राजा और प्योर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा राजा और प्योर मसाला।
सर थोड़ा सा पीछे आ जाएंगे सर। सर इसके बैरिकेड के पीछे आ जाएंगे।
Upon the arrival of Russian President Vladimir Putin, Prime Minister Narendra Modi surprised everyone by personally receiving him at Delhi's Palam airport. This is a rare gesture that moves away from the standard diplomatic protocol, where normally a minister or senior official welcomes a visiting head of state. President Putin landed in Palam airport at 7 p.m., where a red carpet was rolled out as a welcoming gesture. Kremlin's
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Ceremonial welcome given to President Putin in a short while from now. The bilateral talk with Prime Minister Modi to begin. Bilateral talks to begin around a little after 12 noon. On the negotiating table, major nuclear deals likely to be signed. Major chaos across the country as Indigo cancels flights till midnight. After Mumbai, Indigo says no domestic flights to run from Delhi airport till midnight tonight. As major airlines go in a mess, DGCA asks Indigo to regulate the fares. Meanwhile, hotels around major airports also hike prices to 60,000 per night. Well, there's absolutely no respite coming in as Indigo cancels all departing flights from Chennai airport till about 6 o'clock this evening. In fact, Delhi airport has also made an announcement a short while back stating that Indigo has cancelled all flights till about midnight. This after multiple flights have been cancelled this morning. Some passengers who are still stranded. In fact, it seems similar images coming in from across the country, starting from Thiruvananthapuram to all the way in Patna, where the latest now coming in of passengers not receiving any communication from the airline. As we speak, there's also a meeting that is underway at the Ministry of Civil Aviation. In fact, a templated response really coming in from the Civil Aviation Ministry about a review that is being done with the airlines. In fact, let me go across to my colleagues, Shambhavi, who's joining us from the Delhi airport. Shambhavi, what's the condition right now like? It seems that there is a direct ripple effect that's taking place with other airlines now spiking their airfares.
Right, we've spoken to several passengers who've booked their flights with Indigo and are aggrieved and delays. We also spoke to an entire team of company who was back there in Bangalore attending an event, and their 5-day event turned into a 7-day with several of their employees still stuck in several other airports. They've not received their luggage yet. There were also a young couple who were here who were traveling with their very young child, and they shared how it was very difficult for them to even procure any kind of food or water. And even inside, although we're not allowed inside, but inside what we've been told by the passengers that we've been able to speak till now, they're telling us that the entire airport has turned into a railway station with people lying there on the floor everywhere, because Indigo has now, of course, just a few minutes back, Indigo has announced that all the flights stand.
So to this image is now coming in from Hyderabad House where the bilateral talks are going to take place in a short while from now. In fact, there you have, these are the latest images. The last time both the leaders met was just before the Ukraine war actually began. And in fact, this happens to be the first meeting that's taking place in the national capital between both the leaders. Several other meetings took place between Prime Minister Modi and Russian President Vladimir Putin on the sidelines of the SCO in the past. But having said that, this is a meeting that is being watched very closely by the European countries. Importantly, what are the major takeaways as far as the meeting that's going to take place today? There you have Russian President in the Oris arriving at Hyderabad House, where the bilateral talks are going to begin in a short while from now. In fact, as far as the bilateral talks are concerned, there's going to be a massive push that's expected to come in from the Russian side as far as the nuclear power hard sell is concerned. In fact, the Russians on board bringing in new generation large nuclear reactors that are to be brought in, and essentially the serial production that's going to take place. But the imaging that has been done in the last 24 hours, primarily with the Prime Minister landing at the Palam Technical Airport, receiving President Putin, the hug that takes place, and then, of course, the big headline coming in from both the leaders actually deciding to hop into the same car and spend the evening at 7 LKM, where there was a private dinner that took place that lasted for a couple of hours. And now the business begins. In fact, Russian President Vladimir Putin comes with one of the biggest delegation. The first deputy prime minister, who had landed just before President Putin, had come in behind both the leaders, the delegation also walking in. What you would essentially expect both the leaders now doing is introducing each other's delegations also. Let me go across to my colleague Rakshita, who's joining us on this broadcast. Rakshita, on the negotiating table, some big ticket deals expected. we seem to have lost the line with Rakshita, who's joining us from Hyderabad House. In fact, we'll also go across to our experts who are basically joining us on this broadcast. Just to put this into perspective, what's really expected? Some essentially argued that this is essentially taking forward what was discussed previously in terms of some of the deals that have already been signed. The challenges, the key challenges that the Russians really face right now is the deadline that they have essentially given in terms of handing over multiple defense deals that have been signed in the past. We'll try and go across to our guests. Vinay Shukla is joining us on this broadcast. Vinay, let me first take with you with regards to what's really expected, the big takeaways from both the leaders coming together.
Well, the 25, I think that 25 agreements has to be signed, that 10 of them intergovernmental and 15 are the trade thing. And mostly the focus will be on economy in Russia, Indian exports to Russia, more to encourage such things. So, and the defense, of course, they are, they are in the media, all those things about the fifth generation fighter and missiles S-400, 500. But I think there's nothing going to be signed as such. Only they're discussed or whatever has to be signed has been signed. So officially they won't announce this defense deals in a big way. And second, the one thing is important, which is, I think is there, that India, Russia's Roscosmos and ISRO are going to sign agreement on joint production of rocket engines, which is, of course, since India is expanding its space program and Russia has the expertise in this, it's a good thing. It's a future-oriented thing. I think that many things will be future-oriented also, or long-term implications. So let us see, wait for some time.
Mr. Shukla, I'll request you to stay on with us. I want to quickly go across to my colleague Rakshita, who's joining us from outside the Hyderabad House. Rakshita, lots spoken about what's really expected to really come out from the bilateral talks that are taking place. On the agenda that came in from the Kremlin side was largely with regards to an extension of the deals that have already been signed. So not major announcements that are really expected to come in after the bilateral talks.
Yes, Shravan, well, what we understand is that at least what we are learning, of course not officially, but it could be 10 intergovernmental documents and more than 15 agreements and memorandums between commercial and non-commercial entities that are expected here to be in the works, and they are of course already in the works. And trade, of course, will be at the center of it all. Trade and defense, as you mentioned. India, of course, Moscow has been the top defense supplier for decades as far as India is concerned. So yes, India, given the global climate right now, there are of course tensions with United States in context of trade, and Moscow becomes very, very important here given the fact that how realignment is happening. So yes, there will be agreements, we understand. There could be MOUs that will be signed. There is nothing spelled out, as you rightly mentioned, officially. There are a lot of talk about the Sukhoi 57. There's talk about the S-400, the delivery of the remaining two. Of course, that is something that even MOS, I beg your pardon, the Defense Secretary has made it very, very clear just a few days ago ahead of the visit of the President of Russia. But yes, there could be talks between the two leaders. How do they manifest, of course, remains to be seen. With regards to civil nuclear deals, that, of course, also becomes very, very important. India, of course, this is the first visit to India of President Vladimir Putin in 4 long years. And given how the war in Ukraine still continues and India continues to grapple with the trade talks, the trade tariffs with regards to Washington DC, all eyes will be on the joint statement, Shravan, that comes out after the talks are held on the delegation level, and of course both the leaders discussing holding discussions on these topics.
एक्सेलेंसी, आपकी यात्रा बहुत ही ऐतिहासिक है। 2001 में जब आपने कार्यभार संभाला और भारत की आपकी यात्रा पहली हुई, उसको आज 25 साल हो गए और उस पहली यात्रा में ही स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप की एक मजबूत नींव रखी गई थी।
Ваше превосходительство, дорогой друг, я очень рад этой возможности встретиться с вами и поприветствовать вас и вашу делегацию в нашей стране. Начиная с вчерашнего дня, представители вашей делегации провели очень много мероприятий, заседаний с своими коллегами с индийской стороны. И мы видим очень много результатов и соглашений по окончанию нашего саммита ежегодного. Поэтому я уверен, что наш саммит станет весьма успешным. И ваш нынешний визит, уважаемый господин президент, имеет по-настоящему историческое значение. Ровно 25 лет назад вы впервые посетили Индию в качестве президента Российской Федерации и заложили основы нашего стратегического партнерства.
मेरे लिए पर्सनली भी खुशी की बात है कि आपके साथ मेरे परिचय को और संबंधों को उसको भी 25 साल हो गए हैं।
Для меня лично тоже это важное событие, потому что мы знакомы с вами 25 лет.
एक्सेलेंसी, मैं मानता हूं कि ये जो 2001 में आपने जो भूमिका अदा की, एक विजनरी लीडर कैसे सोचता है, कहां से शुरू करता है और संबंधों को कहां तक पहुंचा सकता है, इसका एक उत्तम उदाहरण भारत रशिया के संबंध है।
Уважаемый господин президент, ваша роль, начиная с 2000 года, за последние 2,5 десятилетия, свидетельствует о вашем дальновидном и твердом руководстве и о том, как развивать двусторонние отношения. И это хороший пример для других отношений, как индийско-российские отношения развиваются.
एक्सेलेंसी, यूक्रेन के संकट के बाद हमारी लगातार चर्चा होती रही है। आपने भी समय समय पर एक सच्चे मित्र के रूप में हमें सभी चीजों से अवगत कराया है। मैं समझता हूं कि विश्वास बहुत बड़ी ताकत है और आपको मैंने अनेक बार इस विषय की चर्चा भी की है और विश्व समक्ष भी मैंने रखा है कि विश्व का कल्याण शांति के मार्ग पर ही है। हम सबको मिलकर के शांति के रास्ते तलाशने चाहिए और पिछले दिनों जो प्रयास चल रहे हैं, मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि विश्व फिर से एक बार शांति की दिशा में लौटेगा।
Уважаемый господин президент, мы регулярно обмениваемся мнениями по поводу Украины. Вы, как истинный друг, рассказываете мне о том, что происходит в этом направлении. Это свидетельствует о глубоком доверии между нашими странами. Это и есть сила, настоящая сила наших отношений. Мы видим, мир переживает очень много перемен, но мы последовательно поддерживаем позиции установления мира, скорейшего установления мира, и поддерживаем все усилия, недавние в этом направлении. И мы должны все работать сообща для того, чтобы работать в этом направлении для установления мира. И я полностью уверен, что мир пойдет вновь на этом пути.
एक्सेलेंसी, पिछले दिनों विश्व समुदाय के सभी नेताओं से जब भी मेरी बात हुई है और उन्होंने जब विस्तार से मेरी चर्चा की, मैंने हमेशा कहा है कि भारत न्यूट्रल नहीं, भारत का पक्ष है और वो पक्ष शांति का है। हम शांति के हर प्रयासों का समर्थन करते हैं और हम शांति के हर प्रयासों के साथ कंधे से कंधा मिला करके खड़े हैं।
Ваше превосходительство, когда я встречаюсь с мировыми лидерами, Я всегда им говорю, что Индия не нейтральная страна. У Индии нет нейтральной позиции. У нас своя позиция, и эта позиция в пользу мира. Это позиция мира. И мы поддерживаем все усилия, которые направлены на установление мира. И мы будем двигаться плечом к плечу со всеми державами, которые держатся этой пути.
पूरे विश्व ने कोविड से लेकर के अब तक कई संकटों से गुजरा है। हम आशा करते हैं कि बहुत ही जल्द विश्व को चिंताओं से मुक्ति मिलेगी और एक सही दिशा में प्रगति के राह पर विश्व समुदाय को एक नई आशा पैदा होगी। एक्सेलेंसी, मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि आज दिन भर हम अनेक विषयों पर चर्चा करने वाले हैं। भारत और रशिया के आर्थिक संबंधों का अधिक विस्तार हो, हम नई नई ऊंचाइयों को प्राप्त करें, ऐसे बहुत ही आशावादी आउटकम के साथ हम हमारी इस मीटिंग को आगे बढ़ाएंगे, ये मेरा पूरा विश्वास है।
Уважаемый господин президент, весь мир страдал от пандемии ковид, и были также разные другие кризисы, поэтому мы надеемся, что мир вновь на пути прогресса, развития, и наша встреча будет вселить надежду в этот вопрос. Уважаемый господин президент, сегодня весь день мы будем разговаривать по разным темам. Пускай наша встреча придаст новый импульс нашему экономическому сотрудничеству. Мы возлагаем большие надежды на нашу сегодняшнюю встречу, и мы ожидаем хороших результатов по итогам нашей встречи.
My friend, मैं फिर से एक बार आपका और आपके डेलीगेशन हृदय से बहुत-बहुत स्वागत करता हूँ।
Дорогой друг, еще раз хотел бы поприветствовать вас и вашу делегацию в Индии.
Спасибо.
Спасибо большое. Thank you very much. Уважаемый господин премьер-министр, дорогие друзья, прежде всего спасибо большое за приглашение.
Excellency, Prime Minister, dear friends, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me.
И за вчерашний очень добрый вечер.
And for the yesterday's evening too, it was very good.
Дружеский, в то же время с такой содержательной, очень полезной беседой.
We had a friendly and at the same time a very substantial talk.
У нас была возможность, и дали мне такую возможность подробно рассказать о том, что происходит на как раз украинском направлении.
I could share a great deal of details about the events taking place in Ukraine.
И что нами предпринимается совместно с некоторыми другими партнерами, в том числе с Соединенными Штатами, по вопросу возможного мирного урегулирования этого кризиса.
And the actions we are taking together with some partners, including the United States, on a possible peaceful settlement.
Спасибо вам за это внимание и спасибо за ваши усилия, направленные на разрешение этой ситуации.
Thank you for the attention and for your efforts aimed at finding a solution to this situation.
Что касается наших отношений, то они действительно носят очень глубокий исторический характер. Как бы мы его не характеризовали, какими эпитетами его не украшали, важно другое, важно содержание. А содержание очень глубокое.
Our relations are deeply rooted into history, but it is not the words that matter, it is the substance of the matter, which is very profound.
Мы этим очень дорожим, и мы видим, что вы, уважаемый господин премьер-министр, уделяете этому тоже очень большое личное внимание.
We really appreciate that, and the fact that you, Excellency Prime Minister, pay special personal attention to that.
За прошедшие годы нами проделана очень большая работа в развитии наших отношений.
Over the past years, we have done a great deal of work to develop our relationship.
И по мере развития наших стран, по мере развития экономик наших государств, возможности нашего сотрудничества расширяются.
As our countries and our economies move forward, we have more opportunities for cooperation.
У нас появляются новые направления.
We open additional areas for cooperation,
связанные с высокими технологиями,
including those related to high tech,
связанные с развитием и совместной работы в области авиации, космос, высоких технологий в широком смысле слова, искусственного интеллекта.
As well as the cooperation in the sphere of aircraft, space exploration, high-tech and artificial intelligence.
У нас очень доверительные отношения в сфере военно-технического взаимодействия.
We have very close and trusting cooperation in the military and technical area.
Мы намерены двигаться по всем этим направлениям.
And we are planning to move forward in all of these areas.
Это только лишний раз подчеркивает уровень, характер и доверительность наших связей.
This once again underscores the level and the trust of our relationship.
Наши команды очень хорошо поработали в преддверии этого визита.
Our teams have done a great work before this visit.
Подготовлен целый ряд документов солидных.
They have prepared a great number of documents for us.
У нас есть возможность на чем-то остановиться, что-то обсудить дополнительно.
We have an opportunity to talk in more detail about some of them.
Ну и уверен, что мы сегодняшний рабочий день завершим с хорошим результатом.
I am sure that we will have a very fruitful working day.
Спасибо.
Thank you very much.
That's the latest visual coming in, ladies and gentlemen, from the Hyderabad House, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi is having a full complement bilateral discussions for the 23rd annual summit between India and Russia with Russian President Vladimir Putin. There was a strong statement coming in from the Russian president there, saying that he is hopeful and he has full faith that we will enhance the economic ties between India and Russia and scale the relationship to even greater heights. The Russian president there once again reaffirming the special privileged partnership that the both nations have together. All right, let's once again listen in to that key statement coming in from Russian President Vladimir Putin and the Prime Minister as they speak at the Hyderabad House.
एक्सेलेंसी, मेरे परम मित्र, मेरे लिए खुशी की बात है कि मुझे फिर से एक बार भारत में आपका स्वागत करने का अवसर मिला है। कल से आपके डेलीगेशन के लोग अनेक मीटिंगों में व्यस्त रहे हैं और बहुत सारे आउटकम के साथ आज हमारी ये समिट आगे बढ़ रही है। एक्सेलेंसी, आपकी यात्रा बहुत ही ऐतिहासिक है। 2001 में जब आपने कार्यभार संभाला और भारत की आपकी यात्रा पहली हुई, उसको आज 25 साल हो गए और उस पहली यात्रा में ही स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप की एक मजबूत नींव रखी गई थी। मेरे लिए पर्सनली भी खुशी की बात है कि आपके साथ मेरे परिचय को और संबंधों को उसको भी 25 साल हो गए हैं। एक्सेलेंसी, मैं मानता हूं कि ये जो 2001 में आपने जो भूमिका अदा की, एक विजनरी लीडर कैसे सोचता है, कहां से शुरू करता है और संबंधों को कहां तक पहुंचा सकता है, इसका एक उत्तम उदाहरण भारत रशिया के संबंध है। एक्सेलेंसी, यूक्रेन के संकट के बाद हमारी लगातार चर्चा होती रही है। आपने भी समय समय पर एक सच्चे मित्र के रूप में हमें सभी चीजों से अवगत कराया है। मैं समझता हूं कि ये विश्वास बहुत बड़ी ताकत है और आपको मैंने अनेक बार इस विषय की चर्चा भी की है और विश्व समक्ष भी मैंने रखा है कि विश्व का कल्याण शांति के मार्ग पर ही है। हम सबको मिलकर के शांति के रास्ते तलाशते जाएंगे और पिछले दिनों जो प्रयास चल रहे हैं, मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि विश्व फिर से एक बार शांति की दिशा में लौटेगा। एक्सेलेंसी, पिछले दिनों विश्व समुदाय के सभी नेताओं से जब भी मेरी बात हुई है और उन्होंने जब विस्तार से मेरे चर्चा की, मैंने हमेशा कहा है कि भारत न्यूट्रल नहीं, भारत का पक्ष है और वो पक्ष शांति का है। हम शांति के हर प्रयासों का समर्थन करते हैं और हम शांति के हर प्रयासों के साथ कंधे से कंधा मिला करके खड़े हैं। पूरे विश्व ने कोविड से लेकर के अब तक कई संकटों से गुजरा है। हम आशा करते हैं कि बहुत ही जल्द विश्व को चिंताओं से मुक्ति मिलेगी और एक सही दिशा में प्रगति की राह पर विश्व समुदाय को एक नई आशा पैदा होगी। एक्सेलेंसी, मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि आज दिन भर हम अनेक विषयों पर चर्चा करने वाले हैं। भारत और रशिया के आर्थिक संबंधों का अधिक विस्तार हो, हम नई नई ऊंचाइयों को प्राप्त करें, ऐसे बहुत ही आशावादी आउटकम के साथ हम हमारी इस मीटिंग को आगे बढ़ाएंगे, ये मेरा पूरा विश्वास है। माय फ्रेंड, मैं फिर से एक बार आपका और आपके डेलीगेशन हृदय से बहुत बहुत स्वागत करता हूं।
The 23rd edition of the India-Russia Bilateral Summit is underway at the Hyderabad House. Both President Putin and Prime Minister Modi have given their initial opening statements to the media, and we will be now waiting for that joint statement when we come right back, ladies and gentlemen. After a very short break, do not go anywhere. The fastest updates on President Putin's visit, only on Republic.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा, राजा और प्योर मसाला।
And Europe, all of a sudden, wants to start a war. And if it does start a war, then...
From the hallowed chambers of the Supreme Court of India, the law roars louder, real, fearless, historic. The first Buddhist Chief Justice of India, former Chief Justice of India, Justice B.R. Gavai, unshaken in conviction. This weekend, on the legal side of things, only on Republic TV.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
सर थोड़ा सा पीछे आ जाएंगे सर। सर इसके बैरिकेड के पीछे आ जाएंगे।
Upon the arrival of Russian President Vladimir Putin, Prime Minister Narendra Modi surprised everyone by personally receiving him at Delhi's Palam airport. This is a rare gesture that moves away from the standard diplomatic protocol, where normally a minister or senior official welcomes a visiting head of state. President Putin landed in Palam airport at 7 p.m., where a red carpet was rolled out as a welcoming gesture. Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov reacted to the surprise and said, Indian PM's decision to meet President Putin at the
कैसे सोचता है, कहां से शुरू करता है और संबंधों को कहां तक पहुंचा सकता है, इसका एक उत्तम उदाहरण भारत रशिया के संबंध है।
Russian President Vladimir Putin holds bilateral meeting with Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the Hyderabad House. President Putin receives a ceremonial welcome at the Rashtrapati Bhawan as India and Russia summit opens. All Indigo domestic flights from Mumbai cancelled till 6 p.m. today after airlines run short on crew once again. After Mumbai, Indigo also says no domestic flights to run from Delhi airport till midnight tonight. As major airlines go in a mess, DGCA asks Indigo to regulate the fares. Meanwhile, hotels around major airports also hike prices to 6,000 per night. 60,000, beg your pardon. Ladies and gentlemen, if only the Indigo national crisis on aviation was not enough, after Mumbai and Delhi airport, we are getting in fresh information that Indigo has cancelled all departing flights from the Chennai airport till about 6 p.m. this evening. This marks the third major national airport where Indigo is not going to carry any flights today. Earlier this morning, we also got information from the Mumbai airport where Indigo has suspended all flights till 6 p.m. in the evening. In Delhi, the situation is even more dire. India's most busiest airport, Indigo is not going to operate a single flight up till 12 a.m. tonight. At least that's the information available as it stands. And now, more concerning information coming in from the Chennai airport, where Indigo has cancelled all the flights up until 6 p.m. this evening. The cascading effect of the FDTL norms on Indigo's crew management is now resulted in a widespread all-out blanket cancellation of Indigo flights across all major airports. The Indigo is in a complete state of mess where domestic flights have been cancelled en masse today. The carrier's response has been not that satisfactory to the passengers, and amidst this, the chaos is that the passengers are stranded at the airports and the fares of the hotels nearby the airports are now skyrocketing. The passenger is completely left at the lurch. My colleague Shambhavi first joins us live from the Delhi IGI airport, bringing us more details. Shambhavi, no flights for Indigo till about midnight tonight.
Well, right, Shrutat, we've been constantly reporting from the airport, and we have spoken to several people who are aggrieved by this Indigo crisis, by this airport meltdown. And you very rightly pointed out the rise in prices of the hotels, or if you are talking about the rise in prices of the tickets of other airlines. We just spoke to one of the passengers who had booked a flight for Chennai, from Delhi to Chennai, Indigo, and there were several delays in the flight. Every time he went on to ask about the new timing of the flight, the Indigo people, they directed him that it's going to be 2 hours late, and that happened for several hours. And when he looked for another flight in, let's say, Air India or other airlines, the ticket, which usually costs from 9,000 to 11,000, it costed him around 60,000. So definitely we see that whether it's hotels, whether it's other airlines, they're definitely taking undue advantage of this situation of the people who are stuck on the airport. And even inside, we've been told by several passengers who've come out, whose flights have been cancelled, that the entire situation inside is like a railway station. People are lying on sheets on the airport everywhere. There's total chaos. There's shouting, sloganeering going on inside. And we know that Indigo finally has come out and said that there's a blanket cancellation on all the flights till midnight.
All right, Shambhavi, that's the latest coming in, ladies and gentlemen, from the Delhi airport. Now, let me also bring you voices of the passengers who have been stranded at the Chennai airport and the Delhi airport as the Indigo crisis continues to cascade. Just listen into the plight of the passengers, viewers.
The tickets so that we will seek some other plan through train or other, and this Indigo has done a blunder. And I firmly say that the government should take action against these companies, because see, every passengers are under van. They are in trouble. They are having small kids. They are in trouble. We are supposed to go to the Indore. Now the question is how we will go to the Indore and when we will go to the Indore, when we will reach to the destination. So the central government should take action against and stern action should be taken against these companies and CBI inquiry should be raised.
So what do the Indigo Airlines inform you about, whether there's a delay or whether there's a cancellation about your flight?
Yesterday the flight was cancelled, so we stay at the hotel there in Chennai, and now we are there to recover the luggage. Hopefully we'll get it.
As Indigo mentioned that your flight will be delayed or cancelled from yesterday.
It was delayed, so we decided to leave because we have seen all the flight delayed, so we saw that it will never happen. So yeah, we came back to the hotel and stayed there for the night. Yeah.
Sir, did the airlines reach out to you telling that there will be a cancellation of your flight and there's no flights for the next 2 days? Because according to Indigo, until 8th there are all cancellations. No other flights are to run until the 8th. Has that information reached you yet?
Not really. It was delaying. So we decided by ourselves. And even perhaps today I'm looking at the flight is still delayed, so I don't know exactly what's happening.
Still not informed whether the flight would be either cancelled or delayed completely, and it is to their understanding that they realize it's cancelled and they are booking hotels to stay in Chennai until they reach their destination.
Passengers across the country have been facing with Indigo flights the constant cancellations and delays. Today we have with us a company, V-Star, which is a Bangalore-based company, and they are among the aggrieved people from this entire Indigo fiasco. We'll try to speak to them. Sir, क्या तकलीफ हो रही है?
मैडम देखिए, डोंट गो इंडिगो. हमको इतनी दिक्कत आई है. एक बहुत बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट हमारा सेमिनार था. अभी पूरे बैंगलोर से आए हैं, जो भी आए हैं एयर इंडिया से, अदर फ्लाइट से आए हैं. अभी भी 70 लोग रुके हैं. रात 1 बजे आया है, कोई 12 बजे आया है. रीशेड्यूल करके दे रहे हैं. तुरंत 10 मिनट के बाद बोल रहे हैं कि आपका लखनऊ से उधर से इधर से फिर कैंसिल कर लो, पैसा ले लो. ओके, मैं बोलता हूँ कि वर्स्ट सर्विस है. डोंट गो इंडिगो. हम इतना टेंशन में आ गए हैं. इतना इंपॉर्टेंट प्रोग्राम है, क्या करेंगे आप इसके बारे में?
इतना तंग हो चुके हैं कि हम लोगों को इतना ये है कि हम लोगों का 5 दिन का प्रोग्राम था. एक फ्लाइट इंडिगो वजह से पूरा 5 दिन का प्रोग्राम हम लोगों को नुकसान कर दिया. सो पूरा घटिया सर्विस है. हम लोगों का अभी भी 70 लोग बाकी है.
लोगों की चिंता नहीं है. किसी कोई मरा हुआ है, कोई इंपॉर्टेंट इंटरव्यू है, किसी की जिंदगी लगी है, कोई सामने आके रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी नहीं ले रहा है कि इनका क्या होगा. वो बोल रहे हैं कि रिफंड ले लो. रिफंड लेने के लिए आए थे क्या? कोई उनकी दाव लगी है, जिंदगी की दाव लगी है. किसी की जिंदगी मिट जाएगी, लेकिन इनको लोगों को टेंशन नहीं है. जब आपके पास घटिया सर्विस है, कोई बोल रहा है कि इनकी सैलरी नहीं दिया. अभी मैसेज तो मिल रहा है कि इनकी स्टाफ की सैलरी, क्रू की सैलरी नहीं हुई, इसलिए ये धरना कर रहे हैं. अब इनकी धरना से लोग मर रहे हैं, लोगों की जिंदगी तबाह हो रही है. इसका कौन रिस्पॉन्सिबल है?
मैडम, हमारा अभी 250 लोगों का प्रोग्राम था. ये जो बेंगलोर से दिल्ली आए हैं, दिल्ली से शिमला जाएंगे. हमारे होटल बुक हैं, सेमिनार था हमारा, वो अभी उसका पैसा खराब हो गया इनके चक्कर में, इंडिगो के चक्कर में. इनकी हमेशा ही रहता है ऐसा, और अब की बार तो कुछ बहुत ज़्यादा हो रहा है. ये अभी मतलब 250 लोगों का होटल, 250 लोगों की ट्रैवलिंग, वो सब कुछ मतलब अस्त व्यस्त कर दिया इन लोगों ने. अभी कुछ लोग हमारे आगे कुछ अभी रिशेड्यूल, खाना खा लो, ड्रिंक कर लो, ऐसे ऑफर दे रहे हैं ये लोग. तो ये इससे काम नहीं चलेगा ना.
दूसरा देखो, खाने पीने की कोई व्यवस्था तो नहीं दे रहे. ओके, एक दिन एयरपोर्ट में कॉफ़ी पीना कितना कॉस्टली है. मिडिल क्लास, अपर मिडिल क्लास, लोअर मिडिल क्लास के लोग हैं. अगर वो खाना खाएंगे तो कम से कम 24 आवर्स से लोग उधर हैं. ये हमारा इतना इंपॉर्टेंट था कि एक कंपनी के साथ हमारी पूरे लोगों की हमारी टाई अप था आज. अब वो अगर नहीं है तो बड़ी कंपनी टाई अप हो रही है V-Star के अंदर. तो अगर अब आज वो कैंसिल हो गया तो इसके जिम्मेदार कौन है?
आपने बताया कि अभी भी आपके कंपनी के कई लोग हैं जो फंसे हुए हैं.
अभी 70 लोग हैं मैडम, 70 लोग
जो बेंगलोर रुक गए. अभी कुछ लोग यहाँ आ गए तो मतलब व्यवस्था है तो सारी खराब होगी ना.
शुगर पेशेंट है, उनको ब्रेकफास्ट करना है, वो टैबलेट्स लेना है. अब वहाँ पर वो कितना करके खाएंगे, आउटसाइड जाएंगे तो उनको दिक्कत. अभी रीशेड्यूल करके
इंडिगो किस तरीके से प्रोवाइड नहीं कर रही है?
कुछ भी कोई नहीं आ रहा है. वो 2-3 लोगों को अपॉइंट किया है, वो कोई रिस्पॉन्सिबल नहीं ले रहे. बोल रहे हैं आप रिफंड ले लो, ये कर लो, वो कर लो. बहुत दिक्कत आ गई है मैडम. इसके ऊपर एक्शन लेना है, कड़ी एक्शन लेना है. हम तो धरना करने की सोच रहे हैं इसके बारे में.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have the largest team of reporters reporting on ground on the national aviation crisis. But I want to first go to our senior colleague Niranjan. Niranjan, it is an all-out anarchy situation in the aviation sector as it stands. The other airlines are profiteering on the crisis of Indigo. Hotel prices have gone up and passengers are left standing outside the airport without a ticket or accommodation or any redressal. What's the crisis and what are the updates that you're tracking?
Well, believe it or not, at some airlines, this morning, let me give you some examples. For example, today, as of this minute, Delhi to Chennai flight is priced at 58,000. I'm looking at the prices being shown online. For example, this is Air India flight that is charging or showing as 58,000, right? That is only one sector, Delhi to Chennai. Similarly, when I look at some other sectors, Bengaluru to Delhi to Bangalore, if I look at the average prices, the cheapest flight right now is 20,000. If I give you some more case studies, as of this minute, there are planes, there are airlines that are costing about, that are charging about, 50 to 60,000, upwards of 80,000 on some sectors. Let me give you some specifics. There is a flight from Delhi to Bengaluru that was shown as 51,000 by Air India Express, and this was a flight that was showing for this evening, 6:40 takeoff, lands at 1 a.m. Being charged 51,000, shown as 51,000 on portals, and all the other airlines that are mostly not affected, Air India Express, Akasa, SpiceJet, profiteering. You look at, for example, Air India, there is a flight that I'm looking at right now, and I have the screenshot with me. The flight from Delhi to Hyderabad to Delhi being charged at 47,000 by Air India. There is just one example. And then, believe it or not, there is a flight by SpiceJet. SpiceJet operating a flight from Mumbai to Kolkata. SpiceJet flight charged 75,000 rupees. Now, the irony is, for 75,000, you can get a return ticket to America. You can get a direct flight from Delhi to America. You can get a return flight. And here you have airlines, Indian airlines like SpiceJet, Akasa, Air India Express, those airlines that have not been affected, profiteering on chaos that is ongoing. And this is, let me tell you another example. I have a flight here that is showing for 40,000 rupees. And this is a flight from Delhi to the Bengaluru sector, Akasa operating this flight, showing as 40,000 rupees for a 2-hour flight, 2-hour 40-minute flight from Delhi to Bengaluru being charged at 40,000. Now, this is not just chaos for flights that are operating and airlines that are not impacted. Let me give you another example of the manner in which there is looting happening during this chaos. There are hotels, and these are mostly hotels that are very close to the airport. For example, there is Aerocity close to Delhi's IGI airport and Terminal 1, 2, 3. And in Aerocity, when the average cost of room is, let's say, between 8,000 to 15,000, right now, 2-star and 3-star hotels also charging upwards of 30,000. So it's this insane situation. If you have a ticket, if you have a flight booked, let's say from Delhi to Bangalore, and you go to the airport, first of all, there is a long queue to enter the airport. You manage to enter the airport, and then you don't find any Indigo staff there to help you or give you an idea about when your flight is. And when you go to the boarding gate, or let's say to your gate, there is absolutely no clarity on whether your flight will take off or not. In Delhi, all flights cancelled. Mumbai, all flights cancelled till 6 o'clock. Chennai, all flights cancelled till 6 o'clock. Just today alone, in the last few hours, upwards of 600 flights have been cancelled. Yesterday, 550 flights cancelled. 1,000 and more flights cancelled as of this minute. And those who are profiteering should be really ashamed of themselves. Many airlines are charging 3x, 4x of the normal fares. And let me tell you, there is some more breaking news update that's coming in. Videos, non-stop videos coming in of the chaos at the different airports. I want to tell you that from the different airports, I think there are some videos coming in. Let's play out those videos as well as we get you the breaking news updates.
Ladies and gentlemen, where the Bengaluru airport is seeing complete chaos as cancellations continue to ramp up for Indigo with more flight disruptions there. The passengers are completely angry. They have surrounded the counters of Indigo there. Some heavy sloganeering also taking place at the passengers demand some answers and redressal as to what is going on with Indigo Airlines, as one after the other the flights are being cancelled without prior notification. Proper redressal mechanism, refund status continues to be remaining unseen. But most importantly, Niranjan, in these situations is the passenger wants to reach their destination. India is one of the most booming aviation markets in the entire world, and aviation sector has seen a significant rise in passengers traffic. They are willing to pay a premium to travel on time to reach their destinations quickly. Many of these passengers going in for very crucial visits, some health related, some family functions related, some even for vacation or leisure, but they have connecting flights and bookings and so on and so forth, which are compounding into losses of time and both resources and money. At the same time, my colleague Shankar is also joining me live from Thiruvananthapuram, where more than 10 plus Indigo flights have been cancelled on the domestic and international sectors. Shankar, these are the visuals on your screen at the moment of the Bengaluru airport, but do tell us what's going on in Kerala and the chaos that is ensuing due to the cascading effect of this Indigo crew shortages.
As per the latest information available from the airport authorities and from the Indigo staff, as many as 6 flights are going to be cancelled in the coming minutes because the Indigo staff claim that no flights are landing at the airport, and this is they don't know the exact reason why the flights are not arriving in the airport, and due to this they are forced to cancel as many as 6 flights soon, and in the morning they cancelled 2 flights, and with this the total number of flights which are going to be cancelled will rise to 8, and the passengers are still seated inside the airport, and they are having a quarrel with the Indigo staff, and the passengers are demanding to provide accommodation and food for them as a compensation till they get an accurate information on when they would be able to fly. In the meantime, most of the passengers are going out of the airport to get to book rooms to stay back to plan their travel arrangements. Some are even planning to go to various other destinations in interstate buses and in trains. But the interstate buses are charging high fares by making use of the situation. Like for a travel in an interstate Volvo bus costing 1,500 rupees before. Now they are charging over 5,000 and even 6,000-7,000 rupees from the passengers. The hotels in the city are also exploiting the passengers. When we inquire at the hotels here, the hotel staff are informing that almost all the rooms are full, and by making use of the high demand, they are charging over 5,000 to 6,000 rupees for non-AC single rooms. Earlier, for a non-AC single room was only 1,500 rupees. Now, the hotel staff, the hotel authorities, hotel management charge over 5,000 to 6,000 rupees for non-AC rooms and over 10,000 rupees for a single AC room. The situation is going to get escalated in the coming hours as more and more passengers are coming out to the airport looking for alternative options.
All right, so it's complete chaos there, Shankar, as you are explaining to us in Thiruvananthapuram. Ladies and gentlemen, you just substitute the name of the airport, but the story is the same. Hike in flight prices of competitors, hike in hotel prices, hike in alternative transport, and passengers have been struck left, right and center. Let me bring you a report now coming in from Chennai that my colleague Sharda had filed just a few minutes ago, where the national skating team has been stuck there, going in for the skating championship, and how athletes also have been facing disruptions. This is just one snippet, ladies and gentlemen, one example of how passengers are missing crucial events and crucial places where they're supposed to be. But this complete apathy of this national aviation crisis, triggered by Indigo crowd shortages and crew shortages, has resulted in complete chaos and disruption. Take a look at this report.
Yeah, it's a very big chaotic situation that we put ourselves into this because we have no other way to go. We are in a tight situation and it's really, really hectic. I mean, it doesn't mean like we can't take any further decision, but it's completely terrible, dude, because we came early in the morning, we wait for the luggage drop in, then we told, we haven't got any mail or something that your flight is going to be cancelled. We just came here, then they're saying, no, we can't take you in, this and that. Then they said like no flights available, we went out. Then again I got a text that your flight will be at 10:40 or 11:40. Then again we came, we all bunch bananas, we came here. Then again the same thing. Like I don't know, like see, you should have some proper way of communication. It should be clear, either this or that. Because Indigo is a very big brand, right? So
next plan, how are you going to take your team? Because
no, we had an alternative plan, so we're gonna go by bus. So that is the only option. That is the only good option that we have. So I hope we will reach very soon and with good health and mind relaxations. Thank you.
All the best for
Yeah, thank you so much.
And that's the national skating team that's going to be traveling from Chennai to make sure that if their flights are cancelled, they have to take the bus now to make sure that they reach the competition on time.
Gentlemen, that's the situation at the Chennai airport. Now we are getting more breaking news visuals from the Pune airport, where the situation for a second straight day continues to remain very grim. Yesterday we had seen a no time was issued for Pune airport because 9 out of the 10 parking bays for aircraft were occupied by Indigo. And today as well, the situation continues to remain very, very grim. These are not visuals of yesterday, ladies and gentlemen. These are visuals of today. But the scenes are exactly the same. Indigo staff once again surrounded by passengers who are completely concerned, in a complete state of chaos. They have passed their boarding checks, they have passed their security checks, they're standing at the boarding gates and they have no answers, and the passengers now garroting the staff, demanding answers. The staff there stands confused with no answers, only templated responses, no signal of any redressal or alternative flights, as Indigo operations pan-India, ladies and gentlemen, go into a complete state of paralysis. Listen into the on-ground sentiment there at the Pune airport.
You give us a solution. You don't tell what is diverted, where is diverted. More operational issues are not our problem. Last 1 hour you have done nothing. You give us a solution. You don't tell what is diverted, where is diverted. More operational issues are not our problem. Last 1 hour you have done nothing. You give us a solution. You don't tell what is diverted, where is diverted. More operational issues are not our problem. Last 1 hour you have done nothing. You give us a solution. You don't tell what is diverted, where is diverted. More operational issues are not our problem. Last 1 hour you have done nothing.
All right, chaos, confusion and cries for help, ladies and gentlemen. That's the on-ground sentiment there at the Pune airport, where women, children, elderly, men, all of them have been stranded for hours long, and the only response that they are getting from their flight and Indigo is a templated response of an apology, but no sign of redressal. You can hear passengers there are urging and almost in a very panicky and crying tone to the Indigo crew there that please give us a solution. But the flight crew members there also stand helplessly with no answers to offer and only apologies to front for their corporate leaders who have completely messed up the FDL flight management of the crew and the pilots, with the new regulations kicking in on November 1st. Republic has the longest and the biggest on-ground team, ladies and gentlemen, covering the updates from airports across India. As for a second straight day, you can see at the Pune airport, the chaos continues to cascade, which has been in fact one of the worst hit sectors, which has led to a lot of cascading effects, and various flights have been cancelled. We were just hearing from Shankar from Thiruvananthapuram. The Pune to Thiruvananthapuram flight was also cancelled today. In fact, flight operations from Mumbai and Delhi have been suspended for Indigo for almost the entirety of day. My colleague Shambhavi is reporting for us live from Delhi airport outside IGI, where up until 12 a.m. tonight, ladies and gentlemen, for next 12 hours, 11 hours effectively, there is going to be not a single Indigo flight taking off from India's busiest airport. India's second busiest airport, which is Mumbai International Airport. No Indigo flights to take off up until 6 p.m. as of now, the latest update. From Bengaluru, the situation remains the same. No Indigo flight takeoffs, and even from Chennai. So you have 4 major airports across India. Indigo, the biggest airline in the country, which almost 60% market share, Shambhavi, says that they do not have crew to put their planes in the air and connect their partners and passengers to their destinations. It is complete chaos.
Right, Shrutat, and we are bringing ground updates to you. We are bringing the passengers, the aggrieved passengers who have been stuck someone has been stuck for 2 days, someone has been stuck for 26 hours. We'll be first speaking to this gentleman who has been stuck here for two days now.
Good afternoon. After meeting you, we got to know it's morning or afternoon. So I would like to informed that from yesterday morning, from 10 o'clock, I'm here. My first flight was for Delhi to Bombay. So as soon as I came, I boarded and went inside. So I saw that there was a lot of rush and everything was going on. Nothing was smooth. Everything was like very much here and there. And then got to see the flight got delayed. First it got delayed for 1 hour, then again 1 hour. Then they started changing the gates. Then we went to the other gates and here and there. Then finally after 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, we got to know that the flight is cancelled. Then for coming outside, there was a big queue, like more than 200, 300 people in a queue. And only one person, like manually, she started writing, like everybody's boarding pass. She started taking boarding pass and then ID documents, and then she left us out. And after that, for the baggages, again, then we have to go, and then again a line for that. And after taking that, then again to the ground staff, we came here to the help desk where we came for the rescheduling of the flight. And by anyhow, like we waited for like much 2-3 hours, and then we got a flight rescheduled for the night flight. And same way after coming night also the same thing happened. 1 hour, 2 hour delay. The things that was displayed on the board was different, and what was actually it was different. Then again late, and then till morning we waited. This morning, like yesterday night, 10:15 flight it was, and today morning till 11, 12 o'clock we waited, but no like help from anybody.
You're telling us that Indigo is not giving any clarity whether if at once they can tell us that by midnight the flight stands cancelled. But instead, we've gotten this report from other passengers as well that they're telling you that the flight stands cancelled till 2 hours and then again to 2 hours. That is the condition.
Yeah, actually they did not inform us in prior. If they were knowing, like today also they were knowing that today's flight was cancelled. So earlier they said that the flight is cancelled. The thing was displayed on the board that the flight is cancelled. But we went, suddenly we got a message in the mobile that we revised timing, that the flight is delayed due to operational reasons and the flight will run at 9:55. But then when we got to check with the person, I spoke to the person on video call through GMR. Even she was saying that if the ground staff is saying or somebody is saying, like Indigo staff, the flight is going to run, you have to wait. So when we went there, they said it's running. But then got to know that after all, after waiting till 12 o'clock, again then the flight was cancelled and no help. Nobody was there on the ground. No single staff was there. There were elderly people, like children, small kids, 6 months kids were there. Nobody was there to help. Not a bottle of water, like glass of water was served to the passengers. No accommodation, nothing. Totally like irresponsible, like they behaved.
So viewers, we are seeing that it's not just a matter of continuous cancellations and delays, but also miserable behavior of the Indigo staff. We have another passenger with us who is a victim.
Yes, Shambhavi, but just a second, I will have to hold you there, Shambhavi, because I'm also getting in more breaking news details, ladies and gentlemen, from the Pune International Airport, where the chaos continues to cascade. These are the latest visuals coming in with Republic, the only network in the entire nation tracking the latest network. This is the same trolley gate, ladies and gentlemen, where we had seen passengers stranded in an endless queue with no sign of any clarity as to where they're supposed to be headed or what they are supposed to do. And 24 hours on, the passenger situation at the Pune International Airport continues to remain exactly the same, if not worse. The passengers and the endless queues of trolley, you can see this is the trolley gate at the Pune International Airport, where the queues are only getting longer and the answers of Indigo and the airlines who are in chaos only are getting shorter. But the passengers there standing without any redressal, with Pune representing as a beacon of this colossal crisis of aviation that has been triggered, which has led to a chain reaction of multiple flight cancellations across India. These are the latest visuals coming in. Republic, the only network bringing you the latest visuals from inside airports across India as stranded passengers continue to ask for answers on unanswered doors, and Republic will continue to raise their voices, ladies and gentlemen, throughout the day with our endless end-to-end coverage of all the major airports with the biggest team of reporters reporting from Ground Zero.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
And Europe, all of a sudden, wants to start a war. And if it does start a war, then very rapidly there might be a situation where we have no one to negotiate with.
When Russian President Vladimir Putin warned that if Europe starts a fight, it would soon escalate to a point where Russia has no one to negotiate with.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
एक विजनरी लीडर कैसे सोचता है, कहां से शुरू करता है और संबंधों को कहां तक पहुंचा सकता है, इसका एक उत्तम उदाहरण भारत रशिया के संबंध है।
Russian President Vladimir Putin holds a bilateral meeting with Prime Minister Modi at the Hyderabad house. President Putin receives a ceremonial welcome at Rashtrapati Bhawan as India and Russia summit opens. All Indigo domestic flights from Mumbai cancelled till 6 p.m. today after Airlines once again runs short on crew. After Mumbai, Indigo says no domestic flights to run from Delhi airport as well up until midnight tonight. As major airlines go into a mess, the Director General for Civil Aviation asks Indigo to regulate the fares. Meanwhile, hotels and prices at around major airports are hiking up to 60,000 per night. Ladies and gentlemen, our continuing and rolling coverage on the pan-India aviation emergency continues. Hundreds of Indigo flights have been cancelled across airports in India. In Delhi, there are going to be no Indigo flights till about 12 a.m. tonight. In Mumbai, till 6 p.m. In Chennai, till 6 p.m. In Bengaluru, also multiple Indigo flights have been cancelled. The visuals on your screen are from the Pune airport, where complete chaos continues for a second straight day, and Indigo has cancelled effectively all of its domestic operations up until 6 p.m. at all major international airports. In Delhi, the biggest airport in the country, the situation is such grim that Indigo has said that they have no crew to put up any flight in air from Delhi till about 12 a.m. midnight. My colleague Gursimran now joins us live on the broadcast with more details. He's tracking. We have the biggest team of reporters, ladies and gentlemen, joining us live on the broadcast. And Gursimran, do tell us the update from where you are reporting and what is the situation at the airport.
So right now I'm reporting from Jammu airport, where all 9 flights of the Indigo have been cancelled, and I'm joined by the airport director देवेंद्र यादव. सर, यहाँ पर सबसे बड़े ऑपरेटर्स के तौर पे इंडिगो काम करता है. अभी का क्या स्टेटस है? सभी फ्लाइट्स कैंसिल कर दी गई हैं?
जी, आज इंडिगो की 11 फ्लाइट्स शेड्यूल थी और सभी 11 की 11 जो हैं वो कैंसिल कर दी गई हैं. इंडिगो के अलावा जो बाकी जो एयरक्राफ्ट ऑपरेटर्स हैं तो उनकी फ़्लाइट एज़ पर शेड्यूल नॉर्मल चल रही है.
सर, क्योंकि सबसे बड़ा ऑपरेटर है तो किस तरह से ऑपरेशंस जो हैं वो आपके हिट हुए हैं, क्योंकि हाफ ऑफ द फ्लाइट्स यही ऑपरेट करते हैं?
ऑपरेशंस के ऊपर तो यस एक काफ़ी इम्पैक्ट आया है, बट इट हैज़ बीन मैनेज्ड. जो पैसेंजर्स हैं एज़ पर इंडिगो स्टेशन मैनेजर्स, तो उनको यहाँ पर अकोमोडेशन और जो लोकल ट्रांसपोर्ट है वो प्रोवाइड किया गया है, और बाकी जो एयरलाइंस हैं उनमें जहाँ तक अकोमोडेशन हो पा रहा है उनका अकोमोडेशन किया गया है।
सर, आप क्योंकि शुरू से ही ड्यूटी रोस्टर को ट्रैक कर रहे थे, 1 दिसंबर से ही ये दिक्कतें आनी शुरू हो गई थी?
यहाँ पर जो इम्पैक्ट आया है वो कल से आना स्टार्ट हुआ है, क्योंकि वेडनेसडे को जैसे यहाँ पे वैसे नोटम रहता है, तो थर्सडे से जो इम्पैक्ट है, कल कुछ 4 फ्लाइट्स जो थी वो कैंसिल हुई थी, और आज लगभग इनकी 11 फ्लाइट कैंसिल हो गई हैं, तो आज मेजर इम्पैक्ट हमें।
तो सर, अभी जो ऑपरेशंस टीम है इंडिगो की, क्या वो कुछ बता पा रही है कि कब तक जो है वो एक स्टेबलाइज पोजीशन पे आ पाएंगे? क्योंकि हम देख रहे हैं कि कुछ लोग भी बाहर आ रहे थे, उन्हें दिक्कतें भी हो रही।
इस पर तो अभी मतलब हेडक्वार्टर लेवल पे और सारे के सारे जो स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं वो मिल करके इस पे काम कर रहे हैं, तो अब कब तक हो पाएगा, लेट्स सी। इस पे कुछ
कल मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ सिविल एविएशन की एक मीटिंग हुई थी, जिसके बाद एक हैंड आउट आया जिसमें कुछ डिमांड्स इंडिगो ने रखी थी और कुछ डायरेक्शंस एयरपोर्ट अथॉरिटी को भी दी गई कि आपको जो है पैसेंजर्स को फैसिलिटेट करना है। अभी तक अगर बात की जाए जम्मू एयरपोर्ट की, क्या सिचुएशन बिल्कुल नॉर्मल है और किस तरह से आप लोग जो है मदद कर रहे हैं पैसेंजर्स के?
जी, जम्मू के ऊपर पैसेंजर सिचुएशन जम्मू एयरपोर्ट पर बिल्कुल नॉर्मल है, और हमने पैसेंजर्स के फैसिलिटेशन के लिए जो एडिशनल मेजर्स हैं वो लिए हैं, जैसे सिटिंग अरेंजमेंट्स को लेकर के, ठीक है, टॉयलेट्स के लिए क्लीनिंग के लिए एडिशनल मैन पावर डिप्लॉय किया है, राइट, और फूड और बेवरेजेस के जो शॉप्स हैं उनको भी डायरेक्शन दिए गए हैं कि उनकी जो सप्लाईज़ के साथ, और जब तक हमारे फ़्लाइट ऑपरेशंस होंगे हैं जब तक वो अपनी जो शॉप्स हैं, ठीक है, वो ओपन रखें। एंड सिमिलरली जो एयरलाइंस हैं, जो भी यहाँ पर पैसेंजर्स जो स्ट्रक हो गए हैं, उनको लोकल ट्रांसपोर्ट और होटल एकोमोडेशन और उनका मतलब कोशिश की जाए कि उनका जो बाकी एयरलाइंस या जो भी उनका जो ऑल्टरनेट अरेंजमेंट है वो किया जाए।
सर, प्राइस शूट होने जो है एक बड़ी संकट है। हालांकि अभी तक अगर बात की जाए तो प्राइस बहुत ज़्यादा शूट नहीं हुए, लेकिन आप लोग क्या उस पर भी टैब रख रहे हैं कि बाकी जो है एयरलाइंस ज़्यादा चार्ज ना करे पैसेंजर्स?
देखिए, ये एयरपोर्ट्स अथॉरिटी ऑफ इंडिया के परव्यू से बाहर है ये जो प्राइसेस वाला मैटर है, बट हम इस चीज़ को मॉनिटर कर रहे हैं, तो यहाँ पर तो सिचुएशन अभी प्राइसेस की नॉर्मल ही है।
तो सर, पैसेंजर्स परसों एक जो चीज़ की बात कर रहे थे कि उन्हें कोई इंटीमेशन नहीं आ रहा है एयरलाइन की तरफ से, क्या वो मैटर आपने लोकल अथॉरिटी से भी टेकअप किया, जो लोकल लीडरशिप है एयरलाइन की?
जी बिल्कुल टेकअप किया है, और एयरलाइंस जो है जो ही जो अपडेट आ रहे हैं तो अकॉर्डिंगली सारे के सारे जो पैसेंजर्स हैं उनको मैसेज और बाकी मेल्स के थ्रू इंटीमेट किया जा रहा है।
सर, इंडिगो की तरफ से कल जो एक स्टेटमेंट में कहा गया था कि लॉन्ग टर्म फुल ऑपरेशन रिज्यूम करने में फरवरी तक का समय लग सकता है, तो उस टाइम पे जम्मू एयरपोर्ट पर जो दिक्कतें ना आए उसके लिए क्या बाकी एयरलाइन से भी आप लोग बात कर रहे हैं कि या तो उनकी जो है स्ट्रेंथ बढ़ाई जाए, ऑपरेशंस बढ़ाए जाएँ, कुछ ऐसा किया जाए जिससे कि ये जो 11 फ्लाइट्स का गैप हो रहा है इसको कवर अप किया जा सके?
ये एक प्लानिंग का मैटर है, राइट। एयरपोर्ट पर वी आर फॉर एग्जीक्यूशन, राइट। तो प्लानिंग के लिए जो बाकी सब डिपार्टमेंट्स हैं, राइट, तो दे आर प्लानिंग टू ईज आउट दिस थिंग।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया सर हमसे बात करने के। तो द एयरपोर्ट डायरेक्टर ऑफ द जम्मू एयरपोर्ट, ही वाज शेयरिंग डिटेल विद रिगार्ड्स टू द operations that are taking place, and he said that all the things are smooth, and after the yesterday's guidelines that have been issued after the meeting of the Ministry of Civil Aviation with the Indigo operation heads and the team, it has been conveyed to them also to ensure that the people do not suffer here at the airport. Yes.
Well, it's chaotic situation across the country, ladies and gentlemen. Chaotic because as we speak, as of now, as of this minute, 1,000 flights have been cancelled across India. Airfares have shot up the roof, 5x, 6x of normal fares. In some sectors, almost as expensive or more expensive than an international flight. So I want to go across to Shankar, also joining us there from the Thiruvananthapuram airport. Meanwhile, getting pictures from different airports across India right now. Different airports. That's not the Jammu airport. That's I think the Pune airport. But the chaos is going to continue. The bad news is that this chaos is going to continue, according to what Indigo has told DGCA, the airline regulator, saying that it's going to only stabilize, normalize by 5th or 10th of February 2026. February 2026, ladies and gentlemen, for 2 more months, it's going to be chaotic. Indigo has admitted disruptions have arisen from misjudgment, planning gaps. They admit they have failed to plan. They claim actual crew requirement for the due requirement exceeded the anticipation, admitting that they have failed. More cancellations will continue for the next 2 to 3 days. So they have given a warning that these cancellations will continue, but the truth is over 1,000 flights have already been cancelled. Just to give you an idea about how airfares have gone up, I want to show you the number, ladies and gentlemen. We had a number of how much tickets are costing you as of this minute. If you are planning to take a flight from Delhi, first of all, there are no flights from Delhi anymore. Today, no flights from Delhi at all. All flights to and from Delhi have been cancelled. And in case you plan to take a flight, can I ask the directors to also please show us the airfares? The airfares have breached normal figures. Airfares. While I get to the airfare figures, let's also tell you the DGCA report on Indigo says approximately 170 to 200 cancellations a day, but that is wrong. DGCA is also wrong last night when they gave that report, because last evening we got the number. It was 550. 550 flights were cancelled, and today over 600. So it is actually over 1,100 flights, 1,200 flights that have been cancelled, ladies and gentlemen. I want to go across to Shankar. Can I go across to Shankar? We'll go across to him and our reporters joining us from different parts of the country. We have many more videos and photos and stories coming into our newsrooms, and we would like to tell you that we are taking your calls live as well. At the bottom of the screen, we will put out the numbers in case you're stranded at any airport in India. At any airport in India, we've been talking to passengers all of yesterday, and even today we will take your voice. If you're stranded in Bengaluru, Delhi, Hyderabad, Pune, Chennai, wherever you are, Mumbai, call us and tell us your story. We'd like to hear from you. Shankar, what's the situation in Thiruvananthapuram? How many flights cancelled there?
As per the latest information, as many as 8 flights have been cancelled from Thiruvananthapuram International Airport, but hundreds of passengers are still being seated inside the airport. They were not even alerted. They were not even informed about the cancellations so far. They are waiting from the morning. When they came for the flights in the morning, there was a quarrel between the passengers and the security staff here. So to settle them comfortably, they were asked to be seated inside the airport, and these passengers are still being seated inside the airport for the last 6-7 hours, and they are getting upset. And some time back, a person came out with all his luggage and quarreled with the security staff, as he was not allowed to go outside, and he was not even provided any information about the possible time at which he would be able to fly. Due to this, he quarreled with him, and finally he was allowed to go. The person was going to take a room somewhere here and to plan his alternative journey options, like he was planning to get a train or interstate Volvo bus to reach Coimbatore, and from there he was planning to move to Bengaluru. This is a similar situation of hundreds of passengers still being stranded inside the airport. They all are trying to come out, as the Indigo staff are unable to, or they fail to give a proper answer on when they would be able to fly. Now the hotels here are charging double or triple the amounts of the normal fares, and even the interstate Volvo buses are also charging high amounts for their travels for various places, as they are stranded for over 2 hours, 3 hours, and there are still some passengers who are still being in Thiruvananthapuram for the last 3 days due to the cancellations and delays. The worrying part is that the Indigo is unable to give a proper answer on the approximate time when they would
breaking
be able
news. Let's
to
go straight to the breaking news update coming in, because we're getting in more details of how these airlines may be trying to arm twist the government. Sources telling Republic that this could be a manufactured crisis. And why are we saying that? Because rosters were not prepared in accordance with the FDTL rules. There was clear lack of planning by the airline that led to the disruption. Indigo did not plan for the FDTL rules. And without exemption in the rules, disruptions will continue to happen across all airports. There will be hell at all airports in India. Indigo is now pressing for relaxation of the rules. They want the FDTL rules to be relaxed. Ladies and gentlemen, it appears like this could be part of perhaps a plan? Is it manufactured? Shravan, they've been asking for it. It was also there in the DGCA note. Is the government going to give in? Because we are now hearing not just Indigo, but even Air India has asked for some sort of relaxation. Was this a tactic all along then?
With certainty, but look at this entire planning. The fact of the matter is this, that in the ministry meeting that took place yesterday, the indication that largely came in was that there wasn't enough time, something that has now been rejected by the Aviation Ministry and as well as the DGCA. But it seems that not long enough before the DGCA actually caves in, because unless there is a change in the rules, that is with regards to the roster, I'm going to try and explain this to our viewers. Why exactly are we really looking at this kind of a crisis, and whether at all this was a manufactured crisis to begin with? Because remember, as far as the restrictions are concerned with regards to relaxation, there is a stipulated time. It turns out that the DGCA had essentially indicated that this should have been increased to roughly about 48 hours, which means that night operations of Indigo takes a direct hit at this point in time, because one of the biggest concerns that pilot associations have largely had is that there isn't enough rest that is actually given to the pilots, and that is the reason why there were certain changes that have been brought in. The normalization cannot actually take place unless there is, going back to the old rules till for some amount of time, and that's exactly what the airlines are really looking at, because right now with this kind of crisis that has actually hit, it appears that the Aviation Ministry, or for that matter the DGCA, perhaps will be left with no other option. But it seems that the DGCA has now been arm twisted here by the airlines, because it seems that unless there is going back to the old rules, Indigo will not be able to restore their operations till about the month of February, which means that the other airlines too will actually follow suit, which we are already looking at. Within about 48 hours, you have other airlines really increasing their airfares. So that is exactly something that the Ministry of Civil Aviation cannot afford at this point in time. But questions are to be raised for the Civil Aviation Ministry also. Were they not expecting this to really come in? Because, it directly impacts the profit of the organization, the airline, and that's how exactly they are operating. And this should have been foreseen by the Civil Aviation Ministry to begin with. And if at all they accept the demands that are essentially being made in the form of a report that they have basically asked Indigo to submit, by saying that there is a mitigation plan that they have been asked, they've asked the airline to come up with. But how long will that really hold? Whether at all there is going to be some sort of a solution inside, that's not very clear at this stage.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Shravan, stay with me, because there is a video that's coming in from Bengaluru now, just to give us the scale of this crisis. I want to go back to Shravan with some details of what is happening on the ground, but look at the video from Bengaluru that's coming in. Ladies and gentlemen, this is from the Bengaluru airport. Look at that. I'd like to pick up the audio, please. Just pick up the audio. Many of you would have used this airport in the past at some point. And those who have know the kind of chaos that we are seeing. This is a top shot of the entire airport, all terminals on the first floor there, completely, not just clogged, but people shouting, screaming. Those are screams of people, screams of passengers who are just shouting their lungs out, don't know what to do. Some crazy stories coming into the newsroom, Shravan. I just read a story of a lady who was told by Indigo that a flight is cancelled. She left. She somehow struggled to get out of the airport and go home. And when she reached home, she got a call many hours later saying that, that the flight is taking off. And she said that the Indigo staff had sent her home. And suddenly they're calling her back. And it took her 2 to 3 hours to reach the airport. And she eventually missed the flight. Now, I don't know what's the latest number, but we are estimating it at over 1,100. Shravan, for how long is this madness going to continue?
As I just pointed out, it looks like the DGCA has already caved in. There is a fresh notification that has basically come in from the DGCA. We'll try and see if we can put out the notification. And I'm reading out, which essentially means that the rest period that was actually given, that has now been withdrawn. They're saying that after looking into the concern specifically to the paragraph stipulating that no leave shall be substituted for weekly rest. In view of the ongoing operational disruptions and representations received from various airlines regarding the need to ensure continuity and stability, it has been considered necessary to review the said provision. Therefore, the instruction contained in the reference paragraph that no leave shall be substituted for weekly rest is hereby withdrawn into immediate
There is a,
effect.
yeah, can we put the BBG plates also? Breaking plates, please. Breaking plates, this is a very big story. Breaking plates, this is a very big story. DGCA has given in. Shravan, that means they had, first of all, it's a pathetic implementation. And they've caved in once again to what airlines have asked for. Indigo has the last laugh.
Immediately with the Association of the Pilots, ALPA. In fact, ALPA had already flagged this off to the Civil Aviation Ministry. And it almost looks like a fixed match going on right now between the Ministry of Civil Aviation and DGCA and the airlines. Now, while this information was already out this morning, Niranjan, if you remember the breaking news that we had put out this morning, that DGCA was essentially asking Indigo that you need to, give us report every 15 days with regards to this, the compliance and why exactly are they seeking more time for implementation of the new rules. So it seems a clear fixed match between the Aviation Ministry, the DGCA, and of course the airlines itself, when you have the airlines literally arm twisting the regulator body. So it isn't like the regulator body is really doing its job to begin with, because you have the regulator body basically caving into what exactly the airlines want. And simply by saying that look at the ongoing crisis, wasn't the DGCA aware of it? The fact that Indigo did not have...
Shravan, I think Harsha's joining us live. I'm just bringing in Harsha, but I want you to stay with us because we'll also try and get the pilots live, Shravan. This is big because this is exactly what the pilots were saying. Pilots were warning that this is going to happen, Harsha. We knew this is going to be a fixed match. It is confirmed now after this that it's a fixed match. Fixed match confirmed.
Yes, Niranjan, you rightly pointed out. But before this new order of DGCA, which has come today morning, I would like to tell all our viewers and everyone to understand that in the new FDTL order, it was stated earlier that pilots will have minimum weekly rest of continuous 48 hours, including 2 local nights, which is provided that there shall be more than 168 hours between the end of one weekly rest period and the start of the next. Let me tell you, Niranjan, that in the new FDTL, there was not many weekly offs to the pilot, and also there was not a lot of rest period, and also there was only 2 local nights period in which between they were given weekly rest. And now what we have got to know is that in the new DGCA order which has come right now, it clearly says that now leave of the pilot will not be substituted with the weekly rest, which was earlier happening continuously because of the new FDTL CAR2 requirements, which after DGCA's implementation, after DGCA implementation, Indigo implemented it. But today DGCA had rolled back its only leave and weekly rest substituted order, which it mentioned earlier, giving more, more comfort and confidence to the pilots that they don't have to go on leave. They don't have to not come at work. They can join their work, and DGCA, regulatory body, and Civil Aviation Ministry is thinking about the pilot. They are with the pilots, so we can say some ease has been given to the pilots, and therefore in the new roster, it has clearly been mentioned that pilots can come back, and this is a rollback according to the new FDTL Para 2, which has been mentioned in the FDTL. It has been revised according to the pilot's ease. Now, it is, both Indigo, MOCA, DGCA, everyone is trying to come at a solution right now because of a major national aviation chaos, because right now at multiple airports, Indigo aircrafts are right now standing at bay. Nothing could be done because there's no crew, no pilot available. Resignations have happened, pilots have gone on strike, and Indigo is trying to right now call each and every pilot to come back, and regulatory bodies also trying to ease the FDTL order which came out earlier, giving more ease to the pilot. Now it is up to the pilots by when they will join, but right now till 2-3 days the operational issues of the Indigo is not going to stabilize or normalize right now. It is going to happen after 3-4 days only, and the proper normalization will happen next year by 10th of February only, because this is some which Indigo didn't anticipate that they will go through such massive pilot strike after the implementation of the new FDTA CAR route. But right now with DGCA, this order, now pilots can come back. Some ease they have been given according to, if we talk about the weekly rest and about leave, which will now not be substituted with the weekly rest. Back to you.
Okay, stay with me. Shavan, now that it's withdrawn, and we suspected it would be, because this is exactly what the pilots' bodies were also, suggesting on the debate last night with Arnab, that this is going to happen. Likelihood was high. They've given in. And can we now say that it's going to take at least is it safe to say 2 to 3 days for operations to normalize? Because that also was said in the DGCA order. So they knew the outcome, they knew the solution, but they waited. They perhaps wanted to see how it played out. Eventually, the passengers lose. Passengers are the ones who have to pay for this.
Well, if I'm not wrong, Niranjan, all of us won't be really surprised if suddenly you see the entire operations completely normalizing. The reason being is that pilots who were basically earlier working, stretching the number of hours would be asked to do that once again. That is, their weekly rest would be reduced once again, because as per the old rules, this was roughly about 36 hours. Harsha could perhaps come in and perhaps correct me if I'm wrong here, but as per the new rules, it has been increased to about 48 hours. Now that, as I understand, if you go back to the old rules, you're essentially reducing the weekly rest to begin with, which means it is one of the most inhuman approach that has been taken by the airlines to begin with, at the cost of the safety and security of our own pilots here. You're forcing the pilots to operate under inhuman conditions to begin with. You're essentially forcing them to work for longer hours, enabling the airlines to carry out with multiple operations. Now, the reason why I was telling you a short while back that this is a manufactured crisis, at least all signs of a manufactured crisis, it's because there was enough ample amount of time that was actually given, but it's the airline which believes that this is not enough, because what essentially happened following the imposition of the new rules was that the nighttime operations had a direct impact. Indigo has a large number of nighttime operations because they have scaled up their international routes to begin with, and that is the reason why you would essentially have Indigo to curtail down on the number of operations, the nighttime operations that are being carried out. This will directly have a ripple effect, and the ripple effect would be in the domestic aircraft itself. Not just that, if I'm to understand, you have had a competition actually taking place between Indigo and Air India, because on the one hand you have Indigo freezing new hirings, which means that Air India has taken an advantage of that, opening up the platform for the pilots. It seems there have been poaching that has actually taken place, and Air India, effectively was also benefiting out of it, because they've had ample amount of, pilots actually coming into the picture to begin with. So, if you really look at it, because of the duopoly that actually exists in the aviation sector today in India, a crisis like this has been milked by the airlines. And look at what we had already predicted, that the DGCA would cave in, and that's exactly what has happened.
Yeah, predicted. I'm still on the phone line. Harsha, yeah, many questions are being raised of the Civil Aviation Minister. Civil Aviation Minister perhaps has not been tough with the airlines, is what many aviation experts, pilots have been saying. Captain Minu Wadia is joining us on the phone line. Mr. Wadia, as expected, the government is caved in and has withdrawn the FDTL rules. So I'd like to get your response to it.
First of all, FDTL rules have to be in place, and what was done earlier was very haphazardly done and was not scientifically done. So for the time being, if they've withdrawn it, it's fine. But this has to be done on a very scientific basis, on the basis of various research carried on, and not by whims and fancies. Earlier, the DGCA had asked the opinion of the airlines. This opinion is absolutely not required at all, because this is a matter of safety and not at anyone's whims and fancies. And your commercial requirements cannot precede over safety. Safety takes precedence over everything else. Therefore, these rules have to be in place, but in a proper manner, not in the manner that DGCA had done it earlier.
So, in your view, do you think the DGCA has been completely sort of, relaxed about the situation? They knew, perhaps it appears like they knew what is going to happen. Even airlines knew how it's going to, pan out, and they waited for it to happen, and then they've eventually got their way. It appears to be a fixed match.
Let me ask you a counter question to your question only. First of all, is DGCA equipped for aviation safety. Are there qualified people in DGCA to comment on or control aviation safety? They have no clue on what they're doing. So, therefore, I'm not even surprised at all.
Well, you blame the DGCA for all of this. Do you think that's the root cause of this?
No, that's not the root cause also. First of all, in the manner that DGCA implemented the FTTL was not the correct manner in any case. But also the very fact that they had informed the airlines that this is going to be the rule from so-and-so date, it was mandatory for the airlines to cater for it or discuss it. In the last 2 years this has been going on. Why didn't the airlines take the trouble to discuss it with DGCA, come to some decision, and then instead of at the last moment cancelling flights and putting all the passengers in a lot of difficulties?
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Mr. Captain Wadia, for joining us. Blaming the DGCA, of course, for the manner in which this has played out. The manner in which this is played out, DGCA has rolled back the new rules, which is what many aviation experts feared. Captain Wadia, why was this important? If you can just break it down for our viewers, Captain Wadia, why was this new FDTL rule important? And what did it bring to Indian aviation safety and the manner in which our airlines are managed? Sir?
First of all, FDTL is a mandatory requirement in all airlines all over the world. But they cannot be mandated by DGCA by whims and fancies. It has a scientific, researched manner in which it is done, and there are agencies in the world who are doing it. For example, IFAPA is one organization, Flight Safety Foundation is another organization, and ICAO is, after all, the United Nations also. So these organizations have done research on the subject. So let's go by proper research and scientifically implement FDTL, not because it suits some airline or it doesn't suit some airline, or it suits our DGCA or doesn't suit them. It has to be done on a very scientific basis, and it is mandatory for all airlines all over the world to follow it.
The DGCA mandates it, and airlines, are not prepared. Was there adequate time that was given? What is your assessment, sir, on where they bungled?
Well, I heard in this case, even though it was not correctly mandated by DGCA, they had given 2 years, or that's what I believe, very extended notice to the airlines. So if the airlines were not happy with it, or if they had some problems, they should have discussed it with DGCA. Why is it that in the last moment of flights have to be just cancelled? Why couldn't they have done it earlier?
Yeah, absolutely. Sir, thank you, sir. Thank you, Captain Wadia, for joining us here on Republic TV on this big breaking story. Captain Randhawa is also joining us. Captain Randhawa, you guessed it. They have rolled it back. It's happened, but the passengers are the one hit.
No, I beg to differ. Prem just sent me in this. I was driving. I have stopped the car. Now, this says withdrawal of instructions regarding published weekly rest. Okay,
what does that mean?
Whereas in view of the ongoing operational disruptions and representations received from various airlines regarding the need to ensure continuity and stability of operation, it has been considered necessary to review the said provision. Now, therefore, the instruction contained in the paragraph that no leave shall be substituted is hereby withdrawn with immediate effect. You cannot combine the leave with weekly rest. This is what it says. Hello?
What does this mean, sir? Can you help us, put it in context?
You cannot combine the leave with the weekly rest. So where is DGCA given dispensation?
So how does this help the ongoing chaos, sir?
No, how does it help? It does not. Please try to understand. At 3 o'clock this afternoon, I have been invited for the ministry and from DGCA to join on a WebEx meet. So nothing is decided. It is going to be discussed.
You're saying it's status quo, basically.
Nothing has changed. We will come to know after 3 o'clock by evening what is going to happen.
Okay. You're saying nothing is going to change.
But what is very important is that the accountability should be taken for the passenger inconvenience. The airline has to be made responsible. The accountable manager has to be summoned. All these things have to be done, and the passengers are still lurching. There are 400 flight cancellations in 4 major cities, except Mumbai. So it's just carrying on endlessly.
Okay.
So you mean to say, even if this thing is fixed, it will be fixed in 48 hours? I'm sorry to say, it might take about a month. Remember the days last year, April, in Air India, when there was a problem with the crew scheduling software, they had come to the new software. Okay, there were delays, cancellation of so many flights. Cabin crew in Air India Express, how many days? It took more than a month to stabilize. So, what is important for the government, which you people are not emphasizing? The emphasis on the government should be to immediately withdraw 6% increase in the flight schedules given in the winter schedule to Indigo. That is what they are not doing.
Okay, so you are blaming the government for this?
No, why has the 6% schedule increase has been given approved by the DGCA for in winter schedule for if they didn't have the pilots? Who should we blame?
Okay.
FIB is to be blamed? No. The blame is on DGCA to have accepted the approval of 6% increase in the schedule.
Right.
Every schedule, summer and winter, the DGCA vets it, checks the crew availability, the infrastructure available with you, the slots available with you, then only approve the schedule. Okay. So you can cross-check, 6% has been the increase in this winter schedule from 1st of November.
Okay, fine. Understood. Captain Randhawa, we'll try and get you live. We'll try and get you live in just a bit, sir. We'll try and bring you live on the channel in just a bit. I have some more breaking news coming in right now into our newsrooms. I'd like to go across and get that for our viewers. Getting in 2 sets of pictures, one from the IGI airport, and secondly, getting in more details of the flight cancellations in Goa. Even in Goa, there have been flight cancellations. That's a video that's coming in from the Kochi airport. It's Kochi airport. And every airport seeing fiery scenes. Clashes almost in all airport. Passengers are getting restless. Many of them waiting. In some cases, people have waited for over a day inside the terminal. 31 Indigo flights have been cancelled from Goa. I have Captain Ehsan Khalid also joining us on the phone line. Mr. Khalid, what do you make of this new order that has been withdrawn, sir? The subject says withdrawal of instructions regarding published weekly rest, saying that the stipulating that no leave shall be substituted for weekly rest. Now so what is the implication, sir?
The implication is that the government wants the airline to come back on its feet and get the schedule on time and cause the less inconvenience to passengers. And but airline must have also given a written guarantee to the ministry and DGCA that they would rectify their mistakes and get back to a higher working pilots numbers in a short time. However, I see the problem to be very huge and much beyond FDTL rules and norms. If such cancellations, widespread cancellations continue for another, say, 4-5 days, you would see another debacle of an airline because it cannot sustain the losses that it is making in terms of pure financial terms and in terms of also the public image about Indigo. So I think all stakeholders should get together and solve the problem irrespective of the fact that whether it was fault of Indigo Airline or the management or DGCA, this problem should be solved and a timeline should be given so that the new FDTL rules be imposed upon by all airlines, but in a manner in which such disruptions do not happen. So I see it as a constructive step where the DGCA and the ministry has given some relaxation to the airline, and airline must respond with restoration of services. withdrawing 6% of the winter schedule and all is not really the solution, because they're cancelling the entire day flight in Delhi. It cannot happen because of the FDTL norms. There are more reasons than just a schedule change or 6% increase or FDTL norms. And God forbid, we have seen Jet Airways, we have seen Kingfisher, we have seen Deccan Airlines, we have seen East West. All airlines, when they fold up, this is how they fold up.
Okay, sir.
So we need to be very careful about putting the airline down, because it will be 4 times bigger debacle than Jet Airways going down.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, sir. Got your point there. Got your point, Captain Khalid. Thank you for joining us with those inputs. I'm getting in some more breaking news right now that Union Home Minister Amit Shah has spoken to Ram Mohan Naidu, the Civil Aviation Minister. That's a breaking news update coming in. As chaos breaks out in all airports, in almost all airports across India, the Civil Aviation Minister has just spoken to Home Minister Amit Shah. That's a breaking news update that we're getting in right now. The call has happened a few minutes back. It should have happened a long time back, given that the chaos has been ongoing for over 36 hours now. Ram Mohan Naidu, the Civil Aviation Minister, has briefed Home Minister Amit Shah. That call has taken place a few minutes back. It's happened a few minutes back. And ladies and gentlemen, the government is watching closely. Of course, a large part of the government also engaged with the ongoing visit of the Russian President Vladimir Putin, who's, as we speak, in a closed-door bilateral meeting with Prime Minister Modi. We're expecting a briefing around 1:40. We were told we will be getting a joint statement by both sides. And these are pictures coming in from different parts of the country. People are stranded for many hours. 600 and more flights cancelled today alone. 1,200 flights almost cancelled in the last 48 hours. That's over 1 lakh people, 2 lakh people directly affected. Millions indirectly affected. Aishwarya Kapoor, my colleague, joining us on the phone line. Aishwarya, what is the government doing? Everyone's asking, what is the government doing on this?
Well, absolutely. 1,300 flights cancelled today, and in total more than 2,000 flights, more than 13,000 passengers in total across the country stranded. The Home Minister of the country has just spoken to the Minister of Civil Aviation, Ram Mohan Naidu, regarding this. We are being told that Ram Mohan Naidu has been told to leave every other issue on the table and get on this. Keeping in mind that, yes, Indigo is the largest, and I repeat, the largest private civil aviation company in India right now. Keeping in mind that there are also certain officials who have been a part of the government who are part of Indigo, because we were told that Amitabh Kant is also a non-executive director and on board. So a lot of attempts are being made by the government to reach out to the Indigo board to sort the problems. What we are being told initially is that the rule change which was done by the Ministry of Civil Aviation has directly and adversely impacted Indigo. But keeping in mind that there were rules which were told to them at least 45 days in advance, Indigo should have prepared more, which they haven't. And the result is out there for everyone to see. The whole country, more than 200 flights cancelled in the national capital and 1,300 totally today. The Home Minister has now spoken to the Minister of Civil Aviation and told him to get on it and solve it as soon as possible. Niranjan.
Okay, thank you for that. Aishwarya, a quick update on the call between the Home Minister Amit Shah and Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu. We have more breaking news coming in, ladies and gentlemen. Back-to-back updates. Indigo has issued a statement. This is a statement confirming the mess across India. Indigo national statement confirming that all Indigo domestic flights departing from Delhi on the 5th of December stand cancelled until 12 p.m. It's 11:59 p.m. We express profound apologies to all valued customers. Stakeholders have been significantly impacted by these unforeseen events. To support our affected customers, we are offering them refreshments, next available flight options as per their preference, hotel accommodation, assistance in retrieving their luggage and full refunds as applicable. All passengers who are scheduled to fly from Delhi today are requested to get in touch with our ground staff at the Delhi airport for guidance regarding luggage collection. We understand the immense inconvenience, blah, blah, blah. Distress caused, sincerely regret the inconvenience. Can you please tell me? I think we have also on the phone line Captain Vipul Saxena joining us. Captain, this is just Indigo saying that they will give them refreshments, next available flight options. It's not what they're making it out to be. Saying we'll give you hotel accommodation, assistance in retrieving baggage, etc. There's chaos, sir. There's chaos across all airports. And what do you make of this latest DGCA withdrawal notice, sir?
I am not surprised by this decision of the government because it was expected, and I think this is a glaring example of how an organization can take government for ransom, people for ransom, and everybody for ransom. It is not Indigo who did not know about this, because this rule was supposed to be implemented from March 2024. But all the airlines lobbied and they got some relaxation that we'll do in a phased manner. And first phase finished off in July 2025. And then they all knew that from 1st November, this rule has to be implemented 100%. All other airlines have prepared their, schedule plan and submitted, and they are following it 100%. It's only Indigo who took everything for granted. They knew that when the pressure comes on the government will definitely withdraw this. They very well knew about it. Otherwise, in September month, they are supposed to submit the winter plan. If they had prepared the complete plan, had the number of pilots available, then how this failure happened? It's a well-planned and well-strategic decision taken by Indigo, knowing that once the public pressure comes in, government will give in, and this rule will be withdrawn. And I think they've been succeeded. Now the government, unless government acts really very tough with the Indigo management, and especially let some big roles, big heads roll, I don't think any strong message will go to the other airlines, because tomorrow some other airlines will do the same thing. And day by day, the reputation and the respect of regulations by the Civil Aviation Ministry and DGCA is losing regard and respect in the public eye. I think that has to be restored at the first instance.
I'm just looking at a letter, sir. This letter has been issued by the DGCA. DGCA has put out an appeal. And the DGCA has appealed, asking for cooperation from all pilot associations, sir. They've asked for cooperation from all pilot associations, pilots amid ongoing air travel disruptions. We request earnestly full cooperation of all pilot bodies, associations, pilots across India, saying the support is indispensable to maintaining stable, smooth flight operations during this busy and weather-sensitive period, reduce avoidable delays, ensure passengers are not further inconvenienced, strengthen coordination between pilots and airlines. Suddenly, the DGCA is asking, they're basically asking pilots, former pilots, pilots associations, pilot bodies to please not speak up. That's essentially what they've said. They've said, please don't speak up. Please don't speak up. Just get back to work.
This is, I think, unprecedented when DGCA is appealing to the pilot lobby and all that. But having said that, I think somewhere a trust has been breached by Indigo, because normally what happens is 3 months before airlines give their schedule plan for the next season, and in the month of September, Indigo must have given the schedule. But normally these things are approved by DGCA on the trust basis, which is long-term basis.
Sir,
but
Captain Saxena. Captain Saxena, I'm sorry to interrupt you, because I have to quickly go across to a passenger who's joining me live. His name is Sidhu Singh. Sidhu Singh is at the Bengaluru airport, sir. I want you to stay with me, and we'll go across to him. Sidhu, can you hear me? Sidhu's at the Bengaluru airport. I saw some chaotic pictures. Sidhu, why don't you show us around? What's happening there, Sidhu? What's happening there? Take us through what you're seeing there, Sidhu. My God.
There's complete chaos. Not a single flight has taken off since the morning.
Huh. And where are you flying to? Sidhu, where are you flying to, Sidhu?
I had a flight to Jabalpur at 11 in the morning, but it has been cancelled. And we are not provided any assistance till now.
And Sidhu, how many people, how many flights are cancelled there? Are all flights? Because I heard that over 102, we've reported over 102 flights cancelled. Look at that. I'm looking at the board. Most flights, or if not all, seem cancelled from there.
Yes, majorly all the flights have been cancelled. Any people you talk to will say that their flight has been cancelled. And not anyone is providing assistance on the help desk.
Yeah. Nobody
You
there?
are with any media connection?
Nobody from Indigo there?
Please, we are Kashmiris. There is I belong to Kashmir and I have a flight to Jammu right now, and I'm stuck over here for a long time. And it has been like more than 6-7 hours that I'm here on the airport. We haven't slept. We are waiting here, and airport staff is too arrogant to reply to our answers. And they are so ready. They are giving us ridiculous answers. They are saying that it would fly, then they are saying it's cancelled, then they are saying it's delayed. It has been since morning. We are here standing, and it's Indigo, and it's 6C6497. We are stuck over here.
I got Indigo. See, like I can't even speak properly.
We have been resting on benches since the past 24 hours.
My God, and how many hours have you been there, Sidhu? How many hours have you been there? Keep talking.
I came to the airport at 7 in the morning. Since then, we are here. At first, they told that our flight is delayed and it will come at 2, but it has been cancelled now. And we are not provided with any food or any place to rest.
No food, because we were told Indigo's put out a statement saying we're giving food. They have just put out a statement. In fact, let me read out that statement for you, Sidhu. They put out a statement saying they're offering refreshments, next available flight, hotel accommodation, assistance in retrieving your luggage, full refund.
Hotel accommodation, till now we haven't received anything from the help desk. They are just not replying to anything.
Right. And what is this gentleman from Indigo telling you?
They are just telling that every flight, that all the flight is cancelled, whichever flight we ask them.
Okay. Roughly how many passengers are there, Sidhu? How many passengers do you think are affected there around you? How many people do you see? How many gates? How many flights?
The whole boarding area is affected, and there is this community which is protesting since the morning.
My God. Okay. And everyone is just stuck inside.
Yes.
That's a live shot, ladies and gentlemen, from the Bengaluru airport. We have Sidhu Soni. Sidhu's on the phone line. He's live from the Bengaluru airport. He's flying to Jabalpur, right?
Yes, we had a flight to Jabalpur, but it has been cancelled now.
Flight to Jabalpur cancelled.
And we had no other option.
Yeah, that's a stranded passenger live. I think we have another stranded passenger also live with us on the phone line. Pradeep, stay with me, Sidhu. I have your live shot. You're live right now on Republic, Sidhu. Your camera is live, so stay with me, because I'm also going to get in Pradeep Bhati. Pradeep Bhati is a spokesperson of Samajwadi Party who is also stuck in Hyderabad. Pradeep Bhati ji, आप कितने देर से हैं? क्या चल रहा है वहाँ पे?
Yeah, hi. I'm here on the airport from last 3-4 hours. My flight was scheduled for today afternoon, but the irony is that I have been not informed at all. When I reached the airport, it was been informed that the flight has been cancelled, because there are only 3 modes of communication that you inform your passenger, that is through email or phone or message. I haven't got anything. When I reached the airport, I was told that flight has been cancelled. Also, I asked them that what is the alternative available. They said there is no alternative, and they are not even aware. They have the first line of their officers are standing there. They are getting all the wrath of the passengers. There are hundreds and hundreds of passengers being stuck. So what government is trying to do is that create a duopoly or monopoly. These Indigo and Air India is creating that only, and they are not at all bothered about the customers, their own customers. There's nothing. They are old people. There are children available on the airport. There are passengers who are waiting from last night itself, and they're waiting. They're being told that you will adjust in the next flight, available flight. And I have been told that there is no flight from day after till day after tomorrow, and that too they are not even they are not confirming. And with that also, there is no food. This is total lie. I'm trying to reach the manager of Hyderabad Airport, who is named as Mr. Ibrahim. From last 2 hours, I'm searching to find him, but he's not even available. And I am telling you, all live here from the airport itself, that is what is happening.
Okay.
So this is the real condition of these airlines.
Yeah.
That what they are trying, they are making big profit.
Pradeep,
and when it comes to
Pradeep, I'll have to take a break. I'm going to come back to you, my friend. Stay with me. I'll come back to you. I'll try and get you live also. I'll try and get you live, Pradeep. I'm just letting you go now. I'll get you live in just a few minutes. I have to take a break. Complete mess across India, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting you the live pictures and the live updates, the breaking news coverage here on Republic. If you're stranded, send us your number. We're going to get you live from wherever you are.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Security.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Krutat Patnaik, at 2 p.m. this Friday afternoon. Mumbai, Delhi, Chennai, Goa, Pune, you name the airport, and there are tens, if not hundreds, of Indigo flights that have ceased operations up until midnight or later this evening. The reason? Indigo is unable to make up a roster of pilots and cabin crew to fly your flight. In the interim, you are asked to pay 4 or 5 times the flight fare or pay exorbitant amounts for a hotel stay nearby. What is this national aviation crisis, and why is the DGCA now caving in under pressure by putting out and taking away the rules that were put in place for the pilots' safety and fatigue management in the very first place? I'll bring you all those details in this bulletin, but as always, let's start this Live and Breaking bulletin with the headlines. Indigo cancels 31 flights from Goa airport. Only 7 Indigo flights now operating from Goa. Ceremonial welcome for Russian President Vladimir Putin as he arrives at the Rashtrapati Bhawan. Complete chaos at Mumbai airport. No flights to take off of Indigo up until 6 p.m. from India's second busiest airport. Chaos continues at Delhi airport as well. No flights until midnight. Effectively, no Indigo flight outside Delhi IGI on Friday. Home Minister Amit Shah now speaks to Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu, seeks a report on what is emerging as the biggest national aviation chaos and crisis. And ladies and gentlemen, we are starting this breaking news bulletin with fresh breaking news updates coming in from the stock markets. The stock price of Interglobe Aviation Limited, the parent company of Indigo, has traded at around 5,288.85 per share, down by almost rupees 148.75 as of 12:50 p.m. this afternoon on Friday. The shares of Indigo's parent Interglobe Aviation are plummeting. They have fallen as much as 3% on Friday, December the 5th, after a week marked by heavy disruptions across its entire domestic flying network. The 2-day drop has resulted in the newest Nifty 50 entrant erasing almost, ladies and gentlemen, here it is, 16,000 crores of the market capitalization of Indigo's parent company Interglobe. That's the latest breaking news update coming in as consumer confidence in Indigo reaches an all-time high amid widespread blanket cancellations of Indigo flights due to crew management crisis at all major international and Indian connecting points. We have the stocks of Interglobe, the parent company of Indigo, plummeting. My colleague Pranav joins us live on the broadcast with more details. Pranav, what does this mean now for Indigo? Consumer confidence at an all-time low, it seems.
Well, Krutat, it's too early to judge at the moment because we cannot comment as to whether there is anything fundamentally wrong with the company. But the ongoing chaos has definitely, brought to surface some of the underlying issues regarding the airline, such as probably the operations, the rostering, the stress levels in pilots. So investors could definitely be considering this. As far as today's fall is concerned, this is the 6th consecutive fall. And in fact, today, the stock had opened with a gap down. It had started climbing as well, but given that there is further chaos and further cancellations, the stock dropped to about 3%. Yesterday as well, it has dropped 3%. So that's almost about over 6% drop in just 2 days, thanks to all the chaos that is going on at the airports.
And Pranav, it seems that this situation is not going to normalize anytime soon. Yesterday, we saw in the DGCA's clarification that Indigo had submitted that this is expected to now carry on for at least the next 2 or 3 days. And it can even go on until the month of February, until the situation stabilizes up until next month. Now, DGCA is slowly rolling back the regulations, due to which Indigo has not been able to manage their rosters. But how do you see this trend now going? As you mentioned, it's a 6th consecutive day of drop and almost 16,000 crore wiped out of market cap.
Well, absolutely, isn't it, Krutat? In fact, yesterday we were the ones to break how the minutes of DGCA showed Indigo blaming the entire chaos on technicals, operations, weather, everything. And they, in fact, sought more timeline from DGCA and it said that February 10, 2026 is when things are expected to get normalized. We are waiting for a statement from them, but we don't see the chaos, getting any easier, and the stock market is clearly reflecting that.
All right, thank you very much, Pranav, for bringing us those details. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the airline Indigo with about 60% market share in this country and is in a complete state of chaos vis-a-vis crew management. Now, more updates are coming in on how the domino effect of the flight regulations and cancellations of Indigo are now having a cascading effect on other airlines and other airports as well. Indigo's domino is now spilling to Jammu as well, where Indigo has cancelled all operations from the Jammu airport until tomorrow. All 11 flights, ladies and gentlemen, have been cancelled by Indigo Airline in Jammu to cover up the nationwide mess. Now this chaos is now spilling in with regional connectivity also being hampered. As I told you earlier, at Mumbai and Chennai, there has been no takeoffs for Indigo up until at least 6 p.m. The information that we have at IGI in Delhi, which is the most busiest airport of the country, there are going to be no Indigo takeoffs till midnight. And now Jammu is not going to see any takeoffs of Indigo up until tomorrow. All 11 scheduled flights of Indigo out of Jammu have been cancelled, and this is going to be a very big cascading effect now hitting the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, where all flights of Indigo, 11 of them operating outside the Jammu airport, have now effectively been cancelled up until tomorrow. Whether or not the situation will remain same tomorrow, Gursimran, my colleague, joins us live with more details on this story. Gursimran, we do not know whether the situation tomorrow will be same or no, but do tell us, 11 flights of Indigo blanketly cancelled out of Jammu. This must cause a massive disruption in the entire system there.
Yes, Krita, right now we are reporting from outside the Jammu airport, and here you will see that the passengers are coming to seek details regarding their flights, but they are being informed that all flight operations of the Indigo have been cancelled, not only today but also tomorrow. All 11 flights that are scheduled to take place from Jammu airport and scheduled to arrive at Jammu airport all have been cancelled. The Indigo staff has come out with the call center numbers, like we have been showing since yesterday, that they have come out with the 2 call center numbers that can be contacted for the cancellation and any kind of a refund. But when it comes to the rescheduling, they have stopped the rescheduling, and when we asked the airport authorities, they told that Indigo has conveyed them that all the flight operations for tomorrow as well have been cancelled, and this has been done in view of the roster road that we have seen, though DGCA has given a relaxation that they can go immediately with the previous one, but when it comes to the situation prevailing on the ground, the passengers are suffering. The passengers do not know that how to go ahead, because there are some routes which are only operated by Indigo. So these are some routes where the other airlines, including Air Express, Air India and SpiceJet, do not operate. So they are also suffering that the direct connectivity is not there, and if they are looking for any connecting flights, that in this way or that way, they have to come with the Indigo option. That further makes it very difficult for them. So the situation is really concerning, and as airport director was also telling us that the efforts are being made at the headquarters level to resolve the issue, but for now the flights stand cancelled. 11 flights cancelled today, 4 were cancelled yesterday, and 11 will be cancelled tomorrow as well, as this has been conveyed to the airport authorities by the Indigo that they will not be operational tomorrow. So if we speak of the 50% of the operations of the Jammu airport that operates roughly around 21 flights a day, that all operations have come to standstill. Half of the air operations have been halted due to the Indigo chaos that is taking place across the country.
Bringing us those details, ladies and gentlemen, all 11 flights from Jammu have been cancelled. Joining me live now on the broadcast are Captain Kabir Malik, who is a charter airline pilot. Along with that, we also have Mr. Suhail Seth joining us live on the broadcast. Mr. Seth, I would like to come to you first. You know the story, you know what is going on across the country. Do tell us about your response. Where did the government go wrong, and what is the accountability of the airlines here?
So the government has gone wrong by having some idiots run DGCA. Okay, because if these duffers are not able to regulate the airline, it's a serious worry, number one. But here I would not blame the government, because the government acted on a high court order. And you know, our courts, they will give any order not realizing how it's going to be implemented. The only people to blame is the airline. The airline has been totally irresponsible. That's the only word. Irresponsible, unaccountable, non-transparent and dodgy. The CEO, Peter Ibers, must be sacked. If Rahul Bhatia and his ilk can't sack him, the government must revoke his ability to be the CEO of Indigo. What are these people doing? Every airline is operating except Indigo. All have followed the rules. And now the government has withdrawn the rule only to help Indigo. Why? It's nothing but blackmail. That way every airline will say, oh, we will stop our operation, the government will keel. Why should the government keel? Now here's the problem. I have no issues with an airline having a hiccup. All airlines do. But there is a way of communication. They have zero transparency. The airline has not bothered to communicate. The airline doesn't give a damn about people who have, carry-on flights on different carriers and what will happen to that. No compensation has been announced. You issue a stupid bloody press statement which says, oh, we've had these issues. Let me tell you, my friend, doesn't the airline and its rostering department and the OCC, the operations control room, don't those jokers know that there is going to be a problem? Let me give you a personal example. My daughter, 6 years old, and my mother-in-law were to travel from Goa to Bombay. First 9 a.m., then delayed, then delayed, then delayed, then delayed, now cancelled. So even if I had the ability to get onto another carrier, I can't. That is my problem.
Mr. Seth, Indigo says this was an unforeseen tragedy, unforeseen disaster, but their own numbers in November say that 60% of the cancellations of the 1,200 odd flights that they cancelled last month were because of crew shortages. How is it unforeseen?
No, 1 minute. Do I care? Do I run the bloody airline? Is it my fault to have crew? Why should I care? And do not allow these chaps to get away with this nonsense. It is your business as an airline to manage your crew. It is your business as an airline to follow the rules laid down by the government. It is your business as an airline to be transparent, honest, and purposeful with your customers. It is not my business to run Rahul Bhatia's airline. It's his business. And if they don't run the airline properly, then someone needs to be wrapped. And let me tell you one thing. Ordinarily, the people at Indigo have been extraordinarily good. So it's not as if they don't have the capability. I can understand if it was a fly-by-night airline. But Rahul Bhatia has run the airline very well till now. Peter Ibers supposedly runs the airline and suddenly it's collapsed. So obviously there is a systemic issue which the airline needs to course correct. And here I'm not interested in blaming. Now the tragedy is unfolded. What will you do hereafter? So I have 4 suggestions. Number 1, a 3,000 to 4,000 crore penalty should be levied on Indigo. That's the only way. When you hit people's money, they learn a fabulous lesson. Number 2, passenger compensation must be computed and delivered to passengers in 48 hours. And I'll tell you why. A lot of people can't afford to travel. They have put a lot of their savings or their monthly savings into airfares. What are you going to do to them? Number 3, passengers who've been stranded and who have had multiple carriers to get onto must be compensated adequately for those carriers. Number 4, the pilots or the crew or whoever the hell it is must be taught a lesson. This kind of nonsensical holding people to blackmail has to stop. That's simple.
So while talking on pilots, I would also like to get in a pilot's perspective. On the panel with us is also Captain Kabir Malik. Captain Malik, I would like to understand your perspective. Mr. Said has put into context the passengers' apathy and the airline's mismanagement. But from a pilot's perspective, when the DGCA is compelled to roll back pro-pilot legislation because of this effective duopoly who thinks that they can just go around with a short staff and they can create a nationwide aviation crisis and they can walk away without any consequence, what kind of confidence is this inspiring within the pilots in the community, sir?
See, my friend already described and he mentioned all the issues very well, and from the both side, even the industry also as well as the passenger side also, as he spoke as a pain of a passenger who wanted to fly through airways. And once he reached
I'm so sorry, Captain Malik, to cut you short right now. I have a breaking news update coming in of the Prime Minister and President Putin's bilateral meeting, which has concluded at Hyderabad House. And now, in any moment now, we will have the dignitaries who have arrived, and the President and Prime Minister, ladies and gentlemen, will arrive for a joint press conference this afternoon. Earlier today, both of them had a bilateral engagement where we saw all the ministers there. There you see Union Minister Piyush Goyal shaking hands with his Russian counterpart there, as most likely the indications and all smiles on the face of Piyush Goyal indicate that a favorable trade outcome is also expected out of this key bilateral meeting between President Putin and India. Remember, Russia remains to be a very major trading partner with India, with having a very big balance of deficit. In fact, Russia exports a lot of goods and services to India, whereas India carries a heavy trade deficit to Russia. So the cooperation between the two nations over the last 77 years of our independence has only deepened, and now all smiles there with key dignitaries, Prime Minister's Principal Secretary, the External Affairs Minister, all of them standing up on the right side, all of them standing and awaiting the Prime Minister's arrival along with President Putin. Both of them will be addressing, ladies and gentlemen, a joint press conference. Big announcements are expected, as all eyes are right now, along with you and of the entire world, on this room and the announcements that are going to be made. Key defense pacts on the radar. Will there be an S-400 5-squadron deal? Whether Su-57 will find any mention? What kind of technology transfer are India and Russia going to talk about? Is there going to be deepening of ties in the nuclear sector? Along with that, where do India and Russia stand vis-a-vis the rupee trade, and what kind of exports of services and human capital is India going to export to Russia? Along with that, the new Chennai to Vladivostok sea route, what kind of trade activity that we can see bypassing international sanctions? All these questions under the radar there, and we see key officials now entering the room one after the other. This is the live shot, ladies and gentlemen, coming in from Hyderabad House in the national capital of New Delhi, where key dignitaries are arriving, all shaking hands with each other. We have Shaktikant Das as well, the Principal Secretary, the Prime Minister, also coming in inside. On the left side, we have the Russian delegations. On the right side, we have all the Indian delegations, and that's the mood right now, ladies and gentlemen, in the Hyderabad House. That's the latest. We'll be coming right back to this breaking news retail in just a second, but in the interim, I have more breaking news update coming in on the top focus story in the country right now, which is the national aviation crisis. Protests have emerged inside Bengaluru airport as passengers remain stranded there. Passengers with luggage and are with no much information are now protesting against the airline inside the Kempegowda International Airport. Those are the visuals of the passengers protesting, clapping, chanting, sloganeering, marching together in unison against the airlines there with no answers, stranded with luggage. You can see passengers with so much stress and so much duress effectively, because they are unable to connect to their destinations, and with no resort left, with no answers to be given, they have resorted to protesting inside the Kempegowda International Airport. Let's listen into the mood there. All right, that's the mood, that's the anger, that's the aggression, ladies and gentlemen, inside Bengaluru Airport, the Kempegowda International Airport, where "We want justice" is the chant of the protesters, of the passengers who are now forced to turn into protesters. They were supposed to be sitting on their flight and connecting to their destinations, but have rather now resorted to a protest inside an airport, a situation which they have never imagined that it would come to it. The CISF personnel there also attempting to maintain peace and tranquility so that the law and order situation is maintained at the airport, but all the passengers civilly doing a satyagraha essentially inside the airport premises, were chanting slogans of "We want justice." My colleague Niranjan joins us live on the broadcast with more details. Niranjan, now it's complete chaos at the Bengaluru airport, where Indigo is not going to fly in up until evening, and now protesters are chanting "We want justice."
Yes, we had one of the passengers, Sandeep, who was live from that particular airport, and Sidhu, another passenger who joined us live a few minutes back, and he sent us some of these videos of the situation inside the airport as we speak. These are devotees, basically. You'll see them, all of them wearing the black robe. They're dressed in black. They're devotees of Swami Ayyappa, and they're headed, it appears like they're headed for a pilgrimage, and they're stuck. They're stuck, and they are walking from one end of the airport to the other, asking for justice. You can put the audio up as well on this particular video, because the chants, they're chanting that they want justice, and they're asking for justice because they've been stranded there. We are hearing that some of them have been there for almost 12 hours, and in some cases people have sent us videos of how they've been stuck there for over 24 hours. Once you've entered the airport, you've checked in, your luggage is there, and then you realize that your flight is cancelled, and they don't even know how to pull out the luggage, and they're just stranded there. And some of them, we spoke to one passenger who was at the Bengaluru airport. At least 2,000 to 3,000 passengers in one part of the terminal itself, near the departure gates, all of them stranded, waiting for some sort of clarity from Indigo, which of course is not coming. Most of the staff is not even there, and the one or two of them who are there are being, of course, are being mobbed and are being asked tough questions, as you should ask the Indigo. But these are people on the ground who have no idea, because the calls are being taken from someone up above, from the Indigo management, and you saw the protests in Bengaluru. Similar pictures also came in from Mumbai airport, from the Delhi airport, and the different airports that have been hit. Delhi airport, all flights have been cancelled, all departures cancelled, and Mumbai operations stalled. Almost Indigo flights have been hit at least till 6 p.m. Similar situation with many other airports that include Chennai. So we are tracking the situation closely. We have many of these videos that came in of passengers marching from one end of the airport to the other, asking for justice. They don't know what to do. They've checked in, their flights are cancelled, they can't even take their bags out. They don't know, when to, how to get out of there. And some of them are headed for a pilgrimage. I assume that they were traveling from Bengaluru to perhaps Trivandrum or Kochi, and then to proceed to Shabarimala. They're devotees of Lord Ayyappa, you can make out. And all of them are there, stranded at the airport. They were there, for the last almost 12 hours is what we heard. And of course, tempers running high in most airports, and Bengaluru, one of the worst hit this morning. 102 flights cancelled, could be more by the end of the day.
Indeed, Niranjan, and these are very compelling visuals, ladies and gentlemen, coming in as devotees of Lord Ayyappa Swami there at the Bengaluru's Kempegowda airport, protesting, walking from one end of the airport to another with the slogans of chant that is, "We want justice." A pilgrimage now turned into a protest at the airport. A very concerning visual coming in as Indigo's flights continue to be disrupted for now a third to fourth straight day, a second straight day just in the month of December, and today, effectively till about 6 p.m. in the evening, Niranjan, if I'm not wrong, there are not going to be any takeoffs of Indigo flights from the Bengaluru airport. These are concerning visuals from across the country that we are getting, ladies and gentlemen. In Jammu, all 11 flights of Indigo have been cancelled. In Mumbai, there is going to be no takeoff. And at the... All right, down, down, Indigo, and we want justice. That's the chant at the Kempegowda International Airport, Niranjan, as these are fresh visuals now and exclusive coming on Republic from a different angle there. As the CISF personnel, we can see, are attempting to maintain peace, but the protesters peacefully chanting and registering their protest as Indigo continues to have no answers for them as to why they are unable to manage their rosters.
Well, that's correct. And I'm getting in some more breaking news right now. Shravan is sharing some more details that DGCA has given 30 days to comply with the FDTL rules. And Indigo has been asked to submit fortnightly progress reports. And some more details coming in.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's the big breaking news update coming in at the moment. The government has now finally, once again, the DGCA has caved in by saying that it is giving a 30-day basically pause for Indigo to comply with the FDTL Indigo regulations, and they have been asked to submit reports every fortnight, that is effectively every 2 weeks, 15 days. Indigo is asked to revise crew rosters, and DGCA has said that crew planning is insufficient. DGCA has put the onus on the Indigo airline for this current crisis, and Indigo has informed the DGCA about the crew recruitment amid the crippled aviation crisis that has been triggered by Indigo. DGCA has now given a 30-day moratorium essentially to Indigo to comply with the FDTL rules. The authority has asked Indigo to submit fortnightly reports on the operations and also revisit its crew rosters. So the first phase was going in force from July 1st, Niranjan. The second phase came into force from 1st of November, but Indigo says it cannot comply. Yesterday in the meeting at the DGCA, they had requested to at least have this moratorium period up until the month of February, when they will start complying with these regulations. An arm-twisting tactic essentially from a duopoly partner which shares about 60% of India's market share in aviation, and now the DGCA has had to cave in because there is no other remorse. They are going to allow an exception to the Indigo pilots to go and work on the old rules while all other airlines in the country will comply with the new rules. But Indigo says that we want this period because we are unable to manage our rosters. The government, while mincing no words, has said that the onus is entirely on Indigo, but Indigo now effectively gets a free pass. I have Suhail Seth also live with us on the broadcast. Mr. Seth, you are seeing the developments as they are happening, and all airlines across India are complying, but Indigo gets a free pass for a month.
Now, let me tell you one thing, and let me say this as honestly as I can and with purpose. I'm delighted that Mr. Amit Shah and Ram Mohan Naidu have stepped in and rapped the DGCA on their knuckles. But my friend, nothing will happen until you fiscally penalize Indigo. A, B, look, the government had to take these steps, to be honest, because otherwise there would have been rampant chaos. And who would have suffered? The citizen. So the government has now taken care of the citizen. Now what the government needs to do is actually warn, hold Indigo to excruciating accountability. Otherwise, Indigo will repeat this bad behavior. This is not expected of an airline, which, by the way, I've always said was a good airline. There was nothing wrong with Indigo. Let's be honest. The problem is we throw the baby with the bathwater. Rahul Bhatia ran it well. But today you've seen. So obviously there are systemic issues in the management which Rahul Bhatia and his ilk need to address.
Yes,
and I'm saying, जब तक आप इनको पैसे की धार से नहीं मारोगे ना, कुछ नहीं होगा.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Seth, there, but only for the want of time, I need to take a short break before we come back, ladies and gentlemen. Our live analysis with Mr. Seth and all our reporters from across India will continue as Indigo is on a complete mess spree with widespread cancellations. Also coming up is the Prime Minister's address in the joint press conference along with President Putin. Do not go anywhere. Republic is live and breaking.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा.
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं. रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड.
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे.
ये कहानी है बदलाव की, जिसने उन्हें हिम्मत दी, राह दिखाई और आत्मनिर्भर बनाया.
त्रिपुरा सरकार ने महिलाओं को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने के लिए कई परिकल्पनाएं शुरू की हैं ताकि वो अपनी आजीविका खुद तय कर सके.
अब त्रिपुरा की महिलाएं हर क्षेत्र में अपनी निर्णायक भूमिका निभा रही है.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार. MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला.
Over and over. You give us a solution. You don't tell what. थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है. अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा प्योर मसाला.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
Vladimir Putin, President of the Russian Federation, Shri Narendra Modi, Prime Minister of the Republic of Bharat, Honorable Ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I welcome you all to this ceremony where we shall witness exchange of several MOUs and agreements and a few announcements that reflect the wide-ranging, multifaceted bilateral cooperation under the framework of the India-Russia Special and Privileged Strategic Partnership. We will begin with exchange of 2 documents, namely the agreement between the Government of the Republic of India and the Government of the Russian Federation on cooperation and migration, and the agreement between the Government of the Republic of India and the Government of the Russian Federation on temporary labor activity of citizens of one state in the territory of the other state. These documents will be exchanged by Mr. Vladimir Kolokoltsev, Minister of Internal
Affairs of the Russian Federation, and Dr. S. Jaishankar, External Affairs Minister of India. The next two documents include the agreement between the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare of the Republic of India and the Ministry of Health of the Russian Federation on the cooperation in the field of healthcare, medical education and science, as well as the agreement between the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India of the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare of Republic of India and the Federal Service for Surveillance on Consumer Rights Protection and Human Well-being of the Russian Federation in the field of food safety cooperation. These two agreements will be exchanged by Mr. Mikhail Albertovich Murashko, Minister of Health of the Russian Federation, and Dr. S. Jaishankar, External Affairs Minister of India. We next have two memorandums of understandings. These include the MOU between the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways of the Republic of India and the Ministry of Transport of the Russian Federation on the training of specialists for ships operating in polar waters, and the MOU between the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways of the Republic of India and the Maritime Board of the Russian Federation. These documents will be exchanged by Mr. Andrei Sergeyevich Nikitin, Minister of Transport of the Russian Federation, and Sri Sarvananda Sonowal, Minister of Ports, Shipping and Waterways of India. We now have the exchange of MOU between Messrs. JSC Ural Chem and Messrs. Rashtriya Chemicals and Fertilizers Limited and National Fertilizers Limited and Indian Potash Limited. This document will be exchanged by His Excellency Denis Alipov, Ambassador of the Russian Federation to India, and Sri Vinay Kumar, Ambassador of India to the Russian Federation. The last two documents include the protocol between the Central Board of Indirect Taxes and Customs of the Government of the Republic of India and the Federal Customs Service of the Russian Federation for cooperation in exchange of pre-arrival information in respect of goods and vehicles moved between the Republic of India and the Russian Federation, and the bilateral agreement between the Department of Posts, Ministry of Communications of the Republic of India and GSC, the Russian Post. These documents will be exchanged by His Excellency Denis Alipov, Ambassador of the Russian Federation to India, and Sri Vinay Kumar, Ambassador of India to the Russian Federation. I would like to additionally inform everyone that the two leaders have also adopted a joint statement which would be issued shortly. Both sides have also adopted the program for the development of strategic areas of India-Russia economic cooperation till 2030. And we also welcome the Russian side's decision to adopt the framework agreement to join the International Big Cat Alliance. Ladies and gentlemen, I now request the spokesperson of the Ministry of External Affairs to conduct the rest of the proceedings.
Namaskar, good afternoon, Your Excellency, Mr. Vladimir Putin, President of the Russian Federation, Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, Honorable Ministers, members of both delegations, distinguished guests, and friends from the media. We will now have the press statements. May I request Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, to give his remarks to the media.
योर एक्सेलेंसी, माय फ्रेंड राष्ट्रपति पुतिन, दोनों देशों के डेलीगेट्स, मीडिया के साथियों, नमस्कार, दोबरी दिन। आज भारत और रूस के 23वें शिखर सम्मेलन में राष्ट्रपति पुतिन का स्वागत करते हुए मुझे बहुत खुशी हो रही है। उनकी यात्रा ऐसे समय हो रही है जब हमारे द्विपक्षीय संबंध कई ऐतिहासिक माइलस्टोन के दौर से गुजर रहे हैं। ठीक 25 वर्ष पहले राष्ट्रपति पुतिन ने हमारी स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप की नींव रखी थी। 15 वर्ष पहले 2010 में हमारी साझेदारी को स्पेशल एंड प्रिविलेज स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप का दर्जा मिला। पिछले 2.5 दशक से उन्होंने अपने नेतृत्व और दूरदृष्टि से इन संबंधों को निरंतर सींचा है। हर परिस्थिति में उनके नेतृत्व ने आपसी संबंधों को नई ऊंचाई दी है। भारत के प्रति इस गहरी मित्रता और अटूट प्रतिबद्धता के लिए मैं राष्ट्रपति पुतिन का, मेरे मित्र का हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। फ्रेंड्स, पिछले 8 दशकों में विश्व में अनेक उतार चढ़ाव आए हैं। मानवता को अनेक चुनौतियों और संकटों से गुजरना पड़ा है और इन सब के बीच भी भारत रूस मित्रता एक ध्रुव तारे की तरह बनी रही है। परस्पर सम्मान और गहरे विश्वास पर टिके ये संबंध समय की हर कसौटी पर हमेशा खरे उतरे हैं। आज हमने इस नींव को और मजबूत करने के लिए सहयोग के सभी पहलुओं पर चर्चा की। आर्थिक सहयोग को नई ऊंचाइयों पर ले जाना हमारी साझी प्राथमिकता है। इसे साकार करने के लिए आज हमने 2030 तक के लिए एक इकोनॉमिक कोऑपरेशन प्रोग्राम पर सहमति बनाई है। इससे हमारा व्यापार और निवेश डाइवर्सिफाइड, बैलेंस और सस्टेनेबल बनेगा और सहयोग के क्षेत्रों में नए आयाम भी जुड़ेंगे। आज राष्ट्रपति पुतिन और मुझे इंडिया रशिया बिजनेस फोरम में शामिल होने का अवसर मिलेगा। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि ये मंच हमारे बिजनेस संबंधों को नई ताकत देगा। इससे एक्सपोर्ट, को प्रोडक्शन और को इनोवेशन के नए दरवाजे भी खुलेंगे। दोनों पक्ष यूरेशियन इकोनॉमिक यूनियन के साथ एफटीए के शीघ्र समापन के लिए प्रयास कर रहे हैं। कृषि और फर्टिलाइजर के क्षेत्र में हमारा करीबी सहयोग फूड सिक्योरिटी और किसान कल्याण के लिए महत्वपूर्ण है। मुझे खुशी है कि इसे आगे बढ़ाते हुए अब दोनों पक्ष साथ मिलकर यूरिया उत्पादन के प्रयास कर रहे हैं। फ्रेंड्स, दोनों देशों के बीच कनेक्टिविटी बढ़ाना हमारी मुख्य प्राथमिकता है। हम INSTC, नॉर्दर्न सी रूट, चेन्नई व्लादिवोस्टोक कॉरिडोर पर नई ऊर्जा के साथ आगे बढ़ेंगे। मुझे खुशी है कि अब हम भारत के सी फेरर्स की पोलर वाटर्स में ट्रेनिंग के लिए सहयोग करेंगे। यह आर्कटिक में हमारे सहयोग को नई ताकत तो देगा ही, साथ ही इससे भारत के युवाओं के लिए रोजगार के नए अवसर बनेंगे। उसी प्रकार से शिप बिल्डिंग में हमारा गहरा सहयोग मेक इन इंडिया को सशक्त बनाने का सामर्थ्य रखता है। यह हमारे विन विन सहयोग का एक और उत्तम उदाहरण है, जिससे जॉब्स, स्किल्स और रीजनल कनेक्टिविटी सभी को बल मिलेगा। ऊर्जा सुरक्षा भारत रूस साझेदारी का मजबूत और महत्वपूर्ण स्तंभ रहा है। सिविल न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी के क्षेत्र में हमारा दशकों पुराना सहयोग क्लीन एनर्जी की हमारी साझा प्राथमिकताओं को सार्थक बनाने में महत्वपूर्ण रहा है। हम इस विन विन सहयोग को जारी रखेंगे। क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स में हमारा सहयोग पूरे विश्व में सिक्योर और डाइवर्सिफाइड सप्लाई चेन सुनिश्चित करने के लिए महत्वपूर्ण है। इससे क्लीन एनर्जी, हाईटेक मैन्युफैक्चरिंग और न्यू एज इंडस्ट्रीज में हमारी साझेदारी को ठोस समर्थन मिलेगा। फ्रेंड्स, भारत और रूस के संबंधों में हमारे सांस्कृतिक सहयोग और पीपल टू पीपल टाइज का विशेष महत्व रहा है। दशकों से दोनों देशों के लोगों में एक दूसरे के प्रति स्नेह, सम्मान और आत्मीयता का भाव रहा है। इन संबंधों को और मजबूत करने के लिए हमने कई नए कदम उठाए हैं। हाल ही में रूस में भारत के दो नए कॉन्सुलेट्स खोले गए हैं। इससे दोनों देशों के नागरिकों के बीच संपर्क और सुगम होगा और आपसी नजदीकियां बढ़ेगी। इस वर्ष अक्टूबर में लाखों श्रद्धालुओं को काल्मिकिया में इंटरनेशनल बुद्धिस्ट फोरम में भगवान बुद्ध के पवित्र अवशेषों का आशीर्वाद मिला। मुझे खुशी है कि शीघ्र ही हम रूसी नागरिकों के लिए निःशुल्क 30 डे ई टूरिस्ट वीजा और 30 डे ग्रुप टूरिस्ट वीजा की शुरुआत करने जा रहे हैं। मैन पावर मोबिलिटी हमारे लोगों को जोड़ने के साथ साथ दोनों देशों के लिए नई ताकत और नए अवसर क्रिएट करेगी। मुझे खुशी है कि इससे बढ़ावा देने के लिए आज 2 समझौते किए गए हैं। हम मिलकर वोकेशनल एजुकेशन, स्किलिंग और ट्रेनिंग पर भी काम करेंगे। हम दोनों देशों के स्टूडेंट्स, स्कॉलर्स और खिलाड़ियों का आदान प्रदान भी बढ़ाएंगे। फ्रेंड्स, आज हमने क्षेत्रीय और वैश्विक मुद्दों पर भी चर्चा की। यूक्रेन के संबंध में भारत ने शुरुआत से शांति का पक्ष रखा है। हम इस विषय के शांतिपूर्ण और स्थायी समाधान के लिए किए जा रहे सभी प्रयासों का स्वागत करते हैं। भारत सदैव अपना योगदान देने के लिए तैयार रहा है और आगे भी रहेगा। आतंकवाद के विरुद्ध लड़ाई में भारत और रूस ने लंबे समय से कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर सहयोग किया है। पहलगाम में हुआ आतंकी हमला हो या क्रोकस सिटी हॉल पर किया गया कायरतापूर्ण आघात, इन सभी घटनाओं की जड़ एक ही है। भारत का अटल विश्वास है कि आतंकवाद मानवता के मूल्यों पर सीधा प्रहार है और इसके विरुद्ध वैश्विक एकता ही हमारी सबसे बड़ी ताकत है। भारत और रूस के बीच यूएन, G20, ब्रिक्स, एससीओ तथा अन्य मंचों पर करीबी सहयोग रहा है। करीबी तालमेल के साथ आगे बढ़ते हुए हम इन सभी मंचों पर अपना संवाद और सहयोग जारी रखेंगे। एक्सेलेंसी, मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि आने वाले समय में हमारी मित्रता हमें ग्लोबल चैलेंजेस का सामना करने की शक्ति देगी और यही भरोसा हमारे साझा भविष्य को और समृद्ध करेगा। मैं एक बार फिर आपको और आपके पूरे डेलीगेशन को भारत यात्रा के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं। स्पासिबा।
Thank you, sir. May I now request His Excellency, Mr. Vladimir Putin, President of the Russian Federation, to give his remarks to the media.
Уважаемый господин, distinguished Prime Minister, dear friend, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to sincerely thank the President of the Republic of India, Rashtrapati Murmu, you personally, distinguished Prime Minister, and all our Indian colleagues for the warm and hospitable welcome accorded to the Russian delegation. The negotiations that we've just had with the Indian colleagues, and as well as our talk yesterday with distinguished Mr. Modi in the form of Tele-Set at his residence, the dinner was great. I would like to thank you for this sign of attention. These talks were very useful. They were held in a constructive and a friendly atmosphere in the spirit of the special and privileged partnership between Russia and India. I would like to point out that we and Prime Minister Modi have established a close working dialogue. In September this year, we met during the SEO summit in Tianjin. We are regularly having telephone calls. We are personally overseeing some aspects of the development of Russian-Indian cooperation, all the strategic avenues, and also we are monitoring the course of the implementation of key bilateral projects. And today, with the participation of our delegations, we have meticulously and substantively reviewed the whole range of relevant questions of the Russian-Indian multifaceted interaction. We exchange our opinions on the relevant global and regional subjects. In the joint statement that we've adopted with Mr. Modi, we've delineated the priority objectives on the further reinforcements of our ties in the politics and security, economy, trade, and humanitarian and cultural spheres. As you saw yourself, we have signed an impressive package of intergovernmental, interagency, and corporate agreements. Many of those agreements are intended to broaden the economic cooperation between Russia and India. And this is entirely natural, due to the fact that our countries are important partners of one another in trade, investment, and technologies. Last year, our bilateral trade turnover has grown by 12%, setting another record. According to different data, this number may look different, but it is generally around $64 billion US. Currently, we are forecasting that the results of this year will remain at the same impressive level. At the same time, as I perceive it, we are up to the task of getting this number to the level of $100 billion. And to reach this important goal, we have harmonized the program of development of Russian-Indian economic cooperation until 2030. This comprehensive document gives us a concrete set of objectives. The Intergovernmental Commission, the ministries, and different agencies of the economic bloc of both countries have set objectives to remove barriers hampering the goods flows and capitals, the implementation of joint projects, and deep technology and innovation cooperation. And distinguished Prime Minister gave us a whole list of challenges that deserve the most attentive focus of our government. We will do that. The growth of Russian-Indian commercial links would be helped by the creation of a free trade zone between India and the Eurasian Economic Union. We are already conducting work on the corresponding agreement. I would like to note with satisfaction that our countries are gradually moving to the use of national currencies in mutual settlements. The share of these national currencies is already 96% in commercial deals. We've established resilient channels of credit, financial, and interbanking cooperation. Russian economic operators have broadened the sphere of use of Indian rupees, which we receive from the fulfillment of export contracts. Russian rubles are being used to provide loans for large joint projects. We are also seeing successful partnership in energy. Russia is a reliable supplier of oil, gas, coal, and everything that is required for the development of India's energy. We are ready to continue uninterrupted shipments of fuel for the fast-growing Indian economy. Of course, the bilateral interaction in energy does not limit to that. We are also conducting a flagship project to build the largest Indian nuclear power plant, Kudankulam. 2 out of 6 reactor units have been already connected to the energy network, and 4 are still under construction. Getting this nuclear power plant to full power output will give an impressive contribution to the energy requirements of India. It will help supply Indian enterprises and houses with cheap and clean energy. We presume that we could talk about the construction of small modular reactors and floating nuclear power plants, and also non-energy application of nuclear technologies, for example, in medicine or agriculture. We are working with our Indian partners to build new, effective international transport logistic routes, including the projects to create an international north-south transport corridor from Russia and Belarus to the Indian Ocean coast. There are large opportunities for bilateral trade due to the broadening of the trans-Arctic transport corridor infrastructure, including its main artery, the Northern Sea Route. There are many other sectors of the economy where Russia and India have garnered positive experience. We are conducting joint initiatives in industry, machine manufacturing, digital technologies, space exploration, and other science-intensive avenues. For example, in accordance with the commercial agreement signed during the visit, there will be a large Russian-Indian pharmaceutical factory built in the Kaluga region in Russia. We will be starting the production of high-quality anti-tumor medicinal drugs using the advanced Indian technology. In their turn, Russian enterprises will be establishing the production of industrial products in the framework of the Make in India program, which is a hallmark project of distinguished Prime Minister Modi. The prospects of the reinforcement of the interaction of Russian-Indian entrepreneurs and business circles are discussed in detail during the ongoing Business Forum in New Delhi. We are going to take part in the plenary session of this event today together with Mr. Modi. The humanitarian cooperation between Russia and India is also of a multifaceted character. Our peoples throughout centuries have been sincerely interested in the traditions, history, and spiritual values of each other. Scientific and educational contacts, exchanges from among the youth and public are also actively developing. The regular alternating festivals of Russian Indian cinema are always popular. From year to year, we see the increase in tourist flows. Today, the Russian TV channel RT starting its broadcast in India. The new channel will undoubtedly help the Indian audience to better know Russia and Russians, and also to receive an objective information regarding what is going on in our country today. While discussing the key global and regional problems, we have confirmed the consonance between the positions of our countries. Russia and India are conducting independent and self-sufficient foreign policy together with our like-minded countries in BRICS and SCO, and from among other countries of the global majority. We are promoting the processes of forming of a more just and democratic multipolar world order. We are defending the main principles of the international law enshrined in the Charter of the UN. Among them, the right of any country for its own way of development and the preservation of their cultural civilizational identity, respect for sovereignty, careful balance of interests of all participants of the world community. As state founders of the BRICS, Russia and India have done a lot of things, and continue to do more to increase the authority of the organization. As you know, next year India will assume the chairship, and the BRICS will provide all necessary assistance to our Indian friends in the work on the relevant BRICS agenda. I would like to point out Russia and India are traditionally closely cooperating in the military-technical sphere. Our country, for the last half a century, has been helping to arm and modernize the Indian Army, including the Air Defense Forces, Aviation, and the Navy. In general, we are undoubtedly satisfied with the results of the negotiation we just had. We also, ahead of us, we have the meeting with the President of India, Madam Jammu. But even now, I can express my confidence that the current visit and the agreements reached will help the further deepening of the Russian-Indian strategic partnership for the benefit of our countries and the peoples of India and Russia. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, sir. That concludes the press statements. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your presence.
All right, so there the joint statements, the joint press statements rather of the two leaders, Prime Minister Modi and President Putin, both touched relevant points. So if you look at what Prime Minister had to say, he mentioned about the signing of the document for strategic and economic partnership till 2030. Prime Minister mentioned how various agreements signed between the two respective governments are going to strengthen the economic relationship even further. He mentioned about the fact that there are many aspects of the economic relationship which need extra focus. He did not mention balance of trade, but the fact that he spoke about Russian investments, he spoke about joint projects was essentially aimed at balancing that situation. Prime Minister spoke about how India is ready to help in the case of the Europe war on the side of the Russian president. He mentioned about India's upcoming BRICS presidency next year, and of course the warmth with which he has been received by his friend Prime Minister Modi. We continue our coverage on this on the other side of a short break.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
ये कहानी है बदलाव की, जिसने उन्हें हिम्मत दी, राह दिखाई और आत्मनिर्भर बनाया।
त्रिपुरा सरकार ने महिलाओं को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने के लिए कई परिकल्पनाएं शुरू की हैं, ताकि वो अपनी आजीविका खुद तय कर सके।
अब त्रिपुरा की महिलाएं हर क्षेत्र में अपनी निर्णायक भूमिका निभा रही है। थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा और मसाला।
पहलगाम में हुआ आतंकी हमला हो या क्रोकस सिटी हॉल पर किया गया कायरतापूर्ण आघात,
Prime Minister Modi hails 25 years of India-Russia ties, calls how Russia stood with India post-Pahalgam attack. Russian President Putin says ready for uninterrupted flow of fuel to India. DGCA gives in to Indigo, rolls back FTTL rule amid nationwide collapse of operations. All Indigo domestic flights from Mumbai cancelled till 6 o'clock this evening after airline runs short on crew. After Mumbai, Indigo says no domestic flights to run from Delhi airport till midnight tonight. Union Home Minister Amit Shah speaks to Ram Mohan Naidu regarding the aviation chaos. It started with the FTTL rule that was basically introduced by the Ministry of Civil Aviation, which effectively meant more rest for the pilots, resulting in a direct impact on the operations of Indigo. Over the last 3 days, there's been a massive chaos that has ensued. Indigo hasn't been able to restore services. Effectively, what we are seeing right now on your screens, the result of the number of cancellations that have taken place across multiple cities, starting from the national capital all the way to Raipur also. Almost everywhere there was absolute pandemonium, with no information being provided to the passengers in terms of whether at all the services will resume. Most of the passengers landed up at the airport without much information being given to them. Some passengers have reported to have been stranded for almost over 12 hours. Some to such an extent that they have been stranded on the tarmac itself. It seems that the DGCA has now given to some of the rules that have been rolled back. In fact, DGCA has now given 30 days to Indigo to comply with the FTTL rules. In fact, the regulator has asked Indigo to submit fortnightly a report of operations and also revise its crew roster. Among some of the demands that have been made by the regulator, one is with regards to coming up with a crew roster that is going to normalize the situation. Indigo, in fact, in the meeting had told the Civil Aviation Ministry, which included DGCA authorities, that they are unable to actually restore operations because of the new rules that have been brought in. But the DGCA has now put the entire blame on the airline itself, saying that the normalization is the responsibility of the airline itself. As far as the rules are concerned, it seems that they've given in to the demands that were made by Indigo to begin with. Essentially, what you see is a result of almost arm twisting being done by the airline of DGCA. There is absolutely no word really with regards to how exactly does the Civil Aviation Ministry really rein in these airlines when it comes to some of the airfares that have spiked over the last 24 hours itself. In fact, domestic routes where these airlines are operating, they are now charging almost double than what they have in the past, resulting in absolute profiteering of a national crisis that's taken place. Across almost all cities, the situation seems to be similar. There's absolute chaos that we are witnessing across in Delhi, Mumbai, Bengaluru, as well as other tier 2 cities where the situation still remains the same. There's palpable anger amongst the passengers almost everywhere. They're basically demanding answers, and it's a frightful mess that we are basically witnessing right now at most of the airports. As far as normalization is concerned, perhaps it's going to take some more time before things return to normalcy. But in the last 3 days, what we have essentially witnessed are the following. That the FDTL rules that were introduced by the Ministry of Civil Aviation enabling the pilots from each of these airlines to have an added rested period, which was increased to about 48 hours. Now, returning to the old rules, which essentially mean that the pilots get only about 36 hours. Questions about passenger safety was also being raised in. Let me go across to my colleague Shambhavi, who's joining me from the national capital at the Delhi airport. Shambhavi, what's the situation like right now?
Seeing passengers coming out of the airport very in a miserable state. They are constantly complaining about the rude behavior, about how Indigo, apart from the cancellations and delays, Indigo staff has been of zero help. There has also been report of one person fainting in the middle of the airport because of lack of food and water, and also constant stress, because we are constantly reporting, we have constantly spoken to the passengers who've been stranded on the airport for more than 36 hours at a stretch, and has gotten zero answer from Indigo's end. And now we know that the DGCA has given 30 days period for Indigo to comply with the FDTL rules, because Indigo has earlier admitted that it failed to assess how many pilots or crew it would require to completely comply with the FDTL rules. And it has also asked Indigo to file a progress report every 15 days to make sure that the roster system is completely well complied with. The crew is trained, there is sufficient crew, and that this crisis, which is leaving hundreds and hundreds of passengers miserable, gets better very soon. Back to you.
That was the report coming in from the national capital, from the Delhi airport, where over 200 flights have been cancelled. Getting in some more breaking news right now with regards to what's really happening in Mumbai right now, where this morning, at least over 60 flights have already been cancelled. What you see right now, the situation remains absolutely same, with no relief being given to the passengers there. Most passengers have been complaining about information not really trickling in from the airline itself. All Indigo flights, in fact, have been cancelled from Mumbai till about 6 o'clock this evening. And that's the reason why you're looking at these long queues outside the Indigo counter at the airport. No Indigo flight would be moving out of Mumbai's airspace till about 6 o'clock this evening. My colleague Meenakshi has been speaking to several passengers there. Meenakshi, were you able to speak to any of the airline staff members? What exactly are they saying now that the DGCA has announced that they can go back to the old rules, essentially allowing the airline to bring in the crew members? Are they in a position to bring any of the crew members to try and perhaps soften the blow?
Yes, Shravan, I tried to speak with Indigo staff, but they are not responding in this counter, in this very counter. This is Mumbai Terminal 2 Indigo counter. We are standing outside there. And I tried to speak with that Indigo staffs, but they are not responding any of my questions. And you can see here now the long queue. And the main problem is that the passengers has no idea about their flight. They even don't know their flight has been cancelled. You can see here a long queue and passengers waiting with their luggages. Some of them here for more than 7 to 8 hours without any clarity on when their flights will take off. Many passengers are telling us they receive messages about delays at the very last moment, and some say flights were cancelled after boarding had already begun. Let me talk to some passengers. Sir, what is your experience? You are flying, your ticket was with Indigo.
Yeah.
What is your experience? What happened? Do you have any information regarding cancellation?
I think it's a bad experience, but that's life.
So what next? What will you do now?
I don't know. I'm just waiting for more information, and I have to go to Banaras, but I'm still waiting. I don't know what to do.
So, so passengers are waiting for so long, ma'am. For how long you have been waiting here?
From 1 o'clock till 12:42.
What happened? What they are saying now?
मुझे मालूम नहीं what happened, but when I came and they go to 7th departure gate, वहाँ जाने के बाद मैं पूछा no, all Indigo flights are cancelled. You go and enter that office. Then when I came here, I saw this long queue. I wait for that. From there to I am coming here.
So you don't have any information also. Your flight has been cancelled. From how long you are waiting here? What is the information about?
2, 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours, 4 hours.
So what they are saying?
Nothing. What they will say? They are not providing a solution. Right from past 4 days, this has been happening.
You got information regarding your flight?
Just 10 minutes before arrival, I got to know the flight has been cancelled. When I just got out of the cab, I received an email stating that the flight is cancelled. And I have been calling their contact center since yesterday night, because I have been watching this news going on. So I just want to confirm whether the flight would be there or not, whether it will be getting cancelled or not. But no one is responding. The call center number is not getting connected itself.
Not reachable call center number also. So there are lots of passengers who are facing challenges here. Ma'am, what next? Do you have any information regarding your flight?
No, my flight is cancelled. That's fine. We're just claiming our baggage, etc. So yeah. So I think and she's doing a good job answering everybody's queries.
Okay. So have you got any information regarding your flight cancel?
नहीं, कुछ भी नहीं, इन्फॉर्मेशन वगैरह ना कोई मैसेज. आप रिफंड के लिए भी बोला, लाइन में लगोगे तो रिफंड मिलेगा, नहीं तो नहीं मिलेगा, ऐसा है. ये सब परेशानी हो रही है. 2-3 घंटे से ज़्यादा हो गए लाइन में खड़े, कोई भी प्रकार की सपोर्ट हेल्प नहीं हो रही.
Okay, so they have not got any information regarding their flight cancellation, and they have no option now. One passenger I spoke with, he said he had to book any other ticket with other airlines, but that airline's ticket is so high, 5 times high. So they are facing really challenges. There is no assistance from Indigo staff, and they don't have any idea what to do next. Shavan.
Meenakshi, I'll request you to stay on with us. What's even more shocking is that now passengers are essentially being asked by the airline to stand in the queue so that they could actually get their refund. And that is exactly why you're seeing this long queue outside Mumbai airport. Let me now quickly take you through the situation in Bhubaneswar. It seems that many locations, there has been a situation where most of Indigo flights haven't either taken off. Some have been diverted to another location because many of the parking bays have been taken over by these flights which are not operating at this point in time. But there is absolute chaos that we are witnessing right now in Bhubaneswar. These are the latest images now coming in from Bhubaneswar, where we also reached out to the airport director, who has now said that no flight operations are on schedule from Bhubaneswar airport. In fact, 11 flights have been cancelled as per the latest reports, as trouble essentially mounts for the airline. On your screens right now, similar images now also coming in from Bhubaneswar. Several passengers have lost their cool and have essentially taken on the airline staff, asking them for answers. But the reality is that these are frontline staff workers who have now to take the brunt of those who are sitting behind glass doors here in the national capital in Gurgaon, where Indigo basically operates from. But there has been absolutely no word really coming in from them, barring a templated response that came in when media did actually ask them a question about how exactly do they intend to normalize the situation. There's a templated response that came in from Indigo. Let me now take you through the images coming in from Hyderabad. where it seems it's a similar situation once again. Over 32 flights have already been cancelled in Hyderabad. This includes departure as well as arrival flights that have been cancelled. These are the latest images where mostly near the boarding gate you've had passengers standing there seeking a response from the airline staff, and the airline staff mostly have been unable to answer these questions because it's no longer at the hands of these frontline staff members. Take a look at what's really happening in Hyderabad right now.
4:30 to 5. नहीं वो भी कंफर्म नहीं है कल के लिए कुछ नहीं वो भी कंफर्म नहीं है ना नहीं हाँ फिर अभी ऐसा डिले करे तो हम कैसा जाते पैसेंजर लोग ये क्या करेंगे ये तो वो तो एम्प्लॉय है एम्प्लॉय नॉट एन ऑप्शन वो बोला क्या क्या राइट कैंसिल नहीं होगा 4:35 4:30 to 5 वो नहीं वो भी कंफर्म नहीं है कल के लिए कुछ नहीं वो भी कंफर्म नहीं है ना नहीं हाँ फिर अभी ऐसा डिले करे तो हम कैसा जाते पैसेंजर नहीं वो भी कंफर्म नहीं है कल के लिए कुछ नहीं वो भी कंफर्म नहीं है ना नहीं हाँ फिर अभी ऐसा डिले करे तो हम कैसा जाते पैसेंजर लोग क्या करेंगे ये तो वो तो एम्प्लॉय है एम्प्लॉय नॉट एन ऑप्शन वो बोला क्या क्या 4:35 4:30 to 5 वो नहीं वो भी कंफर्म नहीं है कल के लिए कुछ नहीं वो भी कंफर्म नहीं है ना नहीं 4:35 4:30 to 5 वो नहीं वो भी कंफर्म नहीं है कल के लिए कुछ नहीं वो भी कंफर्म नहीं है ना नहीं हाँ फिर अभी ऐसा डिले करे तो हम कैसा जाते पैसेंजर लोग क्या करेंगे ये तो वो तो एम्प्लॉय है एम्प्लॉय नॉट एन ऑप्शन वो बोला क्या क्या 4:35 4:30 to 5 वो नहीं वो भी कंफर्म नहीं है कल के लिए कुछ नहीं वो भी कंफर्म नहीं है ना नहीं हाँ फिर अभी ऐसा
From Mumbai to Bhubaneswar to Hyderabad and now to Ahmedabad, similar story. Absolute chaos that we are witnessing inside the airport, despite the kind of protests that are actually taking place at various airports. It seems that the airline does not really care, because so far almost all the passengers that Republic TV spoke to, almost everyone had the same refrain, and they're essentially saying that none of them have been told about when exactly will their flight depart, and if at all it has been cancelled, why is it that the airline cannot inform the passengers? So far there has been only one statement that has been issued by Indigo, where they've essentially apologized by simply stating that it is going to take some time for a gradual normalcy to take place. Look here what's really happening at Ahmedabad airport, where once again at the counters you've had people thronging the counters there, seeking a response from these frontline workers of the staff members of the airline. It seems that the top management of the airline does not really care about their own frontline officials who have to bear the brunt of decisions that have been taken inside classrooms right now here in the national capital. Swarali is joining us from Ahmedabad. Swarali, what's the condition right now? Because you were there at the airport a short while back, but when you spoke to the passengers, almost all of them had the same complaint. I'm told that the MOS Civil Aviation has also landed in Ahmedabad. Did you manage to catch it?
Exactly. Let me tell you about the current scenario at the Ahmedabad airport. And when we tried to talk to passengers over there, they were always banging the counter at the Indigo's window because they are frustrated, they are agitated. There is no proper response from Indigo's side. Now, a lot of passengers are flying. They have connecting flights, and a lot of people have the flights rescheduled after 2 days, and again the rescheduled flights have been cancelled as well. Several passengers are not getting their luggage. They have their medicines inside the luggage. But on the other hand, passengers are also saying that all these workers were present at the window. They are not authorities present over there. They were demanding that Indigo authorities should come on ground and talk with passengers, because no solution is being provided to the passengers and there are long queues even at the Ahmedabad airport. It's an utter chaos. No proper communication is being done by the company's side.
Swarali, I'll just request you to stay on with us. I just want to quickly recap of all that we have got so far in our newsroom in terms of the decisions that have been taken so far. A short while back, DGCA had basically announced that they're rolling back the rules that came in as far as the FDTL norms are concerned, essentially allowing Indigo to go with the demands that they had made in the meeting that took place at the Civil Aviation Ministry yesterday. This morning, I'm told that there is a war room that has been created by the Civil Aviation Ministry, but clearly, if this is the condition at the airport, it seems that the Ministry of Civil Aviation has completely failed in doing their job, or perhaps getting the airline to really act as soon as possible. And this is actually happening over the last 3 days itself. Now, this happens to be India's biggest aviation meltdown, which is basically centered around the national capital. All Indigo domestic departures from Delhi have been cancelled until about midnight, triggering massive travel disruption. There have been long delays, sudden cancellations, and packed terminals have left hundreds of passengers stranded as Indigo's operations remain deeply unstable for the 4th straight day. Take a look at this detailed report.
Delhi's Indira Gandhi International Airport is witnessing the worst aviation chaos. The Indigo Airlines announced that all domestic departures from Delhi stand cancelled till midnight, leaving passengers scrambling for alternatives.
मैडम देखिए, डोंट गो इंडिगो। हमको इतनी दिक्कत आई है। एक बहुत बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट हमारा सेमिनार था, अभी पूरे बैंगलोर से आए हैं, जो भी आए हैं एयर इंडिया से अदर फ्लाइट से आए हैं, अभी भी 70 लोग रुके हैं। रात 1 बजे आया है, कोई 12 बजे आया है, रीशेड्यूल करके दे रहे हैं। तुरंत 10 मिनट के बाद बोल रहे हैं कि आपका लखनऊ से उधर से इधर से फिर कैंसिल कर लो, पैसा ले लो। ओके, मैं बोलता हूँ कि वर्स्ट सर्विस है, डोंट गो इंडिगो। हम इतना टेंशन में आ गए हैं, इतना इंपॉर्टेंट प्रोग्राम है, क्या करेंगे आप इसके बारे में?
इतना तंग हो चुके हैं कि हम लोगों को इतना ये है कि हम लोगों का 5 दिन का प्रोग्राम था। एक फ्लाइट इंडिगो वजह से पूरा 5 दिन का प्रोग्राम हम लोगों को नुकसान कर दिया। सो पूरा घटिया सर्विस है।
The aviation crisis triggered ripples across the country. Indigo's flight network continued to unravel, with hundreds of cancellations and delays at major airports. Indigo issued a detailed statement over the issue, acknowledging a significant disruption in its network over the past few days. The airline firm apologized to its customers, saying its teams are attempting to stabilize operations as quickly as possible amid heavy congestion across airports.
What we've been told by the passengers that we've been able to speak till now, they're telling us that the entire airport has turned into a railway station with people lying there on the floor everywhere, because Indigo has now, of course, just a few minutes back, Indigo has announced that all the flights stands cancelled.
The crisis stems from a combination of pilot shortages and miscalculations in rolling out the second phase of flight duty time limit rules, which mandate longer rest hours and tighter night duty limits. With large-scale cancellations ongoing, Indigo has begun cutting flights to ease pressure on its schedule, while further stating that full operation efficiency will be achieved by February 10th next year.
Well, amid Indigo's unprecedented operational meltdown, which is essentially grounded over 1,000 flights nationwide, including all domestic departures from Delhi's Indira Gandhi International Airport until midnight, what we are also witnessing is that hotels in the adjacent AeroCity area is essentially witnessing a dramatic price surge. Properties like the Hyatt Delhi residence are commanding about 41,000 rupees per night. JW Marriott Roseate House over around 30,000 rupees, and even mid-tier
Options such as Urban Tree and Cardinal Express have spiked to about 31,000 to 36,000 rupees, far exceeding the typical rates amid the chaos of pilot shortages, tech glitches and revised flight duty norms. Now, this opportunistic hike, with some rooms reportedly exceeding about 74,000 rupees, has drawn sharp criticism from passengers already facing delays, lost luggage and protests, prompting the government intervention on fare controls as the airline essentially scrambles to restore services by mid-February. In fact, this has happened parallelly what we have essentially seen in the last few days as a number of cancellations have taken place. And remember, in most cases, there's been no accommodation that has actually been provided by the airline itself. Despite the demands that have been made by passengers who've been stranded there for hours put together, there's been no alternative sources that have been arranged by the airline itself. Shambhavi is also joining us. Shambhavi, you did try reaching out to some of the hotel owners in the area to get a sense of what's really happening and why exactly are they really profiting at a time of complete crisis. What more are you picking up from the associations?
See, from what we know, we have the first-hand experience from the aggrieved passengers. We've spoken to several people here who've tried booking their rooms just because their flights have been delayed, for more than 38 hours and they were getting zero reply. And rooms which are usually valued at somewhere around 7 to 10,000, even mid-tier rooms, they are priced somewhat just triple the amount, and the rates are starting from 30,000. We've been constantly checking the rates of the nearby hotel rooms, leaving alone the 5-star and 3-star hotels. The hotels which are second tier or very mid-tier, we can see that there is a surge in the prices. And not just the hotel rooms, the other airlines, be it Air India, be it SpiceJet, all these flights are also profiteering, taking undue advantage of these passengers who are stranded. Somebody is stranded from Chennai, somebody is stranded from Pune, and all of them. And this entire situation, we are also constantly showing the visuals from inside the airport, and you can see that people are practically lying down in the middle of the airport on sheets. You can see several people, because Indigo, let alone actually providing any accommodation, the Indigo is refusing to even interact with the passengers, to even answer their questions if their flight is delayed, if their flight is cancelled after all, so that they can start looking for alternatives. So there has been a very shabby presentation of service from Indigo's end. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Shambhavi, for getting us the latest details. We'll be tracking this very closely, as the situation is far from normal at this point in time. The chaos has basically impacted hundreds of Indigo's flights as well as passengers there, as cancellations continue from across different parts of the country.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Security.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Security.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Security.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला।
In a joint statement that has now been issued by India and Russia, the emphasis has also been on how exactly will Russia really continue with the war in Ukraine. Is there an end game to it? Now, in the joint statement that was issued by India and Russia, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has announced that India and Russia have essentially agreed on a 2030 economic cooperation program that's aimed at diversifying bilateral trade and investment after his talks with President Vladimir Putin. Prime Minister Modi also said the roadmap will accelerate the growth across priority sectors and deepen long-term economic engagement between the two countries. In fact, let's first take you through what is it that the Prime Minister had to say after the bilateral talks that have taken place, and once again reiterating the position that India hasn't taken any sides. India is on the side of peace. Now, that is one of the biggest talking point, keeping in mind that this is a messaging that the Prime Minister has also done to the Western world right now, who would be very keenly watching the two leaders together. Take a look at what the Prime Minister had to say earlier today.
फ्रेंड्स, आज हमने क्षेत्रीय और वैश्विक मुद्दों पर भी चर्चा की। यूक्रेन के संबंध में भारत ने शुरुआत से शांति का पक्ष रखा है। हम इस विषय के शांतिपूर्ण और स्थायी समाधान के लिए किए जा रहे सभी प्रयासों का स्वागत करते हैं। भारत सदैव अपना योगदान देने के लिए तैयार रहा है और आगे भी रहेगा। आतंकवाद के विरुद्ध लड़ाई में भारत और रूस ने लंबे समय से कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर सहयोग किया है। पहलगाम में हुआ आतंकी हमला हो या क्रोकस सिटी हॉल पर किया गया कायरतापूर्ण आघात, इन सभी घटनाओं की जड़ एक ही है। भारत का अटल विश्वास है कि आतंकवाद मानवता के मूल्यों पर सीधा प्रहार है और इसके विरुद्ध वैश्विक एकता ही हमारी सबसे बड़ी ताकत है। भारत और रूस के बीच यूएन, G20, ब्रिक्स, SCO तथा अन्य मंचों पर करीबी सहयोग रहा है। करीबी तालमेल के साथ आगे बढ़ते हुए हम इन सभी मंचों पर अपना संवाद और सहयोग जारी रखेंगे।
In fact, the Ministry of Civil Aviation has just put out a statement on the back foot. Civil Aviation Ministry finally responds to the crisis that India is facing today with regards to the number of cancellations that have essentially taken place. Questions being raised about whether at all this was a manufactured crisis to begin with after the FDTL norms that was rolled back by the DGCA. We'll try and put out the statement in a while from now as to what exactly is the roadmap right now for the Ministry of Civil Aviation and what is it that they have told the airlines. In fact, two set of meetings that have taken place since the crisis began, with the Civil Aviation Minister calling the airline management to resolve the issue. It seems that Indigo in the first meeting itself said that they aren't in a position to
perhaps comply with the FTTL norms, which is essentially a norm by which the pilots get a resting period, and that was an enhanced resting period that was given to the pilots as per the new rules. Now, going back to the old rules would essentially mean that the pilots would operate at a lesser number of free hours, and more importantly, Indigo maintains that the new rules have essentially impacted their crew roster, resulting in a situation that they do not have enough crew members to fly their aircraft, and that is the reason why the number of flights that have been cancelled over the last 3 days. This is the 4th day where the number of cancellations have gone up to more than 100 cancellations that have already taken place from across different parts of the country, starting from New Delhi to Mumbai, major cities where the cancellations have been reported. In fact, through the day, there would be no operations of Indigo in most cities, with New Delhi, where we have been told that the operations have been suspended till about midnight. In Mumbai, where the cancellations have essentially taken place, and we're being told that over 60 flights have been cancelled in Mumbai itself. Bangalore has been one of the worst hits. We've essentially witnessed several pilgrims who were basically on the way to Kerala. They've been stranded there. Protests are essentially taking place inside the airport. But inside sources basically now indicating that the DGCA has essentially given in to what Indigo has been demanding, that is a rollback to the old norms to begin with, the FDTL norms that have been brought in. In fact, in the latest notification that has been issued to Indigo, they've essentially asked for a compliance every 15 days, and 30 days time have now been given to Indigo to essentially comply with the new FDTHL norms that have been brought in. We'll try and see if we can get in any of our reporters on the ground right now and see what we can actually get on board right now. In fact, some reports can also be played out. A short while back, there were reports that came in from Bhubaneswar, Hyderabad, as well as Mumbai, and in the national capital too, where because of the cancellations that have taken place, other airlines have actually increased their airfares. Air India being one such. Air India Express have also increased their airfares, and Indigo has put the entire blame on the new rules that were brought in. As of now, there has been a templated response really coming in from Indigo. In fact, Indigo has simply apologized by stating that they are going to gradually normalize the situation. So it is unexpected that situation will be normalized in the next couple of hours. It seems that the flights would be suspended for some more time till a time when they are in a position to normalize the situation. Let me just quickly recap before we try and at least go across to some of the reporters on the ground. One, with regards to the notification that is now basically coming in from the DGCA, where they're essentially admitting to the fact that it is Indigo which had basically asked for a rollback or at least more time before they can actually implement the new norms, which means as of today, they would be going back to the old norms, by which pilots would be only getting about 38 hours of rest, unlike the new norms which had basically stipulated 48 hours of resting time for the pilots. In fact, the rollback came in roughly around 2 o'clock this afternoon after the meeting that took place and was called by the Ministry of Civil Aviation. In fact, it seems that airline bodies have now slammed Indigo, saying that this was a manufactured crisis simply because of the fact that they were essentially given enough time to comply with the new rules. But compliance with the new rules would have essentially meant hiring of more pilots, because Indigo had frozen the hiring process. Secondly, with regards to the new rules, that would have had some impact on Indigo's nighttime operations. It seems that the nighttime operations have also taken a massive hit. We'll try and see if we can go to any of our reporters right now. Shambhavi is joining us on this broadcast. Shambhavi, there's been a clear rollback coming in, but at the same time, some confusion coming in with regards to why exactly 30 days have now been given to the airline to comply with the rules.
Shambhavi, can you hear me? We seem to be having some trouble connecting with Shambhavi on the phone line right now. I'll just take you through some of the images that are coming in right now. These images that you see from Mumbai and also from Bengaluru, where clearly passengers are seeking a response from the frontline staff workers of the airline. It seems that those behind the glass doors of Indigo haven't really found any answer to these very questions. Most of the passengers have been complaining about the fact that once they've landed at the airport, there's been no communication from the airline's side in terms of whether at all there's going to be a refund to begin with. Many passengers have also claimed that they were essentially asked to stand in a line to get their refund. In fact, several reports now coming in from Mumbai. We're going to try and put that out in a short while from now, where we're given to understand that some passengers have complained of uneasiness and resulting in doctors being called in at the Mumbai airport. We'll try and see what we can get in. My colleague Niranjan is also joining us on this broadcast. Niranjan, what we had essentially reported this morning that it appears to be a manufactured crisis, because Indigo in their first meeting had clearly stated that they wanted a rollback to the old rules. That's correct, and eventually that's what has happened. Now, there is a detailed statement that we're also getting in right now. And in this very detailed statement that has just been put out, especially all airlines, especially Indigo, will resolve to severe disruption in flight schedules and stabilize services without delay. I'm taking you through the full statement. 2 orders have been issued to mitigate the problems faced by the public, restore stability of services, especially by Indigo. The ministry statement saying that all flight schedules would stabilize, begin returning to normal midnight. So they claim it's going to be midnight and they will be normalized after that. Full services and stability will return over the next couple of days. Passengers can track delays, if any, from home through information system installed by Indigo and others. And in the event of flight cancellation of Indigo, will ensure automatic full refund for tickets. And if passengers are stranded, they will be put up at hotels where accommodation has been booked by airlines. Special measures have been taken to ensure senior citizens are not discomforted in any manner. They will be provided with lounge access. Passengers of delayed flights provided with refreshments, other necessities. 24/7 control room and Ministry of Civil Aviation constantly monitoring the situation on real-time basis. Now, they claim it's going to be, fine by tonight, Shambhavi. That's what the statement says. By midnight, it's going to be okay. But some airlines have already cancelled flights for the next few days. Not just today, but for next few days. Jammu, for example, saying that no Indigo flights for the next 60 hours at least.
Right, and these have been some of the most common complaints, even when we spoke to the passengers here who were stranded, who've been stranded for more than 28-30 hours at the airport. The first one was the lack of accommodation, any kind of accommodation for the people whose flight have been cancelled for more than 48 hours, and that has been resolved here. And especially one of the most grave issues were the stranded elderly people, senior citizens. Even one of them fainted in the middle of the airport because of so much crowd and lack of proper facilities. Now they will be taken care of. And earlier, when Indigo was presenting the issues that it had with this FTDL rule, was they wanted some relief on the definition when it comes to the night shift, so that they can accommodate more pilots in the roster and more flights can be used. And this grave situation which is happening in this aviation industry right now can be relieved in some sort. So major issues like providing of water, refreshments, and also a proper accommodation or even refund, because a lot of these people, they have booked flights for a lot amount of money, and when they are trying to book flights in other airlines for a flight which usually costs 9,000 to 11,000, let's just say for Delhi to Chennai, Air India is the ticket is for around 60,000. So the price has increased multifolds, and this will definitely serve as a relief for the passengers who've been stranded here or who have become a victim to this crisis, to this Indigo crisis.
Okay, right. I'm going to stay with the details of the statement. Ministry of Civil Aviation claims that full services will be restored in a few days, but looking at the situation in different airports, in fact, let's look at the different images also coming in from the different airports. Let's play out some reports. In Bangalore, there have been protests this morning, over 100 flights that have been cancelled in Bengaluru alone. Similarly, there's some protests that were seen in Mumbai. And in many cities, the protests have been seen in airports with people asking, what about their refunds? What about their luggage? What about their accommodation? And the Ministry of Civil Aviation says that it will be all right by tonight. But the fact is, with over 1,200 flights that are already cancelled, the situation will need some answers. For example, what about the passengers who've lost out in the last 36 hours? And India's biggest aviation meltdown is now centered in the national capital, where over 200 flights were cancelled today alone. 225 in Delhi today. All flights were cancelled, and Indigo domestic departures from Delhi have been put on hold, triggering huge disruptions. Long delays were seen, sudden cancellations, packed terminals, and tempers running high.
Delhi's Indira Gandhi International Airport is witnessing the worst aviation chaos. The Indigo Airlines announced that all domestic departures from Delhi stand cancelled till midnight, leaving passengers scrambling for alternatives.
मैडम देखिए, डोंट गो इंडिगो। हमको इतनी दिक्कत आई है। एक बहुत बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट हमारा सेमिनार था, अभी पूरे बैंगलोर से आए हैं, जो भी आए हैं एयर इंडिया से अदर फ्लाइट से आए हैं। अभी भी 70 लोग रुके हैं। रात 1 बजे आया है, कोई 12 बजे आया है, रीशेड्यूल करके दे रहे हैं। तुरंत 10 मिनट के बाद बोल रहे हैं कि आपका लखनऊ से उधर से इधर से फिर कैंसिल कर लो, पैसा ले लो। ओके, मैं बोलता हूँ कि वर्स्ट सर्विस है। डोंट गो इंडिगो। हम इतना टेंशन में आ गए हैं। इतना इंपॉर्टेंट प्रोग्राम है, क्या करेंगे आप इसके बारे में?
इतना तंग हो चुके हैं कि हम लोगों को इतना ये है कि हम लोगों का 5 दिन का प्रोग्राम था। एक फ्लाइट इंडिगो वजह से पूरा 5 दिन का प्रोग्राम हम लोगों को नुकसान कर दिया।
घटिया सर्विस है,
पूरा घटिया सर्विस है।
The aviation crisis triggered ripples across the country. Indigo's flight network continued to unravel, with hundreds of cancellations and delays at major airports. Indigo issued a detailed statement over the issue, acknowledging a significant disruption in its network over the past few days. The airline firm apologized to its customers, saying its teams are attempting to stabilize operations as quickly as possible amid heavy congestion across airports.
What we've been told by the passengers that we've been able to speak till now, they're telling us that the entire airport has turned into a railway station with people lying there on the floor everywhere, because Indigo has now, of course, just a few minutes back, Indigo has announced that all the flights stands cancelled.
The crisis stems from a combination of pilot shortages and miscalculations in rolling out the second phase of flight duty time limit rules, which mandate longer rest hours and tighter night duty limits. With large-scale cancellations ongoing, Indigo has begun cutting flights to ease pressure on its schedule, while further stating that full operation efficiency will be achieved by February 10th next year.
And Captain Ehsan Khalid joining us on the phone line. Captain Khalid, do you think it's going to be all right? DGCA, I mean, the Ministry of Civil Aviation feels the situation will start returning to normal by tonight, by midnight. Is that possible?
Look, everything was normal about 48 hours back. The new FDTL rules does not restrict airlines in a manner that the Indigo has went on to cancel the flights. The same rules are applied to Air India, the same rules apply to other airlines, and they are doing perfectly fine. However, I think much beyond the FDTL rules, there is malaise within the airline, because of which such large-scale cancellations have happened. And it isn't that they are overstressed by their resources. They just shut down the operations. Shut down the operations for the entire day. The reason is not known. It is not traffic congestion. It is not weather. It is not anything, because all the things that they quoted in their letter and statement is applicable to all the airlines. All other airlines are flying perfectly fine. So there is something much more bigger than what meets the eye. And definitely, if they want to fly, they can actually take on a flight of 95% of their flight without any hassle from now. All the resources, all the pilots, all the aircraft, everything is seated on ground. I don't know who made this decision of cancelling the flights the whole day.
Yeah, and why? I mean, it doesn't make sense. In several airports, it's happened, not just Delhi, but also in in Mumbai, in Chennai.
So if FDTL is the main reason, then pilots should not be sleeping in their homes for last 24, 36 hours. It is not as if that every pilot is saying, I will not fly because you are pushing me. No, they are not pushing. They are not even rostering it. The decision is of the management of not to fly. It is not a resource crunch. And mind you, I want your viewers to understand that India has seen some of very good airlines at the top of their performance, like Kingfisher, Jet Airways, folding. Could this be a beginning of an end of a very big airline?
Okay,
if it continues for a few days, it would be catastrophic. Probably various stakeholders, including the DGCA and ministry and the management of Indigo, should get together and get the aircraft in the air ASAP. If it continues for 7 more days, this airline cannot get on their feet again.
That's a big statement, sir. So saying that, I mean, what you're saying, that if it's not done now, this is not going to be good for Indigo. Now
the entire aviation scene, this collapse of this airline, God forbid, is going to be 3 times bigger than what Jet Airways cost to Indian industry. So, because this was an efficiently run airline. This is an efficiently run airline. It is run by management, by systems. Management might also have gone into fatigue. Airline is a very tough business to run. And to run it at the top of looks like that the management is not at the top of the game as of now. Management itself is running into fatigue.
Yeah. Well, thank you, sir, for joining us. That's Captain Ehsan Khalid saying that things could get even more worse if the flights are not going to get off the ground anytime soon. Taking a break, coming back with some more videos that we're getting in from different airports. All Indigo flights from IGI cancelled. That's Delhi. We have more pictures coming in from some of the airports, including Delhi and Bengaluru. Stay tuned.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ। 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
Security.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
ये कहानी है बदलाव की, जिसने उन्हें हिम्मत दी, राह दिखाई और आत्मनिर्भर बनाया।
त्रिपुरा सरकार ने महिलाओं को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने के लिए कई परिकल्पनाएं शुरू की हैं, ताकि वो अपनी आजीविका खुद तय कर सके।
अब त्रिपुरा की महिलाएं हर क्षेत्र में अपनी निर्णायक भूमिका निभा रही है।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
आतंकवाद के विरुद्ध लड़ाई में भारत और रूस ने लंबे समय से कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर सहयोग किया है। पहलगाम में हुआ आतंकी हमला हो या क्रोकस सिटी हॉल पर किया गया कायरतापूर्ण आघात,
Prime Minister Modi talks about the 25 years of India-Russia ties, recalls how Russia stood with India post-Pahalgam.
Russia is a reliable supplier of oil, gas, coal and everything that is required for the development of India's energy. We are ready to continue uninterrupted shipments of fuel for the fast-growing Indian economy.
Russian President Putin says ready for uninterrupted flow of fuel to India. DGCA gives in to Indigo, rolls back FDTL rule amid nationwide collapse of operations. All Indigo domestic flights from Mumbai cancelled till 6 p.m. today after airlines run short on crew. After Mumbai, Indigo says no domestic flights to run from Delhi airport till midnight. Union Home Minister Amit Shah speaks to Ram Mohan Naidu regarding the aviation chaos. Getting some more breaking news on Putin's visit to India. The Russian president, as we speak, engagements, talks on joint production of the IL-114 aircraft will begin now, as per the Rostec chief. Now, we've been getting in different inputs of the big takeaways of the meeting between both the Russian president and the Indian Prime Minister. Now, on the sidelines, there are also different meetings ongoing between different agencies, banks, ministers, and the engagement is underway. Big takeaways. And one of the big takeaways, India and Russia will begin talks on joint production of the IL-114 aircraft. We spoke about civilian aircraft production in India. I have Paul Goncharov joining us live from Moscow this afternoon. Paul, good afternoon. How is Russia looking at the takeaways so far? We've heard both leaders speak and the different announcements being made. What is the big one according to you, Paul?
The BRICS, as represented by India, is a much larger chunk of the world's opinion. BRICS is now a real player, and this can't be disputed by anyone. G7, which was always the flagship of global success, is now taking second, even third place.
Yeah.
Hello?
I can hear you. Please go ahead. Yeah. And we're talking about civilian aircraft production, etc. They spoke about shared technologies. Now we are talking about civilian aircraft IL-114 production in India, jointly by India and Russia. Now, how critical is this to Russia and India?
It's not good. It's good business. Nothing critical about it, nothing too critical. Both countries, both India and Russia, have a well-developed technological base. Russia has a good manufacturing base, and it has good R&D that's applied.
Yes. I have Dimitri also joining us.
A long time. Why wasn't done earlier? I don't know.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Dimitri is also joining us from Sputnik. Dimitri from Moscow. He heads Sputnik. Dimitri, are you there? Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Hi. What is the big headline according to you from the different announcements made today between both leaders?
So we just got this news coming in. This is India and Russia begin talks on joint production of the Ilyushin 114 aircraft. We got this directly from Rostech, which is the big Russian, defense exporter. And just so you understand, this is, if I had to basically summarize it shortly, this is a large plane that is designed to handle short, unpaved runways, even in the Arctic cold. It's basically made to operate for extreme conditions. And Russia has been testing it out in various scenarios because, as your viewers probably know, a large part of Russia is, difficult terrain. And despite the fact that, there's permanent ice, there are different sort of rural communities that live in the Russian far north, near the Arctic Circle, and sometimes they need, immediate, logistical support or humanitarian aid or whatever. And so these planes are designed to operate in these specific conditions. Now, we're currently only at the stages of talks beginning. There's no current deal on the table right now. But going forward, if Russia and India are able to make a deal out of this, I could very well potentially see this plane being used, for example, in the Himalayas. Because, India, like Russia, has tough, cold mountains and with populations that need logistical support there. But it could be also exported to other countries. Because, again, these sort of terrains are visible all across the world.
Yeah. But is it the same Ilyushin 114 turboprop that production was initially stopped, we are told, several years ago in 2012? Is it the same Ilyushin 114 we are talking about, Dimitri?
Well, we're talking about an upgraded version of the Ilyushin 1114. This one is able to operate autonomously from small airfields and, it's able to operate in lower temperatures. This is the II-14-300.
Right. Okay.
I have in front of me a more detailed characteristics. If you'd like, I can read it down for your viewers.
Right.
So it has the ability to fly between 450 to 500 kilometers per hour. Its maximum height is 7,600 meters. It can fly a distance of 1,400 kilometers. It's capable of carrying up to 68 passengers. Its maximum weight is 23.5 tons. And, it consumes about 560 kilograms of fuel per hour.
Okay, let me see if Paul is still with us. I'll try and take a question with him. Paul, on the question of oil trade with India, how do you look at it? Because, there has been pressure from the West. I think last 2 months, oil supplies have gone down from Russia, almost down 30% in the month of October. But do you see that stabilizing in the months to come?
Yeah, I see it stabilizing. I see the offtake growing. I mean, again, I got to go back to the issue. This only strengthens BRICS. It only strengthens rupee trade. The need is there and it's growing. For the West to control the taps is silly. It's an absurd situation they're in. And I think Mr. Modi and all of India, in fact, saying, well, why can't we buy? We have the money to buy. Who are you to regulate what we as a nation is a priority?
Yeah. Okay. I'll leave it at that for now. I'm getting in some more breaking news on the aviation crisis in India, so I'm going to get in some updates on that. Paul, I'll thank you at this point. Let's go back and get you the details of the statement, the joint statement that was issued by India and Russia. Prime Minister Modi announced that India and Russia have agreed on a 2030 economic cooperation program aimed at diversifying bilateral trade and investment. Some of the takeaways of the joint statement, I'd like to play that out, and then we'll get in some more breaking news updates on the aviation crisis.
तेईसवें शिखर सम्मेलन में राष्ट्रपति पुतिन का स्वागत करते हुए मुझे बहुत खुशी हो रही है। उनकी यात्रा ऐसे समय हो रही है जब हमारे द्विपक्षीय संबंध कई ऐतिहासिक माइलस्टोन के दौर से गुजर रहे हैं। ठीक 25 वर्ष पहले राष्ट्रपति पुतिन ने हमारी स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप की नींव रखी थी। 15 वर्ष पहले 2010 में हमारी साझेदारी को स्पेशल एंड प्रिविलेज स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप का दर्जा मिला। पिछले 2.5 दशक से उन्होंने अपने नेतृत्व और दूरदृष्टि से इन संबंधों को निरंतर सींचा है। हर परिस्थिति में उनके नेतृत्व ने आपसी संबंधों को नई ऊंचाई दी है। भारत के प्रति इस गहरी मित्रता और अटूट प्रतिबद्धता के लिए मैं राष्ट्रपति पुतिन का, मेरे मित्र का हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। विश्व में अनेक उतार चढ़ाव आए हैं। मानवता को अनेक चुनौतियों और संकटों से गुजरना पड़ा है और इन सब के बीच भी भारत रूस मित्रता एक ध्रुव तारे की तरह बनी रही है। परस्पर सम्मान और गहरे विश्वास पर टिके ये संबंध समय की हर कसौटी पर हमेशा खरे उतरे हैं। आज हमने इस नींव को और मजबूत करने के लिए सहयोग के सभी पहलुओं पर चर्चा की। आर्थिक सहयोग को नई ऊंचाइयों पर ले जाना हमारी साझी प्राथमिकता है। इसे साकार करने के लिए आज हमने 2030 तक के लिए एक इकोनॉमिक कोऑपरेशन प्रोग्राम पर सहमति बनाई है। इससे हमारा व्यापार और निवेश डाइवर्सिफाइड, बैलेंस और सस्टेनेबल बनेगा और सहयोग के क्षेत्रों में नए आयाम भी जुड़ेंगे। आज राष्ट्रपति पुतिन और मुझे इंडिया रशिया बिजनेस फोरम में शामिल होने का अवसर मिलेगा। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि ये मंच हमारे बिजनेस संबंधों को नई ताकत देगा। इससे एक्सपोर्ट, को प्रोडक्शन और को इनोवेशन के नए दरवाजे भी खुलेंगे। दोनों पक्ष यूरेशियन इकोनॉमिक यूनियन के साथ एफटीए के शीघ्र समापन के लिए प्रयास कर रहे हैं। कृषि और फर्टिलाइजर के क्षेत्र में हमारा करीबी सहयोग फूड सिक्योरिटी और किसान कल्याण के लिए महत्वपूर्ण है। मुझे खुशी है कि इसे आगे बढ़ाते हुए अब दोनों पक्ष साथ मिलकर यूरिया उत्पादन के प्रयास कर रहे हैं। फ्रेंड्स, दोनों देशों के बीच कनेक्टिविटी बढ़ाना हमारी मुख्य प्राथमिकता है। हम INSTC, नॉर्दर्न सी रूट, चेन्नई व्लादिवोस्टोक कॉरिडोर पर नई ऊर्जा के साथ आगे बढ़ेंगे। मुझे खुशी है कि अब हम भारत के सी फेरर्स की पोलर वाटर्स में ट्रेनिंग के लिए सहयोग करेंगे। यह आर्कटिक में हमारे सहयोग को नई ताकत तो देगा ही, साथ ही इससे भारत के युवाओं के लिए रोजगार के नए अवसर बनेंगे। उसी प्रकार से शिप बिल्डिंग में हमारा गहरा सहयोग मेक इन इंडिया को सशक्त बनाने का सामर्थ्य रखता है। यह हमारे विन विन सहयोग का एक और उत्तम उदाहरण है, जिससे जॉब्स, स्किल्स और रीजनल कनेक्टिविटी सभी को बल मिलेगा। ऊर्जा सुरक्षा भारत रूस साझेदारी का मजबूत और महत्वपूर्ण स्तंभ रहा है। सिविल न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी के क्षेत्र में हमारा दशकों पुराना सहयोग क्लीन एनर्जी की हमारी साझा प्राथमिकताओं को सार्थक बनाने में महत्वपूर्ण रहा है।
Okay, shifting our attention to the Indigo chaos across different airports. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been overwhelmed with the number of videos that we're getting in from different airports. This is one that came in from Mumbai, where a passenger has fallen sick at the Mumbai airport while waiting. While flight operation remains stalled, a passenger fell sick at the Mumbai Chhatrapati Shivaji terminus. Medical assistance can be seen arriving for the passenger. Complete chaos at different airports. This is just Mumbai airport, where one passenger fell ill and was, had to get medical attention. An ambulance was called after many of them were made to wait. In some airports, like Pune, for example, we are hearing of waiting time of almost 30 hours. Some who were stuck for almost 30 hours at the airport. That was in Pune. Meenakshi is joining me live with this story coming in from Mumbai. Meenakshi, what's the condition of this passenger? Did they get medical attention on time?
Yes, Niranjan, you are absolutely right. That passenger fell in sick and she admitted to hospital. And I spoke to Indigo staff here. They are saying she is now fine. Now, what is the situation now? Situation remains the same because sudden cancellation of Indigo flights have triggered long queue, and here passengers are getting frustrated, and also they are saying total mismanagement here. Let me show you the visuals here. It's Terminal 2, Mumbai Airport, and you can see here the long queue from. They are waiting for information only. They are not getting any information. Their flight has been cancelled, but they have not got anything yet, and they have no idea what to do because there is no information and there is no arrangement from Indigo staff only, and they are saying what to do now because they have others planned. They have a connecting flight also. Sir, what about you? Situation is now because your flight has been cancelled. Do you have any information? Are you getting any information?
Actually, what's happened is Indigo hasn't come back to us. Unfortunately, there's only 1 or 2 people at the counter, and there's hundreds of people, and this queue has taken I think this is our 3rd hour now waiting. Because we've come from overseas yesterday after 19 years back to India, and unfortunately going to Jaipur the flight got cancelled. Yeah.
So, have you got any information from Indigo?
They are just saying just wait in the queue. Either you can call the call center, but the call centers are coming busy, so we have to wait here in the queue. So I'm just waiting so that if they can reschedule the flight, just for that I'm waiting. Otherwise, my 2 flights are cancelled. But they schedule the afternoon, and in afternoon, I'm thinking they will schedule it to 6:31.
So, ma'am, what is the biggest concern for you now?
Yes, let's get you some more pictures right now. We have a bad network there with Meenakshi, but a video that came in from Bengaluru. Let me go across to that. A video that came in, a heartbreaking video, in fact, of someone who was stuck at the Bengaluru airport. Let's get you the picture of a passenger, a young woman clutching her late father's ashes and later broke down. There's a picture that came in that's in that small urn were the ashes of her father. She was waiting at the airport, broke down into tears after learning that the family's scheduled flight to Delhi was cancelled. The family was en route to Haridwar for the religious ceremony and was informed by the airline staff that no alternative flights would be available for at least the next 3 days. Sudden cancellation, leaving them stranded and unable to continue their journey. Going across to the Thiruvananthapuram airport and a situation there this morning, several flights were cancelled there as well. In Kerala, many airports witnessing chaos. We saw some videos coming from Kochi where people are waiting for several hours. Many international flights also impacted there. Here's a report on the situation in Kerala and Thiruvananthapuram.
India's aviation crisis widens across major airports of the country. Disruptions in flight services continue to leave travelers stranded for the 3rd consecutive day in Kerala, as Indigo, India's largest airline, is grappled with service disruptions for the 3rd straight day in the state due to an operational breakdown. At the Thiruvananthapuram International Airport, 8 Indigo flights have been cancelled and 5 Indigo flights have been delayed so far.
Yeah, morning 7:30 is the flight. We didn't got any information about that flight. Yesterday night also we didn't get the messages. Morning we came at 5 o'clock. We asked, they said 1:55 is the reschedule. Then said, is it confirmed? They said no. Not sure, but we have been told that 1:55. Then I asked him, till that time where should I stay? Please allow us, at least we'll sit inside. They're not even allowing. We were sitting there in the sun on the platform, but till now, no one responding, no refreshments, nothing. Indigo people, not even one person came and talked about that.
We are coming from Hyderabad. They have cancelled the flight. We have waited for 11 to 12 hours in the airport only. They are not even, no one is respond. We are running here and there. People all are just disturbed. They are telling we will talk there, like only it's a blunder mistake from Indigo. Just we want our luggage, nothing. We want any refund or nothing. If we get our luggage, we will go.
In the south, Thiruvananthapuram International Airport is the 3rd worst affected after airports of Bengaluru and Chennai. The flight disruptions in Thiruvananthapuram came at a time when the airline continues to battle a wave of flight cancellations and delays nationwide.
The struggling of the passengers continue unabated even on the 3rd day of the national aviation crisis that plagued in Indigo Airlines. Even on Friday, hundreds of passengers, including the officials who reached Thiruvananthapuram for National Navy Day celebrations and other Sabarimala pilgrims, reached the airport in the morning, and they were seated for hours without even informing that their flights have been cancelled. After being seated inside for hours, they were informed that the flights have been cancelled. With no other option, they all moved to various hotels in the city to plan their journey options. However, due to the cancellation and the delays, there was there was a heavy rush of customers in various hotels. The demand was high and the hotel owners charged even double or triple amount from them. Even most of the passengers are now planning to move to Coimbatore or Hyderabad or Bengaluru in interstate Volvo buses. By making use of the situation, the interstate Volvo buses are even charging them huge amounts. The passengers are left with no other option except paying huge amounts for reaching their homes safely and on time.
More on the national aviation emergency, more videos coming in. We'll connect with more passengers when we come back.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
सिक्योरिटी of up to 80%. As a result, last year, the Russian-Indian trade volume reached and an impress of economic, technological and resource potential. Once again, I would like to stress that under the leadership of His Excellency Modi, India is conducting an absolutely independent and sovereign policy and at the same time achieves very good results in the economic field. Today, the Indian economy is one of the fastest growing in the world. Figures speak for themselves. Over a decade, the GDP of the country has almost doubled, and in terms of the purchasing power parity, it increased by 2.5 times. Thanks to the sound economic policy and such landmark initiatives by Prime Minister Modi as Make in India program, India is strengthening its technological sovereignty. The Indian processing and light industry, IT sector, and pharmaceuticals take leading positions in the world. In Russia, we study the Indian experience with interest, and it is used in implementation of our national programs of import substitution and localization of products with high value added. The leadership of two countries, and Prime Minister Modi and I in person, pay particular attention to deepening multifaceted economic ties between Russia and India. Following today's negotiations, we adopted the program for the development of Russian and Indian economic cooperation. This comprehensive document aims at making sure that we can achieve the goal Mr. Modi and I set for ourselves, so that we can increase the trade volume by 2030 to $100 billion. It requires most active efforts of business communities from both countries aimed at further expanding and diversification of trade volumes and building balanced structure of reciprocal trade. Given the significant trade processes of Russia, the Russian business, our companies are ready to manifold increase the purchase from India of a widest range of goods and services. We are interested in it, dear friends, because it makes our economy more resilient. From their part, Indian entrepreneurs, as was demonstrated by the forum, are equally interested in trading with Russia. They have something to offer, so the synergy is obvious. So it would only be logical that projects contributing to greater supplies of Indian products to Russia receive priority attention in implementation of the new export support program recently adopted by the government of Mr. Modi. From my part, I would like to assure the business circles that all useful initiatives aimed at development of mutual economic exchanges will be further supported by Russian ministries and authorities. No doubt, the key role in creating conditions for a truly free trade between our countries is played by the Intergovernmental Commission. It is important that together in close cooperation we eliminate the Romanian customs and administrative barriers which stay in the way of reciprocal movement of goods, services and capitals. In this regard, a strong impetus, as it seems, could be given by rapid signature of a preferential trade agreement between India and the Eurasian Economic Union. Free trade is unthinkable without a resilient system of bilateral settlements and reliable payment and insurance mechanisms. Tangible advantages are offered by the use of national currencies. It makes it possible to ensure uninterrupted financial transactions regardless of external developments. And obviously, accessibility of transport and logistics communications plays a crucial role. A lot is already being done in this regard. Implementation of the project to create the corridor south-north from Russia and Belarus to the Indian Ocean is ongoing. And infrastructure modernization of the Northern Sea route is being modernized in order to use it for the supplies of Indian goods to the world markets. Obviously, the cooperation of our two countries should not be limited to trade alone. We should move on and enhance our industrial cooperation. Together, we should create new cutting-edge products and strengthen technological alliances. First and foremost in such advanced and knowledge-intensive sectors as digitalization, autonomous robotics, pharmaceuticals, including synthesis of efficient pharmaceuticals and production of high-tech medicine equipment. We are ready for broad cooperation with India in the field of artificial intelligence, where our countries have already advanced a lot. Russia is interested in participating in the as I've just mentioned it to Prime Minister, we are ready to participate in the Summit on Artificial Intelligence scheduled to take place in India in February 2026. We will send a representative delegation. In conclusion, I would like to stress once again, further strengthening of Russian-Indian trade and investment ties and close cooperation between business communities effectively contributes to economic growth and development and greater well-being of our citizens, and therefore it meets the fundamental interests of our countries and peoples. I would like to wish to the participants and organizers of the forum all the best. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Excellency, for sharing your vision on the immense potential of bilateral trade. Excellencies, now I respectfully invite Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, to deliver his concluding remarks.
Your Excellency, my friend Rashtrapati Putin, भारत और रूस बिजनेस के सभी लीडर्स, देवी और सज्जनों, नमस्कार। इंडिया रशिया बिजनेस फोरम, मैं समझता हूँ कि राष्ट्रपति पुतिन का ये बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण इनिशिएटिव रहा कि इतना बड़ा डेलीगेशन लेकर के आज इस कार्यक्रम का हिस्सा बने हैं और आप सबका मैं हृदय से बहुत बहुत स्वागत करता हूँ और मेरा भी आप सबके बीच आना एक बहुत प्रसन्नता का अवसर है। इस फोरम से जुड़ने के लिए और अपने बहुमूल्य विचार साझा करने के लिए मैं मेरे मित्र राष्ट्रपति पुतिन का हृदय से बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। बिजनेस के लिए सिंप्लीफाइड प्रिडिक्टेबल मैकेनिज्म बनाए जा रहे हैं। भारत और यूरेशियन इकोनॉमिक यूनियन के बीच FTA पर चर्चा शुरू हो गई है और साथियों, हम अलग अलग विषयों को लेकर के भी, जैसा अभी पीयूष जी ने उल्लेख किया था और जैसा राष्ट्रपति जी ने जो संभावनाओं का वर्णन किया है, उसे देखते हुए हम बहुत कम समय में बहुत बड़े लक्ष्य हासिल कर सकते हैं। बिजनेस हो या डिप्लोमेसी, किसी भी साझेदारी की नींव आपसी विश्वास है। भारत रूस संबंधों की सबसे बड़ी शक्ति यही विश्वास है। यह हमारे साझे प्रयासों को दिशा भी देता है और गति भी देता है। यही वह लॉन्च पैड है जो हमें नए सपनों, नई आकांक्षाओं की उड़ान भरने के लिए प्रेरित करता है। पिछले वर्ष राष्ट्रपति पुतिन और मैंने 2030 तक द्विपक्षीय व्यापार को $100 बिलियन का उस लक्ष्य को पार करने का हमने निर्धार किया था। लेकिन कल से मेरी जो राष्ट्रपति पुतिन से बात हो रही है और जिस प्रकार के पोटेंशियल नजर आ रहे हैं, मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें 2030 तक इंतजार करना पड़ेगा। ये मैं साफ देख रहा हूं। हम उस लक्ष्य को समय से पहला पूरा करने के संकल्प के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं और मेरा विश्वास बढ़ रहा है। टैरिफ और नॉन टैरिफ बैरियर्स को कम किया जा रहा है, लेकिन साथियों इन प्रयासों की असली शक्ति आप जैसे बिजनेस लीडर्स हैं। आपकी ऊर्जा, आपका इनोवेशन और आपका एम्बिशन, यही हमारे संयुक्त भविष्य को आकार देते हैं। फ्रेंड, पिछले 11 वर्षों में भारत में जिस स्पीड और स्केल के साथ हमने बदलाव किए हैं वह अभूतपूर्व हैं। रिफॉर्म, परफॉर्म एंड ट्रांसफॉर्म, इस सिद्धांत पर चलते हुए भारत तेजी से विश्व की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी इकोनॉमी बनने की और आगे बढ़ रहा है। और 11 वर्षों की इस रिफॉर्म यात्रा में हम न थके हैं, हम न रुके हैं। हमारे संकल्प पहले से ज्यादा मजबूत हैं और हम लक्ष्य की दिशा में बड़े आत्मविश्वास के साथ बहुत तेज गति से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। जीएसटी में नेक्स्ट जनरेशन रिफॉर्म और कंप्लायंसेस में कटौती, ऐसे कदम उठाए गए हैं ताकि ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस को बढ़ावा मिले। डिफेंस और स्पेस को प्राइवेट सेक्टर के लिए खोल दिया गया है। इससे इन सेक्टर्स में नए अवसर बने हैं। अब हम सिविल न्यूक्लियर सेक्टर में भी नई संभावनाओं के द्वार खोलने जा रहे हैं। यह केवल एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव रिफॉर्म नहीं बल्कि माइंडसेट रिफॉर्म्स हैं। इन रिफॉर्म्स के पीछे एक ही संकल्प है, विकसित भारत। फ्रेंड्स, कल और आज आपके बीच बहुत ही उपयोगी और सार्थक चर्चाएं हुई हैं। मुझे खुशी है कि भारत और रूस के सहयोग के सभी क्षेत्रों का इस बैठक में प्रतिनिधित्व किया गया है। आप सभी के सुझावों और प्रयासों के लिए मैं आपका हार्दिक अभिनंदन करता हूं। मेरी ओर से हमारे सहयोग को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए कुछ विचार आपके सामने मैं रखता हूं। पहला, लॉजिस्टिक्स और कनेक्टिविटी के क्षेत्र में आज की बैठक में राष्ट्रपति पुतिन और मैंने हमारे कनेक्टिविटी के पूरे पोटेंशियल को रियलाइज करने पर बल दिया है। आईएनएसटीसी या तो फिर नॉर्दर्न सी रूट यानी चेन्नई व्लादिवोस्टोक कॉरिडोर, इन पर हम आगे बढ़ने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध हैं। जल्द ही इस दिशा में प्रगति होगी। इससे ट्रांजिट टाइम घटेगा, कॉस्ट कम होगी और बिजनेस के लिए नए मार्केट्स खुलेंगे। डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी की ताकत के साथ हम कस्टम्स, लॉजिस्टिक्स और रेगुलेटरी सिस्टम को वर्चुअल ट्रेड कॉरिडोर से जोड़ सकते हैं। इससे कस्टम्स क्लियरेंस तेज होगा, पेपर वर्क घटेगा और कार्गो मूवमेंट अधिक सीमलेस बनेगा। दूसरा, मरीन प्रोडक्ट्स। हाल ही में रूस द्वारा भारत से डेयरी और मरीन प्रोडक्ट्स के निर्यात के लिए भारतीय कंपनियों की लिस्ट में विस्तार किया गया है। इससे भारत के एक्सपोर्टर्स के लिए नए अवसर बने हैं। भारत के हाई क्वालिटी मरीन प्रोडक्ट्स, वैल्यू एडेड सी फूड, प्रोसेस्ड फूड, इसकी बड़ी मात्रा में ग्लोबल डिमांड है। हम कोल्ड चेन लॉजिस्टिक्स, डीप सी फिशिंग और फिशिंग हार्बर्स के मॉडर्नाइजेशन में जॉइंट वेंचर और टेक्नोलॉजी पार्टनरशिप बना सकते हैं। इससे रूस की डोमेस्टिक डिमांड भी पूरी होगी और भारतीय उत्पादों को नए मार्केट भी मिलेंगे। तीसरा, ऑटोमोबाइल सेक्टर। भारत अफोर्डेबल एफिशिएंट ईवीज, टू व्हीलर्स और सीएनजी मोबिलिटी सॉल्यूशंस में आज ग्लोबल लीडर है। रूस एडवांस मटेरियल का बड़ा प्रोड्यूसर है। हम मिलकर ईवी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, ऑटोमोटिव कंपोनेंट्स और शेयर्ड मोबिलिटी टेक इसमें साझेदारी कर सकते हैं। इससे हम न केवल अपनी जरूरतों को पूरा कर सकेंगे बल्कि ग्लोबल साउथ, विशेषकर अफ्रीका के विकास में भी योगदान दे सकते हैं। चौथा, फार्मा। भारत आज विश्व भर में किफायती मूल्यों पर उच्चतम क्वालिटी की दवाइयां सप्लाई कर रहा है। इसलिए भारत को फार्मेसी ऑफ द वर्ल्ड भी कहा जाता है। हम दोनों मिलकर जॉइंट वैक्सीन डेवलपमेंट, कैंसर थेरेपीज, रेडियो फार्मास्यूटिकल्स और एपीआई सप्लाई चेन में सहयोग कर सकते हैं। इससे हेल्थ केयर सिक्योरिटी भी बढ़ेगी और नई इंडस्ट्रीज भी विकसित होगी। पांचवा, टेक्सटाइल। भारत के पास नेचुरल फाइबर से लेकर टेक्निकल टेक्सटाइल तक विशाल क्षमता है। डिजाइन, हैंडीक्राफ्ट्स और कारपेट्स में हमारी वैश्विक पहचान है। रूस पॉलीमर और सिंथेटिक रॉ मटेरियल्स का बड़ा प्रोड्यूसर है। हम साथ मिलकर रेजिलिएंट टेक्सटाइल वैल्यू चेन बना सकते हैं। इसी तरह फर्टिलाइजर, सिरेमिक्स, सीमेंट मैन्युफैक्चरिंग और इलेक्ट्रॉनिक जैसे क्षेत्रों में भी सहयोग की कई संभावनाएं हैं। साथियों, सभी क्षेत्रों में सहयोग बढ़ाने में मैन पावर मोबिलिटी की महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका है। भारत आज दुनिया की स्किल कैपिटल के रूप में उभर रहा है। हमारा युवा टैलेंट टेक्नोलॉजी, इंजीनियरिंग, हेल्थ केयर, कंस्ट्रक्शन, लॉजिस्टिक्स हर क्षेत्र में ग्लोबल रिक्वायरमेंट्स को पूरा करने की क्षमता रखता है। रूस की डेमोग्राफिक और इकोनॉमिक प्रायोरिटीज को देखते हुए यह साझेदारी दोनों देशों के लिए अत्यंत उपयोगी है। जब हम भारत के टैलेंट को रूसी भाषा और सॉफ्ट स्किल में ट्रेनिंग देंगे तो हम मिलकर एक ऐसी रशिया रेडी वर्कफोर्स तैयार कर सकते हैं जो दोनों देशों की शेयर्ड प्रॉस्पेरिटी को गति देगी। फ्रेंड्स, आज हम अपने दोनों देशों के नागरिकों के लिए टूरिस्ट वीजा पर कई अहम हमने फैसले लिए हैं। इससे दोनों देशों के बीच टूरिज्म को बढ़ावा मिलेगा, टूर ऑपरेटर्स के लिए नए बिजनेस अपॉर्चुनिटीज बनेगी और रोजगार के नए अवसर खुलेंगे। फ्रेंड्स, आज भारत और रूस को इनोवेशन, को प्रोडक्शन और को क्रिएशन की नई यात्रा पर साथ चल रहे हैं। हमारा लक्ष्य आपसी व्यापार बढ़ाने तक सीमित नहीं है। हम पूरी मानवता की भलाई सुनिश्चित करना चाहते हैं। इसके लिए ग्लोबल चैलेंज का स्थायी समाधान तैयार करना है। भारत इस यात्रा में रूस के साथ कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर चलने के लिए पूरी तरह से तैयार है। मैं आप सबसे कहना चाहता हूं, कम मेक इन इंडिया, पार्टनर विथ इंडिया एंड टुगेदर लेट अस मेक फॉर द वर्ल्ड। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ मैं राष्ट्रपति पुतिन और आप सभी का आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
And there at the Bharat Mandapam, the Putin and Prime Minister Modi have just spoken. This is the live shots that are coming in from there. The Russian president earlier spoke about the broader cooperation need, and then Prime Minister Modi clearly speaking on Indian-Russian Business Forum. Russia is going to be participating in the summit in India, has been participating. Very, very clear words from the Prime Minister on what lies ahead, the way they've come forward today, and Prime Minister Modi greeting Putin as dear friends and this walk together in the fight against terror. Very clear words today. This is clear today that India is here trying to tell and welcoming Russia, tariffs, non-tariffs, barriers being reduced. Prime Minister Modi very, very clear today that in this fight on terrorism and all other aspects, India is going to be together with Russia to ensure that the way ahead is smooth. We're also now, as we're going to go across to what's been lying today and what's been happening with the welcome that Russian president has achieved at the India-Russia Forum. Prime Minister Modi in the joint statement has also spoken about the economic cooperation plan that lies ahead. He's hailed India-Russia relations, claimed it to be the North Star in the changing world order. The Prime Minister has said both the countries have agreed on economic cooperation program till 2030. Viewers, now to our top focus, India's biggest aviation meltdown. It's now centered in the national capital. All Indigo domestic departures from Delhi have been cancelled till midnight, triggering a massive travel disruption. There have been long delays, sudden cancellations, and packed terminals have left hundreds of passengers stranded as Indigo's operations remain deeply unstable for the fourth straight day. It started being reported right here on Republic TV. It's only here that we're actually giving you the entire picture and questioning the government also on what really is the way ahead for full stability to be achieved in India and answers to be coming from Indigo.
Delhi's Indira Gandhi International Airport is witnessing the worst aviation chaos. The Indigo Airlines announced that all domestic departures from Delhi stand cancelled till midnight, leaving passengers scrambling for alternatives.
मैडम देखिए, डोंट गो इंडिगो। हमको इतनी दिक्कत आई है। एक बहुत बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट हमारा सेमिनार था, अभी पूरे बैंगलोर से आए हैं, जो भी आए हैं एयर इंडिया से अदर फ्लाइट से आए हैं। अभी भी 70 लोग रुके हैं। रात 1 बजे आया है, कोई 12 बजे आया है, रीशेड्यूल करके दे रहे हैं। तुरंत 10 मिनट के बाद बोल रहे हैं कि आपका लखनऊ से उधर से इधर से फिर कैंसिल कर लो, पैसा ले लो। ओके, मैं बोलता हूँ कि वर्स्ट सर्विस है। डोंट गो इंडिगो। हम इतना टेंशन में आ गए हैं। इतना इंपॉर्टेंट प्रोग्राम है, क्या करेंगे आप इसके बारे में?
इतना तंग हो चुके हैं कि हम लोगों को इतना ये है कि हम लोगों का 5 दिन का प्रोग्राम था। एक फ्लाइट इंडिगो वजह से पूरा 5 दिन का प्रोग्राम हम लोगों को नुकसान कर दिया।
घटिया सर्विस है,
पूरा घटिया सर्विस है।
The aviation crisis triggered ripples across the country. Indigo's flight network continued to unravel, with hundreds of cancellations and delays at major airports. Indigo issued a detailed statement over the issue, acknowledging a significant disruption in its network over the past few days. The airline firm apologized to its customers, saying its teams are attempting to stabilize operations as quickly as possible amid heavy congestion across airports.
What we've been told by the passengers that we've been able to speak till now, they're telling us that the entire airport has turned into a railway station with people lying there on the floor everywhere, because Indigo has now, of course, just a few minutes back, Indigo has announced that all the flights stands cancelled.
The crisis stems from a combination of pilot shortages and miscalculations in rolling out the second phase of flight duty time limit rules, which mandate longer rest hours and tighter night duty limits. With large-scale cancellations ongoing, Indigo has begun cutting flights to ease pressure on its schedule, while further stating that full operation efficiency will be achieved by February 10th next year.
Chennai International Airport suffered a fresh wave of disruption on Friday, with 32 Indigo flights have been cancelled in the early hours as operational difficulties continued to ripple through. Here's that report.
Indigo's operational crisis enters day 4, triggering widespread chaos across the country. As many as 32 arrivals and departures have been cancelled in Chennai, creating unrest among flyers.
With over 1,000 Indigo flights cancelled in the last 2 days, we had 26 flights cancelled from Chennai yesterday and 31 today. While the airport authorities say that the cancelled flights are getting refunds, we can see the number of people crowded in the airport today at the Chennai International Airport, while 31 flights all over India from Chennai has been cancelled.
Passengers expressed extreme frustration over a lack of prior communication from the airlines.
Indigo has done a blunder. The government should take action against these companies because, see, every passengers are under when.
Perhaps today I'm looking at the flight is still delayed, so I don't know exactly what's happening.
On Thursday alone, 54 Indigo flights were cancelled and 51 were delayed due to ongoing nationwide operation crisis. The disruption marks the 4th consecutive day of major operational issues for Indigo Airlines at the airports. The country's largest airline has now cancelled more than 500 flights today, leaving tens of thousands of passengers stranded.
Coming up after a short break, we bring you the latest details on India's biggest aviation crisis.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
सिक्योरिटी बहस करने
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
From the hallowed chambers of the Supreme Court of India, the law roars louder, real, fearless, historic. The first Buddhist Chief Justice of India, former Chief Justice of India, Justice B.R. Gavai, unshaken in conviction. This weekend on the legal side of things, only on Republic TV.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
सिक्योरिटी
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Well, it's 5 p.m. and you're watching Live and Breaking with me, Shavan Sen. We are going to start this edition with what's really happening in Pakistan and how exactly, once again, the Pakistani ISI is targeting Republic Media Network. All this and much more, but up first, let me take you through the headlines we are tracking at this hour. Prime Minister Modi hails 25 years of India-Russia ties, recalls how Russia stood with India post-Pahalgam attack.
Russia is a reliable supply of oil, gas, coal and everything that is required for the development of India's energy. We are ready to continue uninterrupted shipments of fuel for the fast-growing Indian economy.
Russian President Putin says ready for uninterrupted flow of fuel to India. DGCA gives in to Indigo, rolls back FDTL rule amid nationwide collapse of operations. All Indigo domestic flights from Mumbai cancelled till 6 o'clock this evening after Airlines runs short on crew. After Mumbai, Indigo says no domestic flights to run from Delhi airport till midnight. Union Home Minister Amit Shah speaks to Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu regarding the aviation chaos. Starting this edition with some breaking news now coming in. This is how the DGISPR in a briefing has basically referred to the expose of Republic TV. When Republic Media Network exposed the role of Pakistani army in the mysterious disappearance of Imran Khan and also speaking to Imran Khan's family members, the DGISPR has now named Republic in its briefing, targeting the PTI, saying that the PTI has essentially been using Republic Media Network. In fact, this is what the DGCA had said, but we're not going to play out the audio. We are just going to put out the visuals of that briefing that took place, and I'm going to just put out the details of what really transpired in the weekly briefing of the DGISPR to the Pakistani media. We're going to put out that clip of the DGISPR. In fact, in that clip, one can see the DGISPR head essentially targeting Republic Media Network, saying that we have colluded with the PTI, and the fact that the PTI has been operating through several Benami accounts and passing information to India, and has now alleged that Republic Media Network happens to be a raw agent, and that is the reason why we have basically taken side of Imran Khan. The question here is that when Imran Khan's family members spoke against failed Marshal Asim Munir, targeting Asim Munir, saying that Asim Munir was selling Pakistan, voice of Imran Khan's family members was first aired by Republic Media Network, where they had taken on the Pakistani establishment, saying that Shehbaz Sharif was nothing but just simply a puppet in the hands of Asim Munir, and that he was unable to take any decision without consulting Field Marshal Asim Munir. And I'm going to just play out that clip, but in fact, I'm just going to speak over the clipping of the DG ISPR, where we are given to understand in a large screen, he has basically taken a clipping. She has shown a clipping of our broadcast. This broadcast was when we had first spoken. In fact, we were the only Indian news network to have spoken to Alima Khan. In fact, Major General Shashi Asthana is also joining us. Can we just show the visuals of that clipping that we have just got? Because, in fact, the fact that most of these accounts are withheld, we've just tried to verify from the briefing that took place a short while back, where you've had the Pakistanis yet again in the past too. Remember, they've targeted Republic Media Network, and what is laughable is that the DG ISPR says that Republic Media Network is not a friend of Pakistan. That's a reality. We were never a friend to begin with, but having said that, we certainly had the courage to expose Field Marshal Asim Munir, and the fact that Imran Khan's voice seems to have now been suppressed by Field Marshal Asim Munir, because only because he fears that if at all Pakistanis get to hear Imran Khan, the former Pakistani Prime Minister, who had basically taken on Pakistani army as well as the ISI, and also made a sensational allegation that the Western powers had colluded with Pakistani ISI to bring down his government. Major General Shashi Asthana is joining us. General Asthana, not surprising, but the reality is this, that the Pakistani ISI is now targeting Republic Media Network, because we were the ones who had first spoken to Alima Khan, where she had taken on Asim Munir, and thereafter, of course, Noreen Khan, 71-year-old sister of Imran Khan, had also dared Asim Munir, saying that how long will you hide Imran Khan? I'm sure we can just, we're just going to play out, we're going to just show the clipping. Shashi Asthana is joining us on this broadcast. General Asthana, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. See, I must firstly compliment Republic TV for giving a voice to somebody who is a popular leader of Pakistan and who has been put behind bars because of the radicalized military and their leaders of Pakistan. So DG ISPR actually has no other option, but by blaming Republic TV and Indian media, they feel that they can discredit the both. But then the fact is, Imran Khan's sister herself has said that today, if my brother is alive, one of the major factors is the kind of coverage which Indian media gave. And Republic TV certainly gave a fair amount of coverage in that as well. So maybe that we have been able to awaken the world, and we have been able to create some kind of deterrence in the mind of the Pakistani military to ensure that they do not assassinate or they don't think of assassinating a popular democratic leader. So I think it's a good job done, and more they criticize, more I think we should be happy about that. At least we are being noticed, and perhaps if they criticize, certainly the Pakistani people will also like to perhaps watch as to where the reality is, if they can't see the reality. Although most of them can see the reality, but they are gagged.
Try and go across to our reporters here. In fact, these are visuals. I'm cutting out of this. There is chaos that's taking place in the Mumbai airport right now. It seems that the situation has gone out of control, given the fact that there have been massive. There have been reports now coming in of chaos being reported from Mumbai airport. This after the cancellations still continue, and this is something that perhaps.
देख रहे हो एक यात्री से वो वेट कर रही थी, लेकिन कोई इन्फॉर्मेशन उनको नहीं मिल रहा था, इसलिए वो फ्रस्ट्रेटेड हो गई और वो बात करना चाहती है इंडिगो के स्टाफ से, लेकिन कोई बात भी नहीं कर रहा उनके साथ। वो जानना चाहती है कि क्यों इतना कैंसिलेशन हुआ है और कैंसिलेशन के बाद क्या अरेंजमेंट उनके लिए किया जाएगा, वो जानना चाहती है वो। लेकिन यहाँ पे आप देख रहे हो कि इंडिगो के स्टाफ के तरफ से कुछ भी इंफॉर्मेशन उनको नहीं दिया जा रहा है, इसलिए वो जानना चाहती है कि क्या हुआ है जानना चाहती है। What happened, ma'am? What happened?
Moi, j'ai pas français. Mon problème, c'est ils ont cancellé tous les billets. Dans la loi, quand ils cancellent les billets.
She is not getting any information. वो बोल रही है कुछ information उनको नहीं मिला, इसलिए वो जानना चाहती है कि फैमिली के साथ वो है और जानना चाहती है कि क्या होगा। यहाँ पे आप देख सकते हैं कितना बड़ा क्यू है, देख सकते हैं। आप कहाँ से आए हो? अब इंडिगो के फ्लाइट कैंसिल हो गई है, कोई इन्फॉर्मेशन आपको मिला?
कल हमारा जयपुर का फ्लाइट था, आज 25 आवर्स के बाद में भी कोई रिप्लाई है इनके पास में। हमने रात को फ्लाइट से निकल गए, हम अभी 3 घंटे से अपने लगेज वापस लेने के लिए घूम रहे हैं। नोबडी रिस्पॉन्सिबल, किसी के पास कोई जवाब नहीं है। ऊपर जाओ नीचे जाओ, ये नंबर वो नंबर, हम घूम रहे हैं। 2 आदमी बिठा के रखे हैं इंक्वायरी पे। आज कम से कम 200 आदमियों की लाइन लगी है। 2 पीपल आर नॉट गोइंग टू हेल्प। कम से कम जो हुआ प्रॉब्लम हुई समझ में आता है, लेकिन उसका कोई इलाज तो इनके पास होना चाहिए ना। कुछ रीजनेबल सॉल्यूशन तो देना पब्लिक को। पब्लिक खड़ी और कोई बोलने वाला कोई सामने है ही नहीं, आदमी नहीं है कोई भी। किसी के पास कोई जवाब नहीं है, कोई रिस्पॉन्सिबल आदमी नहीं है।
Yes. Niranjan, I am showing you. Niranjan, come here. Niranjan, I am showing you here. What is we are translating what she is trying to say. What she is trying to say?
She is speaking French. She is frustrated. She is saying, "I have 2 kids. I'm waiting." So that's what I can understand. So she wants answers.
And what they are saying?
Moi, mon problème, ils ont cancellé des vols. Ils ont cancellé tous les vols. Les problèmes, Istanbul, Bombay, Istanbul, France. Ils ont cancellé. Quand ils ont cancellé, il n'y a pas de solution pour moi. Il m'a dit, il n'y a pas de remboursement pendant 2 jours, jusqu'à le 12. Il n'y a pas de vol. Mais cherche-moi les solutions. Je vais rester où? Je vais dormir où?
We are translating what she is saying.
Yeah.
She's saying, I think she is wanted to go from Mumbai to Istanbul.
That's all. He told me there are no refunds for days until 12th. The street is clear. There's no snow. There are no flights, but find me some solution. I want to stay where I'm going to sleep. So she's stuck in the air.
I'm showing you the visuals, Shavan. The lady is getting frustrated.
Comme ça, il n'y a pas d'organisation. Cherche les solutions. Je m'en fous, je m'en bats le cou. Cherche les solutions. Moi, je vais retourner. Je ne suis pas venu rester à Bombay. Mon voyage Istanbul, France. Je vais retourner. Il n'y a pas de solution. Il n'y a pas de solution. Il n'y a pas l'hôtel. Il n'y a pas d'organisation. Moi, je vais, les vols, je retourne. Cherche les solutions. Vous cherchez les solutions. Parce que ce n'est pas ma faute. Je ne suis pas venu en retard. C'est votre faute. C'est votre faute qui a cancellé les avions. Normalement, dans la loi, quand il y a cancellé les voies, cherche les solutions pour les autres. Cherche les solutions. Oh, c'est quoi ça? Quel pays? C'est dégueulasse. Moi, j'habite pas ici. Je vais rester ici jusqu'à le 12. Je vais manger quoi? Je vais laver quoi? En plus, ils ont gardé mes bagages à l'aéroport. Ils ne voulaient pas me donner. Ils ne voulaient pas me donner les bagages, ils ont gardé à l'aéroport. Pourquoi vous ne me donnez pas mes bagages? J'ai perdu tous les billets, ça là, tout j'ai perdu ça. J'ai perdu ça, tu vois. Dernière salle, 17h10, je vais arriver à Saint-Exupéry à Lyon. J'ai tout perdu mes billets. Mais elle, il dit qu'ils ne vont pas rembourser. Il faut attendre jusqu'à le 12, ou jusqu'à le 15e, pour attendre jusqu'à le 12. Je vais dormir où? Je vais rester où? je vais mon billet.
बट क्या फ्लाइट कैंसिल आपका स्टेटस अपडेट नहीं हुआ है 4:15 का
Non, je vais mon billet, je vais mon billet. Quand vous cancellez, il faut chercher les solutions pour les clients. Je m'en bats le cou, je m'en bats le cou, je m'en bats le cou. Je m'en bats le cou. Quand vous cancellez, il faut chercher les solutions. Il faut chercher les solutions. Il n'y a pas les solutions qu'à toujours canceller. Moi, j'habite pas Inde, j'habite en France. Il faut que je retourne. J'habite pas ici. J'habite en France. Il faut que je retourne.
ऑल डोमेस्टिक फ्लाइट्स दे आर कैंसिल्ड या दे गिवन automatically on yeah it's happening
Madame, il faut que moi je retourne. Cherche-moi les billets. Gâtez les billets, il faut que je retourne. Tout à l'heure, j'ai fait le malaise, j'ai problème de tension. J'ai fait le malaise. C'est lui qui m'a mené à l'hôpital. Tu vois, j'ai fait le malaise. J'étais parti à l'hôpital. Il m'a mené à l'hôpital ici en Inde. Il faut que je retourne. Non, moi, il faut que vous me cherchiez une solution, je retourne. Il faut que je retourne. Il faut que je retourne.
So as we can see here one passenger who was traveling to Mumbai to Istanbul and she is getting frustrated.
पब्लिक को रोक रहे हो आप। इंडिगो से कुछ खा के मिले हुए हो क्या आप लोग? ऐसा लगता है इंडिगो ने आपको ब्राइब किया है सबको। टेल देम टू पुट मोर काउंटर्स। पब्लिक को रोक रहे हो आप लोग, इनके लिए हो क्या? पब्लिक के लिए पब्लिक को रोक रहे हो। आप बताओ कि 10 काउंटर लगना चाहिए यहाँ पे। 2 काउंटर 200 आदमी कैसे आदमी काम करेगा?
So now Indigo staff is speaking with the security.
Her main concern is that, sorry ma'am, एक minute. Her concern is that she needs her baggage now, but she needs to talk to them itself. But she is not listening. That's all. From my side, I have done everything.
So how much time it will get to give her the baggage, the luggage?
They will let you know, ma'am.
Then ask them and.
I do agree, sir. I do agree.
Just give her some any time.
थोड़ा सोचो। और आप कुछ नहीं कर सकते, आपके ऊपर वालों को बोलो।
एक मिनट सर, अरे
कोई गलती नहीं है।
Then give her any time, estimated time. At what time?
From my side, I have said you, ma'am. This thing is that we will refund your amount. We will refund your luggage. I mean, like we will. Sir, एक minute.
Moi, je sais pas parler anglais. Je comprends tout doucement.
This is French. She understands only French.
Madame, le problème, c'est les si. Dernier billet.
Stop us, na ma'am. You don't stop us. We are asking question. Don't stop us. Why are you stopping us? We are doing our job. Don't stop us, please. So they are going. You can see the security official has come and they are taking that lady with them and they are going and they are talking to the Indigo staffs and some luggage issue is with that lady who was traveling from Mumbai to Istanbul, and the security officials have come here and they are trying to manage the situation. You can see that lady is with that security and they are trying what she wanted.
Tous les billets cancellés. Dans la loi. Dans la loi. Quand vous cancellez, c'est à votre faute, vous cancellez. Prends les gens en charge. Pardon? Non, je ne te fais pas la plainte. Moi, je te parle.
Je vais traduire pour vous.
She said that normally if it's your fault, you have to book one hotel for her at least, and all her baggage are inside. Her clothes also is inside, so actually she cannot spend here the night with only this clothes because she's very sick. That's what she said actually.
CISF officials have come here and they are taking the lady with them, and what we got to know that the lady is not well, she is sick, and she is getting frustrated because of the cancellation of that Indigo flight, and she has not got any information. CISF officials have come here and they are taking the lady with them, and she has also the luggage issue because she has not got her luggage only, and we are not allowed to go inside here. CISF officials have come here. Come, Neeraj, come here. What we have seen here, we have seen one lady who was traveling to Mumbai, from Mumbai to Istanbul, and she has come at Mumbai airport. After reaching airport, she got to know that not only after reaching airport, she entered in the airport, and she actually she has done her security check also, and after that when she was about to board, she got to know her flight has been cancelled. So her luggage went to the airport, and she needs to come back from airport, and after that she went here at the Indigo counter, and she wanted to yes and Indigo
Il n'y a rien mangé, il n'y a rien de dormir. J'ai pas mon billet.
अशी आपल्याला महिला पाहायला मिळते की त्यांचं जे तिकीट काउंटर आहे तिथे ती वर चढली आहे आणि इंडिगो प्राथमिक माहिती
Ils ont tout cancellé. Ils ont tout cancellé. Quand ils cancellent, il n'y a rien mangé, il n'y a rien de dormir. J'ai pas mon billet.
अशी आपल्याला महिला पाहायला मिळते की त्यांचं जे तिकीट काउंटर आहे तिथे ती वर चढली आहे आणि इंडिगो
Indigo says that they are going to apologize to the customers. In fact, says that we will take care. This is exactly how the airline is essentially taking care of their passengers. What you see is a seemingly angry passenger there. The only reason why most of the passengers have lost their cool is because the airline has completely shut down on information. In fact, over the last 3 days, this is the 4th day when this crisis has only accelerated. Now, the question here is that why is it that the airline does not feel the need to communicate to the passengers, because many of them who are basically standing in these long queues are basically because they have no information about the status of their flight, number one. Number two is that with regards to refund, most of them had to cancel their flights, and they're still waiting for a refund to really come in from the airline. And that is the reason why, ladies and gentlemen, what you see right now, the current situation outside Mumbai airport. A short while back, we also received information that similar situation panned out also outside Chennai airport. We'll try and see if we can also get a live hit from Chennai, where similar sort of a situation has taken place a short while back. I'll go across to Meenakshi, who's joining us on this broadcast. Meenakshi, what's really happening right now? But before I go back to Meenakshi, we'll just slip into a short break and come back to our rolling coverage of the national crisis that we are facing in the aviation sector.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
ये कहानी है बदलाव की, जिसने उन्हें हिम्मत दी, राह दिखाई और आत्मनिर्भर बनाया।
त्रिपुरा सरकार ने महिलाओं को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने के लिए कई परिकल्पनाएं शुरू की हैं, ताकि वो अपनी आजीविका खुद तय कर सके।
अब त्रिपुरा की महिलाएं हर क्षेत्र में अपनी निर्णायक भूमिका निभा रही है।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Security.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Security.
हो गया भाई एक सेकंड बोलो सेकंड को देख रहे हो सुनो भैया बीच में कौन दूसरा यार 5 सेकंड ही होता उससे ज्यादा सिक्योरिटी
आतंकवाद के विरुद्ध लड़ाई में भारत और रूस ने लंबे समय से कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर सहयोग किया है। पहलगाम में हुआ आतंकी हमला हो या क्रोकस सिटी हॉल पर किया गया कायरतापूर्ण आघात।
Prime Minister Modi hails 25 years of India-Russia ties, recalls how Russia stood with India post-Pahalgam attack.
Russia is a reliable supplier of oil, gas, coal and everything that is required for the development of India's energy. We are ready to continue uninterrupted shipments of fuel for the fast-growing Indian economy.
Russian President Putin says ready for uninterrupted flow of fuel to India. DGCA gives in to Indigo, rolls back FDTL rule amid nationwide collapse of operations. All Indigo domestic flights from Mumbai have been cancelled till 6 p.m. today after airlines run short on crew. After Mumbai, Indigo says no domestic flights to run from Delhi airport till midnight today. And Union Home Minister Amit Shah speaks to Ram Mohan Naidu regarding the aviation chaos. Good evening, welcome to Republic. I'm Ridhum and our top focus on India's biggest nationwide chaos and crunch caused by Indigo. No Indigo passenger, we're now being told, has been allowed inside the terminal because passengers would create a ruckus at the boarding gate. This is now being said outside the capital. We're getting more details about how there has been a price hike, and this is now at the Bengaluru airport. I beg your pardon. No Indigo passengers are being allowed inside the terminal in Bengaluru. It's being said that they are saying the passengers will create a ruckus, even as the government and the aviation industry needs to sit up and notice it's actually Indigo that is to blame, not passengers that need to be treated in this manner. Now the passengers are stranded on the road outside the terminal. We're also going to show you graphics here, viewers, about the hike in the other airlines, their prices, and also the hotel fares. These are chaotic scenes that are continuing in India. This is India's aviation emergency. Across India, one of the country's biggest airlines, Indigo, is battled with operational issues leading to over 500 flight cancellations. Delhi, Bengaluru, Kochi, Pune, Hyderabad, Raipur. Lakhs of passengers are stranded. Protests are there outside the Bengaluru airport. The live alerts coming in are showing angry passengers are confronting the staff on the way they are being treated. Amid this fiasco caused by Indigo, the airline fares of other airlines are being skyrocketing. Chaotic, angry scenes are there across the airports, with flyers also sloganeering outside the airports against the airlines following such disruptions. We want to also, viewers, now take a look at some of the ground reports that we are getting, the responses. And I want to also speak about the price hike. At such a time when there are these skyrocketing prices that are being seen when thousands are stranded at the airport. Look at the prices. People are profiteering on chaos. SpiceJet flights are now costing from the Mumbai-Kolkata sector a whooping 75,000 rupees. Instead of trying to administer this, the DGCA is giving out timelines, even as it slammed Indigo. Let me show you Akasa Air. The Delhi-Bengaluru sector, a 2-hour flight is costing almost the same amount as a flight to Europe from Delhi would cost, 40,000 rupees. Air India, a Mumbai-Delhi sector, is costing 59,794 rupees. There is chaos across airport, and yet these airlines are profiteering on chaos, on the angry scenes that the passengers are seeing. And all this is happening is India is seeing the aviation emergency. Air India Express, look at this, viewers, for a 12-hour flight from to the Delhi sector is charging 1,18,265 rupees. The Air India Express from Delhi-Bengaluru sector is charging 51,000 rupees. And if this is not looting passengers, we don't understand what is. The Minister of Civil Aviation has issued statement on the disruption. He said we are taking measures for immediate implementation by the airlines, but all this is happening even as the full service to return to normal over the next few days is what the Ministry of Civil Aviation is saying. But even now, these are the prices on the Delhi-Bengaluru sector. It's 51,000 rupees on an Air India flight. And I also want to tell you the prices on the hotels at Aerocity in the capital. They're also profiteering. Rajghat Hotel in Aerocity, a 5-star hotel, the prices on Make My Trip are 36,338 rupees for one night. This is a hotel that is near the airport. Hotel Urban Tree, it's a 3-star hotel, is costing a whooping 31,375 rupees. Aviation crisis seems to be a fixed match as these hotels near Aerocity are profiting from the chaos. JW Marriott, the 5-star hotel, is costing 30,000 rupees a night. I'm also going to tell you the prices of the other hotels. Hotel Cardinal Express, Oxmo, 4-star hotel is costing 36,805 rupees. And all this is happening as we are telling you the Hyatt Delhi Residences, which is also in the Aerocity area, is costing 41,000 rupees for a night. So this profiteering is happening even as these passengers are not being given any help as India is facing its biggest airlines emergency, and the aviation industry is trying to battle what it's been facing with Indigo, battling the operational issues. Rajghat, like we said, is costing 36,338 rupees. It's a 5-star hotel. The Bengaluru airport now says passengers stranded on the roads outside the terminal, they are not going to be allowed inside the airport. This is the aviation emergency that we are seeing after Indigo flights have been cancelled. And everybody, even as these flights, the center has ordered a high-level inquiry into the flight disruptions. But the bigger question, as everyone is profiteering, whether it's these hotels, whether it's the other airlines, how is the DGCA really going to give some relief to the passengers? There is more breaking news coming in on this top focus story, and I'm going to go across to that. The DGCA has ordered and put out on constitution of a committee for comprehensive review and assessment of the circumstances, but I don't want to go into such details because the bottom line is this is just another committee that has been constituted for a review of the circumstances leading to the operational disruption. So the DGCA has ordered a committee to be set up, but the bigger question that Republic TV has been accessing has been asking, what about the passengers that have been stranded? What about those passengers, those 500 flights and passengers, those lakhs of passengers as India faces its biggest aviation crunch? What happens today and tomorrow to them? Committees are going to sit, review committees are going to sit, orders are going to be passed, but who's going to take the responsibility for this? The aviation chaos is only getting bigger. Let me go across to Harsha, who's bringing out those details. Harsha, over the past few weeks, we've been seeing that there's a crisis that continues. But today, the DGCA yet again orders another constitution of a committee Give us those details, but also remember, Harsha, to explain to our viewers how is everyone going to understand the spike of the other airlines and the Indigo now being asked to give a plan of action. But what is really going to happen now when Indian passengers are facing this crisis?
Rhythm, you rightly pointed out, now DGCA has right now stepped into this entire trouble and the crisis of the Indigo. And to explain to all our viewers, this is not something which has happened overnight. Indigo has been facing this issue from the past 1 week, and Indigo never anticipated that this new FDTL CAR2 requirements of the DGCA and its implementation could cause this major chaos. Till now, there was an internal issue, and the pilots have been raising this particular issue with the Indigo. Yes, there's a problem. Our leaves can't be a substitute for the weekly rest. Majorly, it was the rest issue and also the 2 local night flight time issue which happened in the Indigo. Now, DGCA has constituted 4-member committee which constitutes of Deputy Director General and the Joint Director General of the Civil Aviation. Also, 2 captains have been included in this particular committee. In the 4-panel committee has to submit entire report to the regulatory body in 15 days, and this entire committee will access the operational issues and the trouble which Indigo is facing right now. They will also monitor that how the roster is being prepared, and also the new FDTS CAR2 requirements could be fulfilled, and how there has to be accuracy and proper monitoring of that particular issue in the new FDTL, which is the flight duty time limitations requirements of the pilot. This 4-member committee will visit all the terminals, not only in National Capital, IGI, T1, but also in different terminals as well, be it all the revenue sectors, major revenue sectors like Delhi, Mumbai, Chennai, Hyderabad, Bengaluru. This 4-member committee will keep a close watch on the Indigo and how Indigo is going to get back to its normalcy. We very well know that that coming 4-5 days are going to be very difficult for Indigo. Indigo has already, told all the passengers to cancel their flight. Full refund are being initiated, and at the airport also the passengers who were stranded, proper refund is being generated and initiated to all those passengers. But right now, it doesn't seem that Indigo is going to have an easy day for almost this entire December. Indigo has already stated that till 10th of February 2026, there will not be any stabilization and normalcy which will be achieved by Indigo. So the hard days for Indigo has just started because of the new FDTL CAR2 requirements. And Rhythm, this is an issue with Indigo. Indigo never anticipated this, and Indigo is also the first airline to implement this new FDTL. This new FDTL is not something new in aviation. Each and every country and aviation body has this flight duty time limitation. It is for the welfare of the pilot and the crew member. But in this case, they didn't implement it wisely. They didn't implement it with keeping DGCA regulatory body in confidence. Neither the crew members were kept in confidence. They were going on with the issue fatigue and the other as well. Now the DGCA has constituted 4-member committee. The report to be submitted in 15 days for them. Back to you.
All right, Harsha, thank you for giving us those details. And the only question that we have to ask the government, the DGCA and Indigo, if indeed you knew this is going to happen, why did it take so long to actually do something? Viewers, as I thank Harsha, we're going to continue going back to her. We've seen chaotic scenes that continued at airports across India as one of the country's biggest airlines. Indigo is battling operational issues leading to over 500 flight cancellations. Take a look at these visuals.
प्राथमिक माहिती
il n'y a rien mangé, il n'y a rien de dormir, je ne peux pas mon billet.
आगे मत जाओ रे आगे मत जाओ
अशी आपल्याला महिला पाहायला मिळते की त्यांचं जे तिकीट काउंटर आहे तिथे ती वर चढली आहे आणि इंडिगो एअरलाईन्सचे
Je vais retourner à mon pays. Ça fout, qui a gaspillé mon billet. Alors, j'ai pas compris. J'ai pas compris. J'ai pas compris. J'ai fait retourner en France. J'ai fait mon billet.
Viewers, we are joined by callers on the story, and I'm joined by Hitendra Mehta from Mumbai. These are scenes that are coming in of disruption over Indigos, that continuing flights cancellation from Mumbai airport. Hitendra, I want you to speak to us about the delays, about these expensive flights that have been taken by people, and the kind of passengers that have been left stranded. This is the only country that is facing such a crisis, and accountability needs to be there with the government, the DGCA and the airlines. Hitendra.
Yeah, first of all, good evening, madam.
Good evening.
Yesterday, when I was seeing Mr. Arnab Mukherjee's interview, that time I realized that this problem is very serious. And from yesterday night onwards, I am trying to contact Indigo people, but they are not responding, means full up to 2 o'clock in the morning. I was dialing their number, toll-free number, every number, but they were not responding. It is just ringing and ringing. And thing is that, madam, we are middle-class people. Okay, hardly we get the holidays from our workplace. On 8th of December, we are going to Coimbatore, and nobody is responding, and we have done a booking of Ooty, which we have paid, and we called up hotel people. They are saying it is not our fault, so we will not refund your money also. We are going 8 people to Ooty for just a 4 days holiday, and we have paid 60,000 rupees advance for that. And nobody is responding because there is a very pinnacle loss to us, because hardly we get 4 days holiday. Our salary is going to get cut from this 4 days. We are going to lose money, everything, madam. I don't understand what these people, because 8th December we are going by Indigo, and 12th December we are coming by Indigo. We have booked at 12,000 rupees per person. So 24,000 rupees, and now it is showing 40,000 rupees.
That's right, Hitendra. Hitendra,
Yeah.
as I completely, my heart goes out to you and all the passengers like you who've been stranded. I want to also, Hitendra, say that Indigo needs to be accountable. Let's at the same time, viewers, show you live scenes coming in from Chennai. In Chennai, we are seeing these scenes that I'm going to cut across to, where we are seeing another commotion that has been now caused. This is passengers there asking for accountability. This is passengers asking for... Let me show you the reactions that are coming in from Chennai.
What is the price now? I want that. I don't want my money. I put 7 months back. I am not a policeman. No, I want to get ticket if I any
Don't stand like a fool. सीधे को तो बुला सकता है, वो अंदर एसी में घूम रहा है।
कोई नहीं है, सब चला गया है, सब वापस।
Yes.
हाँ सब खाली बैठा दिए 2-4 आदमी को। तुम लोग खाली सुनो।
अरे ये सीआईसीएफ भी किसी काम का नहीं है। आप क्या बोल रहे हो? ये सीआईसीएफ किसी काम का नहीं है। किसी काम का नहीं है इसमें।
I don't know why we vote them.
Yes, I'll do that. I'll do that.
I swear they should resign.
They have nobody staying in this office right now. Who are you asking to come?
I'm trying to find something. Yes, I will do. Just give me 1 minute. Sir, so will you be as the person? Yes. I'm trying to talk
Yes.
So what do you seems to be the problem? What is the Indigo passengers telling? Sir, so what do you think seems to be the problem with the Indigo? They are not responding to you.
They are not, I think, considering the problem of their servicemen, the employees. I think the main problem is from the management with the employees. That is my opinion.
So what have they told you right now? Your flights are all cancelled. What have they told you?
No, why should I will go anywhere from here? I want today's ticket from any air services for my destination. I booked before 7 months back. Why should we spend money before 7 months for taking back money? How much we paid? We want today's price ticket. Otherwise, they are refunding. Pay me today's price. What is the price of Air India? What is the price of spices? They pay me. We will leave.
Ma'am, what do you think seems to be the problem with the Indigo today?
They should go bankrupt. They don't have operation sense. They do not have employees. They should just go bankrupt. DGCA has withdrawn their application and their form. They should start it. It's a way of blackmailing, nothing else. They should go bankrupt.
What are the officers they were telling you?
Nothing. They're not even responding. And she's saying, do whatever you want to do. We can't help you out. And it's a customer service area. That's how you talk.
Have they agreed to refund your money?
Yes, but I don't need refund. The alternative flights are for 1 lakh rupees. Is that refund? We booked a ticket of 10k. 10 times, 100 times we can pay. Which tree has money? I'll go sit there and fucking take the ticket and go.
So here passengers from Chennai airport claim that the tickets today cost 1 lakh if they want an alternative flight. But right now, the Indigo passengers are left stranded here. We have more voices coming in from Chennai.
Nobody, no authority is coming in front to help us. We are fighting since last 3 working days. Not even the civil aviation minister, not even the BCAS, not even the DGCA, nobody. They are doing as per their will. They don't have their senior authorities coming before us. Just imagine the condition that we are going through.
So the passengers of Chennai continue to state that this is second day continuously they have been fighting, but Indigo has nothing to say to them, and passengers are left questionable at the airport, stranded constantly for a long time. And here they have been raising slogans and chants saying that they're also recording videos of the Indigo clients here saying that their response to the customers have been very arrogant, and customers also say there's not been alternate arrangements made to them whether to stay or travel anywhere, and that they're all left over in the airport just like that.
It's not about money. पैसा important नहीं है. हमारे लिए पहुंचना important है. It is important that we should reach our home.
कल का टिकट दिखा रहा था. 1 घंटा पहले कल का टिकट भी दिखा. कोई फायदा नहीं है. बस
कोई कुछ बोल भी नहीं रहा है. बस हायर ऑफिस
As you can see, passengers at Chennai airport are continued stranded and exclusively told Republic that the Indigo the customer care do not respond to the passengers properly, and that they are very arrogant and no alternative measures have been given to them, and it's not for stay, it's not for hotel, it's not for them traveling back. They also claim that the flight charges are expensive right now, and they would agree only if they allow the Indigo offices to be opened for passengers who are stranded in the airport to stay. They are also banging on the windows of the Indigo customer care that's located in the Chennai airport, and also multiple people say that the Indigo should make sure that not just alternative flights are arranged, but also make sure that the passengers get a place to stay.
Another visual that is coming in. We're going to show you the utter chaos at the airport, the Bengaluru airport, where Indigo has barred passengers from entering the terminal. We are getting these visuals from the Bengaluru airport. You can see how the passengers are trying to get into lines. There are bags that are there all around. The passengers are there all around. Nobody is trying to get help to them. Like in Chennai, similar scenes in Bangalore also being seen in Bengaluru airport, and the passengers are not being given any help. We're also being told at the same time, as this continues to happen, that all the passengers are asking for is another flight to be taking off and helping them, but that is not happening. As accountability is being asked for, these people on these flight cancellations that have taken place are saying you can do what you want, we don't have anyone who can help you. The Aviation Ministry is ordering a high-level inquiry, it's being said, but even now these visuals say their own story. However many committees that sit today, however many so-called admonishments that are given to Indigo today, this is the picture. The biggest aviation emergency, these are the pictures coming from Bengaluru Airport, from Chennai Airport, where harassed passengers are saying, we've been asking and had booked our flight 7 months ago. We are seeing bags and bags and pictures of bags. We're seeing on the other side harassed passengers. We're seeing 1 lakh flight price hikes, and yet no one taking accountability. This aviation crisis seems to be a fixed match as other airlines have hiked their prices. And viewers, coming up after a short break, we stay with this India's national aviation emergency. Sharp focus continues on Republic TV as we demand answers not only from the airlines but also from the government.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
ये कहानी है बदलाव की, जिसने उन्हें हिम्मत दी, राह दिखाई और आत्मनिर्भर बनाया।
त्रिपुरा सरकार ने महिलाओं को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने के लिए कई परिकल्पनाएं शुरू की हैं ताकि वो अपनी आजीविका खुद तय कर सके।
अब त्रिपुरा की महिलाएं हर क्षेत्र में अपनी निर्णायक भूमिका निभा रही है।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
From the hallowed chambers of the Supreme Court of India, the law roars louder, real, fearless, historic. The first Buddhist Chief Justice of India, former Chief Justice of India, Justice B.R. Gavai, unshaken in conviction. This weekend, on the legal side of things, only on Republic TV.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
सिक्योरिटी
मैंने निश्चय
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome, you're watching live and breaking at 6 p.m. I'm Tanisha Avasthi. Ladies and gentlemen, the aviation sector in India is going through one of the biggest crises in recent times, and one major airline that's responsible for this mess is Indigo. There are a lot of chaos visuals I've come across, multiple airports, pan-India. We'll get you all that and much more in this edition, but first a quick check of the headlines.
आतंकवाद के विरुद्ध लड़ाई में भारत और रूस ने लंबे समय से कंधा मिलाकर सहयोग किया है। पहलगाम में हुआ आतंकी हमला हो या क्रोकस सिटी हॉल पर किया गया कायरतापूर्ण आघात।
Prime Minister Modi hails 25 years of India-Russia ties, recalls how Russia stood with India post the Pahalgam attack.
Russia is a reliable supply of oil, gas, coal and everything that is required for the development of India's energy. We are ready to continue uninterrupted shipments of fuel for the fast-growing Indian economy.
President Putin says Russia is ready for an uninterrupted flow of fuel to India. DGCA gives in to Indigo, rolls out FDTL rule amid nationwide collapse of operations. All Indigo domestic flights from Mumbai cancelled till 6 p.m. today after airlines run short on crew. After Mumbai, Indigo says no domestic flights to run from Delhi airport till midnight today. Union Home Minister Amit Shah speaks to Ram Mohan Naidu regarding the aviation chaos. Ladies and gentlemen, straight away cutting across to Chennai Airport, where chaos has unfolded at the airport after there were thousands of passengers that were asking and seeking a response from Indigo on their flight cancellations, on their flight delays, and after getting no response from the Indigo management, there's utter chaos that's now broken out at the Chennai airport. Remember, there are many airports across India like Chennai that are facing huge crisis as far as the mess that Indigo is in concern. Now, the centre has ordered for a high-level inquiry by a 4-member panel into the nationwide Indigo flight chaos. Now, in a statement, in fact, the Ministry of Civil Aviation also said that they will inquire and examine what actually went wrong at Indigo. But remember, no amount of inquiry can actually help these stranded passengers. Shada is joining me live on the broadcast from Chennai Airport. On that, Shada, please take us to what are the scenes that you're seeing around you.
Well, as you see at the Chennai airport, multiple people were raising slogans that the Indigo did not care for the customers, and multiple people questioned the crew as to why were they not helping them. Here, one of the passengers from is Rima, who is from Nasik, who is just having a talk with the Indigo crew right now, and she did not get the refund or the place to stay, and she now does not have another flight to reach back. Ma'am, what did the Indigo staff tell you?
They tell we can't help you, you just have to manage. But till afternoon, they have told Indigo is welcoming you. Please come to the airport on the time. It was their duty to inform us that flight is cancelled, and now they have just raised the hand. What the hell Indigo people are doing, and what they are doing for the foreigners. See how they are sitting, how they are doing, and sitting for the hours and hours. So it is my request for the minister, please take some action, do something for the common people. Always why the common people suffer. पूछता है भारत कि हमेशा एक common people ही क्यों suffer करता है, क्यों दूसरा suffer नहीं करता है, क्या किया है, कुछ नहीं किया है. Just we are standing for hours and hours, but there is no help, no anything from their side.
So that was one passenger at the Chennai airport telling that the Indigo did not even tell them that their flight was cancelled, and constantly telling that the flight was only delayed, and there was no proper action also taken by the Indigo staff. As you saw some time back, multiple people were raising slogans. I'll request my VJ to take you to the Indigo flight ticket counter that's outside the Chennai airport, where people are still fighting, and they've been here since yesterday asking for refunds and cancellations, and the information that they've been only getting is that the flight is delayed, but no information on how long it will be delayed, whether it will be cancelled. And also the main important point here is nobody is getting a place to stay, because most of the hotels around the airport are now full and people do not have a place to stay. Let's talk to more people and see what they have to say. Sir, has Indigo messaged you telling that your flight is cancelled or delayed?
No, they have only told us that please welcome on board. Our flight is scheduled on 7 o'clock and we have got a message that welcome on board, but none of the authorities are sending us in.
So did you go to the gate to check whether you are allowed inside? What did the CISF tell you?
They just told us that all the Indigo flights are cancelled and that nothing else. They did not mention anything else apart from.
As you can see, this is a major miscommunication, because Indigo is still telling their passengers to come to the airport on time as the flights are still running. But once they reach the airport, the CISF at the security is pushing the passengers away, telling that all flights are cancelled. This is nothing but a complete miscommunication on the Indigo side. And just few minutes back, all the flights were set to go and security check was still on, and that's what the Chennai Airport Board also stated. But all passengers knew that the flights were cancelled and had a talk with the CISF, but still no help came from Indigo. Until now, people are still stranded at the airport. As you can see around me, multiple foreign nationals are also waiting at the airport to get a boarding flight from Mumbai or Delhi. That's their connecting flight, and now they don't know how to go back to their home country.
Absolutely, Shada. If I can come back to you again, and if you can show us around what the Chennai airport looks like right now, because just for a few moments back, we saw how there was a lady, a foreign national who was there at the Mumbai airport, who was banging on the screens of the Indigo Airlines, asking them to reply to help her. But as usual, there was no response from the team. And if you can just show us around what's happening currently at the Chennai airport.
Well, this is the Chennai airport. I can see this is gate 1, where people board for Indigo flights. Now the CISF is turning down people, whoever has Indigo flight. We can see one gentleman right there who had his ticket ready but passed in through, but had to come out because the CISF staff told him that the flight's not running. And throughout the airport, you can see senior citizens sitting. People who have kids are still running out. We have people who have their corporate meetings and business meetings running, still getting delayed. And they also want to know whether Indigo will let you know whether their flight is delayed or not. We also have one more passenger. We'll just check what Indigo has told them. Sir, do you know that your flight is cancelled, as Indigo mentioned?
There was no message, no communication from Indigo. And I'm not blaming Indigo for this. I'm blaming the DCGA for this. What is the government doing? Is this something which I'm riding a two-wheeler or what? What is this? Is it a joke or what? What is the power? What is the authority of the government? What is the civil aviation department doing? They're giving license to such operators, right? I don't know. Even the government, I will blame the government. Government is not bothered about neither the safety of the passengers nor about the security of the passengers. It is just everybody is in the process of making money. Even the government is making money. They are taking money. They are taking bribe. And this airlines, so absolutely. And because of this, India is a land of opportunity. Opportunity means opportunity to make money. Whenever there is a crisis, people try to take money, make money. Even because of this crisis, rather than other airlines giving a helping hand, they have jacked up the fares. Their ticket seats are not available. 45,000 ticket from here to Mumbai, ridiculous for an airline like SpiceJet charging 45,000. So do you think that we are living in a country, we call it a democratic country? I still believe that had we been under British rule, we would have been much better. I still pray India should come out of democracy, be a slave to some other country, India will develop better.
And that's one passenger shouting out his hearts, telling that the Indigo and the DGCA is not helping the passengers. And the main problem is that other airlines have also jacked up the prices. I'll request my cameraman to turn around to show you the foreign nationals who have been stranded here for hours and have been waiting to get their connecting flight from Chennai. They're also in question whether they'll be able to go out of Chennai. Let's just ask if they have a connecting flight. Excuse me, you have a connecting flight from Indigo somewhere?
Yeah, we were supposed to go to Goa today.
And you're from?
Sweden.
Okay, so That's tourists from Sweden who've come all the way to Chennai, traveling to Goa for tourism, and they're also stuck in Chennai as Indigo still has not provided a different airline for them to continue. And multiple airlines in the entire country has jacked up the prices, as you just heard a person mentioning that one ticket charge from Chennai to Mumbai is costing 45,000, and that's the board that the Chennai airport's maintaining. As you see, the number of flights that have been cancelled today. Earlier in the morning, it was all delays and telling reschedules, but today everything has been cancelled, and the airports authority have given an official confirmation that till midnight, no flights of Indigo will be leaving from Chennai. And also, official sources from the airport authorities have mentioned that the Indigo will take at least 2 days of time to make sure that the flights from Chennai would be leaving, as no pilots are available at the moment.
Right, Shraddha, request you to stay with me, because what we'll also do right now is we will go across to what's happening at the Thiruvananthapuram airport. Now, there are flight operations at the Thiruvananthapuram International Airport were also disrupted as Indigo's ongoing nationwide operational crisis continued after outrage was seen by the passengers, from exorbitant tickets of other airlines to very, very high hotel prices. This is how the passengers are facing the brunt for the mess that Indigo is in.
India's aviation crisis widens across major airports of the country. Disruptions in flight services continue to leave travelers stranded for the third consecutive day in Kerala, as Indigo, India's largest airline, is grappled with service disruptions for the third straight day in the state due to an operational breakdown. At the Thiruvananthapuram International Airport, 8 Indigo flights have been cancelled and 5 Indigo flights have been delayed so far.
Yeah, morning 7:30 is the flight. We didn't got any information about that flight. Yesterday night also we didn't get the messages. Morning we came at 5 o'clock. We asked, they said 1:55 is the reschedule. Then said, is it confirmed? They said no. Not sure, but we have been told that 1:55. Then I asked him, till that time where should I stay? Please allow us, at least we'll sit inside. They're not even allowing. We were sitting there in the sun on the platform, but till now, no one responding, no refreshments, nothing. Indigo people, not even one person came and talked about that.
We are coming from Hyderabad. They have cancelled the flight. We waited for 11 to 12 hours in the airport only. They are not even, no one is respond. We are running here and there. People all are just disturbed. They are telling we will talk there, like only it's a blunder mistake from Indigo. Just we want our luggage, nothing. We want any refund or nothing. We get our luggage, we will go.
In the south, Thiruvananthapuram International Airport is the third worst affected after airports of Bengaluru and Chennai. The flight disruptions in Thiruvananthapuram came at a time when the airline continues to battle a wave of flight cancellations and delays nationwide.
The struggling of the passengers continue unabated even on the third day of the national aviation crisis that plagued Indigo Airlines. Even on Friday, hundreds of passengers, including the officials who reached Thiruvananthapuram for National Navy Day celebrations and other Sabarimala pilgrims, reached the airport in the morning, and they were seated for hours without even informing that their flights have been cancelled. After being seated inside for hours, they were informed that the flights have been cancelled. With no other option, they all moved to various hotels in the city to plan their journey options. However, due to the cancellation and the delays, there was a heavy rush of customers in various hotels. The demand was high and the hotel owners charged even double or triple amount from them. Even most of the passengers are now planning to move to Coimbatore or Hyderabad or Bengaluru in interstate Volvo buses. By making use of the situation, the interstate Volvo buses are even charging them huge amounts. The passengers are left with no other option except paying huge amounts for reaching their homes safely and on time.
And also there were chaotic scenes that continued across airports across India as one of the country's biggest airlines, Indigo, battled with operational issues. All right, we're cutting across to some breaking news that's coming in. Indigo CEO has now issued a statement. It is a video message.
With information on refunds,
cancellations, and other customer support measures was sent. Also, we've stepped up our call center capacity. Secondly, due to yesterday's situation, we had customers stranded mostly at the nation's largest airports. Our focus was for all of them to be able to travel today itself, which will be achieved. For this, we also ask customers whose flights are cancelled not to come to airports as notifications are sent on this. Thirdly, cancellations were made for today as to align our crew and planes to be where they need to start afresh tomorrow morning. Earlier measures of the last few days regrettably have proven not to be enough. So we've decided today for a reboot of all our systems and schedules, resulting in the highest number of cancellations so far, but imperative for progressive improvements starting as from tomorrow. With these actions, we expect tomorrow to have cancellations below 1,000. The support of DGCA in providing specific FDTL implementation relief is of great help. Still, there's lots of work in progress, but going forward from here, in alignment with the Ministry of Civil Aviation and DGCA, we do expect to further improve every day. Given the size, scale, and complexity of our operation, it will take some time to return to a full normal situation, which we do anticipate between the 10th and the 15th of December. I do understand that these disruptions have caused much discomfort to our customers and has shaken their belief in Indigo's reliability so carefully built over these past 19 years. My colleagues, all the great Indigo teams and frontline staff have been working relentlessly to address the situation. Rest assured, we are doing everything in our control to not only restore your trust and belief, but strengthen it further over time. Thank you for your patience, understanding, and kindness during this difficult time. We shall keep you updated on an ongoing basis.
All right, so that was Peter Elvis, the CEO of Indigo, issuing a very, very templated response and admitting that they have had the highest number of cancellation in the recent years, apologizing for the inconvenience caused to the customers. But that certainly, ladies and gentlemen, is not enough. That was Indigo CEO's statement that has come out nearly after 4 days, after multiple airports, multiple passengers have been stranded, multiple flights, nearly over 1,000 flights have been cancelled across all airports. That is exactly when, after 4 days, is when Indigo has issued a statement. Indigo CEO Peter Elvis, the man that you see on your screens right now, issuing a video statement saying that cancellation have been made to align the crews and planes. Now, Indigo has also said that DGCA support on FDTL implementation is of great help and that it will take some time for them to return to normalcy. Yesterday, in fact, Indigo in their statement had said that for them to achieve complete normalcy and complete return of operations is going to take no less than February 10th, 2026 for them to settle down. And this after which is when the DGCA had given out a high-level inquiry, had ordered a high-level inquiry. Indigo has confirmed that cancellations were planned to align the crews. Now, if cancellations were planned, the question, really, ladies and gentlemen, here is why weren't passengers already informed about the same? Indigo's unprecedented wave of over 1,000 flight cancellations in the last 4 days has unleashed India's sharpest airfare and hotel price surge in recent memory, leaving thousands of stranded and triggering nationwide outrage, with the airline slashing nearly a fifth of its daily schedule. And before we get to how the hotel and the other flights are hiking their prices, let's once again listen in to Indigo CEO's statement that he has issued just a few moments back.
September 5th being the most severely impacted day, with the number of cancellations well over 1,000, or more than half of our number of daily flights. I, on behalf of all of us at Indigo, would like to extend our sincerest apologies for the major inconvenience this has caused to many of our customers on account of delays or cancellations. The situation is a result of various causes. Yet, for you as a customer, it's important how we as Indigo address this. We have defined 3 lines of action. Firstly, customer communication and addressing your needs. For this, messages have been sent on social media, and just now a more detailed communication with information on refunds, cancellations and other customer support measures was sent. Also, we've stepped up our call center capacity. Secondly, due to yesterday's situation, we had customers stranded mostly at the nation's largest airports. Our focus was for all of them to be able to travel today itself, which will be achieved. For this, we also ask customers whose flights are cancelled not to come to airports as notifications are sent on this. Thirdly, December 5th being the most severely impacted day, with the number of cancellations well over 1,000, or more than half of our number of daily flights. I, on behalf of all of us at Indigo, would like to extend our sincerest apologies for the major inconvenience this has caused to many of our customers on account of delays or cancellations. The situation is a result of various causes. Yet, for you as a customer, it's important how we as Indigo address this. We have defined 3 lines of action. Firstly, customer communication and addressing your needs. For this, messages have been sent on social media, and just now a more detailed communication with information on refunds, cancellations and other customer support measures was sent. Also, we've stepped up our call center capacity. Secondly, due to yesterday's situation, we had customers stranded mostly at the nation's largest airports. Our focus was for all of them to be able to travel today itself, which will be achieved. For this, we also ask customers whose flights are cancelled not to come to airports as notifications are sent on this. Thirdly,
That was a very temporary response by Indigo CEO, where he said that he did admit to cancellations and that all the cancellations were planned. Ladies and gentlemen, this is one of the top stories that we're tracking, also an agenda story.